panels off, it's like 3.5% different.
Okay. Well, you can put it in percentages or ratios and try to make it minuscule, but we can see it's not minuscule.
Well, when we talk about energy flux, percentage is much more important, right, than the actual number. We want to know how different it is.
Well, you receive more energy if you move 3% of what is the question. You can't say 3% of anything isn't huge. 3% of a few trillion can be a large fucking amount. So just to say 3% of anything isn't huge is asinine.
Oh yeah, I remembered, man. So that minuscule distance, Mike, that 4 million miles or kilometers, I'm not sure which one, whatchamacallit. Now, the flux, right? The heat flux, the solar radiation that's coming in, is it, does it lose intensity like linearly or exponentially? That's my question to you, Jake.
No, it would be subject to the inverse square law, so it would be an exponential. It'd be on an exponential. It would be on a power, not an exponential. It'd be on a power curve. Because it's not
exponential. You're right.
It's one over x squared, right? So it's a power function. It's not an exponential function. It'd have to be x to the
x is squared. So it is. There's an exponent, so you can't run away from the exponent.
Oh, it's a power function because the exponent is not a variable.
You asshole! Come on, man. I know my algebra. Don't mess with me. That's
strictly mathematically, it's a power function. It's not an exponential function. The inverse square law is a power function, not an
scientific notation is a power. Come on, just stop. So are logarithms. Stop it.
Hey, Jake, can you read this equation?
I mean, I can show you the definition of a power function and an exponential function if you want me to demonstrate to you that it's not.
It's
a power function.
To the subject, bro.
There's the output luminosity of the sun that you want to make minuscule at 3%. Can you do the equation now and tell me what the difference in 3% would be?
What, over 1,000? What is that? 1,000 watts per square? It's about 1,000 watts per square meter or something like that, right?
Correct. Actually, you're right.
So 3%. So yeah, so 3% would be 30 watts difference over a square meter.
I don't think so.
But it's not the right.
It's roughly 1,000 watts per square meter. Then the fluctuation would be 30 watts.
You're 100% wrong.
Hold on. You're leaving out the 3.8 times 1,000 watts per second per square meter.
Dude,
I don't know what that 3.8 is. What is that 3.8 supposed to be?
He said it's a power function.
This equation, yeah, you have to do this equation to say how much it puts out per second per square meter. Do the equation. So you're wanting to say 1,026 watts of the output.
Wattage is the unit of power. Wattage is a unit of it's a unit of power, not a unit of energy. So it wouldn't have a time component.
I know what a watt is. A watt is a joule second. What do you want? Do you know what a joule is? What's a joule? Let's rock and roll. Since you like this,
a joule is a unit of energy,
which is defined. It's been defined by certain parameters. If you don't know it, you can look it up. Has to do with water. Certain quantity. Yeah, no.
Yeah, the energy to raise what was it? 1 cubic centimeter of water, 1 degree, or something like that.
Yeah, there you go. I'm jogging your memory. Like there you go. You're getting it. All right, cool.
It's been a long time since I took chemistry.
Oh, dude, it's all right, man. Hey, it's been like 10, 12 years for me too, but that shit keeps you sharp, if you keep it in your mind.
I'm trying to find a graph of a solar array near the equator because I'm curious to see what it looks like between perihelion and aphelion. I would expect that there would be a change, although it might be more related to the weather, which might influence it more. You might not be able to get a clear view.
You would have to track everything, of course. Yeah, log all the data.
You have to compensate for weather. If it's more cloudy certain time of year, even if there's more sun, you'd still not have.
Your panels will reflect. So your panels are like the best sensors. You just keep track of like your weather and your panels like the output. You'll know when the sunny days are. You're like, okay.
One of the debunks of the moving sun on the flat Earth is the fact that when you have a 2-axis solar panel tracker, it doesn't explain how the inverse square law doesn't apply to the sun, because you have a flat output for the majority of the day. You have a completely flat power output on a 2-axis tracking panel that can tilt itself to compensate for the rays of the sun.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Early morning and late. I'm sorry. Absolutely not. Because most of the UV is scattered, Mike. Most of the UV is scattered. That's why. What's up?
Solar panels don't work on UV light. They work.
Well,
they
anyways,
work on visible light.
Yeah, topography has a great deal to do with that too.
Bro. Yeah. Anyways, UV has a lot of energy. It's high energy photons.
Yeah. Well, topography has a great deal to do with the amount of sunlight you physically get in any given position. Go stand in the valley by a mountain and tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about the panel being blocked by topography.
How about this, man? You want to post your favorite whatever YouTuber or whomever has the data with the logger, because a lot of people on the internet have like their logged info for their solar panels. Pick one. Let's post it. Let's dissect it together. Since you studied chemistry, let's be fair. I don't have a tracker solar panel, but I understand that. Or early in the morning, you can even stare at the sun. The intensity, the light is not that intense.
Yeah, well, that's when it's going through
noon. It's like get the hell out of here,
right? But
and we know peak output is high noon, so
My picture didn't load, but if you click that link, it'll load the picture that shows a fixed mount versus a 2-axis tracking mount.
I understand what a 2-axis tracking mount is.
You can see.
Yeah, what does this prove, right? What?
Well, you can see that except for the first couple of hours and the last couple of hours when the sun is low on the horizon and a lot of the energy.
Man. I don't want to touch that.
On the panel is almost completely flat, which you wouldn't expect because it's constantly moving away. So the inverse square law should be applying if it's a local. Oh, thanks, BattleMod. If it's a local sun that's moving away, you would not expect such a flat solar flux output, right? You'd expect the inverse square law to you'd expect the curve more like the fixed panel, not with the 2-axis panel.
Is this from the manufacturer? Or is this actual data?
You could find it anywhere. You could look up any 2-axis panel mount.
No, I want an actual mounted one. I want to see real data, like real people that have this. Because
I'll see if I can find it.
I know there's plenty of it. So let's see if it matches this curve, this theoretical, beautiful green smooth curve. So it's like, all right. Dude, people in the chat want validation of radius. They're getting pretty mad about this Narnia speak.
Hey, I know you're going to get mad, but you know that's from a simulation, right? Simulation of solar tracker.
Yeah, it might be, but I mean, people have been running 2-axis mounts for decades. There's no secret or conspiracy behind this.
The simulation.
Most people still don't do it because the cost to run and maintain a 2-axis mount it's not worth the cost of just adding more panels that you don't have to maintain. There's no mechanical parts.
That's a simulation, isn't it?
That might be an output from
from MATLAB. Oh my God, from MATLAB. Yeah, funny guy. You're a funny guy, Jake. Like I said, give me some numbers, man.
You can Google it. I mean, it's all over the place. People use.
It's okay. You're a chemist. I'm an engineer. I look up tables. Can you have a table of actual data?
Hey, I want to point something out. He says it doesn't match what we observe in reality, but what he showed us wasn't what we observe in reality. The simulation.
a simulation.
I appreciate if I don't keep getting muted. I'm trying not to overtalk anybody. I really
I
am.
didn't meet you.
You're
last
not
time
trying too hard. I did.
All right.
The last time I got
Don't-
muted, I was muted for like the last 6 weeks. So
Listen, bro, I unmuted you when you came in. I'm gonna unmute you when I want to be heard. I'm gonna mute you. You know, don't appeal to emotions I don't have. When I want to be heard, I'm not gonna.
But
I'm
I
not
would
gonna
like if you would mute the flat earthers as well, right? Because it seems like there's just some selective.
You any motherfucker that keeps rumpusing me, dude. How long you been here? I'll tell the whole damn lobby to shut up or I'll ban them all. You ain't heard it?
Heard plenty of times.
Give me that crap. When I want to be heard, I put your feelings and my feelings on the table. We'll see whose bet's bigger. Here
What
the
you
hell
smoking,
won't be
Mike?
mine.
You mentioned that you're an engineer. What type of engineer are you?
Grease head.
No, I mentioned that this was a simulation here, and it come from a simulation link, and a quick Google search showed me it wasn't anything we observed in reality. Now, what do you got to say about that?
It's possible that that particular picture was come off a solar power calculator, right, which is used throughout the industry to predict panel performance.
That graph.
They're very accurate. There's no reason to just say, "Oh, it's a simulation." I can dig around and I can find you real curves from real world logs if you'd like. But this isn't some secret. I mean, people have been doing dual axis mounts for decades. Like I said, since the 70s, or 50 years
I'll go get
almost.
a graph. I'll go get it. You just keep talking. Thanks. All right.
Yeah, what's the dual axis? It gives it elevation and
dual
azimuth,
axis.
right? Elevation and azimuth, right?
It compensates for the azimuth and the elevation.
Yeah, so the only thing it does is as it comes directly overhead of you, it tilts up so that it's not catching at an angle so that it can get direct overhead sunlight. I know what a double axis system is.
It keeps the rays perpendicular to the panel.
Yeah, by moving in azimuth and elevation.
Right.
Azimuth, that's just a 360-degree circle with a ceiling height. So it gets the sun when it's furthest away by lowering and completing a better angle. And then when it's directly above, instead of being at an angle and reflecting most of it, it tilts it up. It brings it up just so it can absorb direct sunlight. So what I fail to see is how this is a proof of living on a sphere. Can it track it 24 hours a day because it's a sphere? No.
Mike, found a graph from the government, from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. How about them apples? Is that a decent citation? Or
let's see
yeah, let's rock and fucking roll. Copy link on my phone. I told you I'll go get it. Let's just get it from the government.
Hey, I'm the guy that can actually afford to have shit like this to take camping with me, bro. And power cells, so I don't need a generator. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the graph from that link. I'll just post it so no, boom. There it is. Tracking dual axis in orange, tracking single axis in green. So there's your
That's not
output.
over the course of a day, though. This is over the course of days and months, right?
Yeah.
Winter,
scroll.
spring,
I gave you
summer,
the link,
fall. Yep. And if you look at that image, it shows you what I'm talking about. It moves up. It tilts up and azimuth.
Yeah. What it's showing you is in the summertime when the sun is pretty high. I don't know what latitude that's for.
Because for the single axis, the sun is really low on the horizon. For your single axis, you see, it's fixed. You see, so you'd have to, unless you adjust it. That's why the output varies quite a bit from the dual axis. But in the summer, where it's overhead, you can even have like flat panels or just a slight angle, fixed panels, and look at them. It's actually no tracking. Look in the summer, the no tracking. They all almost match up in the summer, so it has to do with the position of the sun in the sky.
But the main thing is, if you look at it over the course of a day, it doesn't make sense for the sun to be local. If the day
matters that much, bro, in percentage, then that would also reflect over the long average. It's the same thing. Just zoom in.
When the sun is at a 45-degree angle on the flat Earth, that means it's twice as.
Hey, listen,
it'd be twice.
Get me your link. I gave you a link. Now you go get me another link that has your
I'll find
stuff.
one.
Why does it not make sense? Is what I'm not understanding. That's the portion of it I don't understand.
Well, it'd be the inverse square law, right? So if the sun is constantly moving away from you, or it's approaching you and then coming closer to you and then moving away, you would never expect to see a flat output over, a 10-hour period.
Unless it was going directly overhead, right?
Well, I mean, you always see the sun.
Jake. Hold on, Jake. So you have this image of the sun always going around in circles and going away from you in a circle, and that's a flat Earth model for you.
Well, the flat Earth, the sun sets because it goes too far, right? To where the solar output goes to zero because it's too far away.
Jake, bro, there's something cool though. See something from the government website? It's also simulated. You see, it's not actual data, which is interesting, right?
Yeah, I'm looking. I was wondering where you got that because none of these I find are anything other than the simulations.
I'll tell you, man. It's interesting. Who has dual access? Okay, let's go.
It's just like the only thing about the dual axis is the same thing. The angle of light and how direct it is.
It's facing it.
Yeah.
You want it normal to the sun at all times. That's what you really want.
Yeah, normal, when it's on the horizon, you want it pointed towards the horizon, but you don't want it still pointed to the horizon when it's directly overhead.
Exactly. And then in the winter, when it falls, you also want it, you want it to fall with the arc of the sun in the sky.
That's exactly what Sarah said. 90 degrees, ideal. The sun should always be 90 degrees to the panel.
Normal, yeah.
No.
90 degrees, exactly.
Wasn't his original argument that the dual axis thing wouldn't work on the quote flat Earth model?
Yes, for some odd reason.
I think it worked real good.
It wouldn't be able to compensate for the fact that the sun is moving further away, so the amount of energy over area would still be decreasing.
The same. Listen, the amount of daylight doesn't stop, and the amount of output of lumens doesn't stop, just because it's a different model. That's what you don't understand. So that's why I ask, how do you view the orbit on a flat Earth?
Well, just like the same as it's listed in the icon for the channel.
Yeah, that's more like a rudimentary design. It's not a model.
Yeah, but a dual axis would work great with that picture because as you went out through the year, you would want it to not only rotate,
Well, even on the flat Earth, they would work better
with the east and west, but you'd also want it to rotate, to the north or the south, depending on where you were at.
Because it's not about the shape of the Earth; it's more about the propagation of light and the energy supplied from it.
But the inverse square law would apply, and the difference would be very big throughout the day on the flat Earth because that's what makes the sun go away to begin with, right? That's what makes the sun dim.
No.
Well, what makes the sun go away on the flat Earth then?
All right, man.
I'm not saying no. I'm saying no. The intensity levels wouldn't change because of shape, and you'd have to change the way light propagates and delivers its energy. Light is energy.
Remember?
So what you're saying is hold on. Well, basically what you're saying in root form is you change the shape of Earth, you change the amount of energy that the light delivers, which makes no sense to me. Why so?
I don't know. What was your question?
I found actual data. Right?
Why is the light delivered in a different manner because of the shape? There's still topography.
Well, it's because the sun is going further away on the flat Earth, whereas we're throughout the day on the globe.
Have you ever used one of these things? Have you ever used?
So I can't interrupt you, but you can interrupt me mid-sentence, huh? Is that how it works here?
I thought you would know that. Yeah, that is how it works here.
That's great.
Did you build this server, Jake? Do people allow you to stay?
I did not. Did you?
I tell them. No, but I'm one of the only reasons you really get to stay here, dude, and you should know that.
Oh, I could leave if you don't want me here. I'm here to be your entertainment. If you don't want me here, I'll be gone.
I didn't say that. So what I wanted to know was, have you ever used one of these out in the open for camping purposes? And do you know
I've
what the
never
biggest
used them for
problem is?
camping. No, I have used them to charge a battery on an RV. I've never used them for camping
I've
specifically.
used these at camp, and the thing that's more essential, most essential to them, is how clear of a view you have to the sky. If you're in the middle of the woods, it's hard to use. You might want to climb the tree and mount it in a tree.
Yeah, you want direct sunlight. You definitely don't want any shading whatsoever.
That's right. That's right. But I still don't see why the intensity of light would change because Earth isn't a sphere.
Well,
Does the atmosphere
because on the flat Earth, what makes the sun get dimmer and then dark?
attenuation?
Right, attenuation. So we should expect to see a progressive attenuation throughout the day, but we don't see that with the two-axis mount.
Yes, we do, and I posted the
We
graph,
do.
man.
You posted a voltage graph, which is not the same as the
It
solar
goes.
flux output,
No,
right?
no. It
Because
matches directly.
because
That's what you get from the actual lines from the solar panels, right?
It's sun.
You know,
It's sun down to
that's
sun up.
yeah.
And that's what you should
you're
see.
missing the critical
A peak
component,
and a
which is
fall.
No,
A peak
sir.
and
you're
a
missing
fall.
the current carrying capability of the panel, which is
Well,
the amount of
remember
electrons that are being knocked across
Yes,
the
amps
silicon.
to get the power, but yeah, okay,
Right.
with more volts, you'll be able to drive more amps. Dude, we know that the curves will be similar for the amps, so
But
just stop.
the way these panels are designed,
You've studied electricity and electronics 1 and 2, or
of
not
course.
with your chem. All right, then come on,
Well,
stop
no,
it.
I mean,
Don't be silly.
I haven't.
They match. Look, this is here, and I'll post a link for this guy. I just googled it. Here, let me share. That way, it's like, all right, like let's see actual data and see at sunset and sunrise, man, it's pretty close. Look, it's irrelevant, you know. So it's like, look, man, and that's what I was saying. It's like, there's your argument right there. It's like that beautiful green graph. I was like, get out of here, man.
Well, what you're not saying is the differences in these arcs. Each set of arcs is single versus dual axes, not flat and spherical.
Well, that one is fixed, so it wouldn't even be single.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's like the worst.
I would
Shit,
expect to see it low in the beginning of the day, rise to a high point, and then drop down on a flat Earth. I would expect to see the same thing on a sphere. Because believe it or not, attenuation is real no matter what the shape is. The atmosphere is a fluid medium. Attenuation does apply.
Yeah, it does apply even on the globe.
Yeah, and a lot of these graphs, man, I'm finding online, simulation after simulation. What is going on here?
So the amount of
for real.
hours of distribution of power doesn't change, intensity of power doesn't change, attenuation of power doesn't change, and visibility for the panel to get light doesn't change. So why should we see any different? I wouldn't expect.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was trying to read something. What did you ask, Battle Month?
Here,
I wouldn't expect shape to change anything. The intensity of light changes, then yes, I would expect to see a change in the graph. If if the amount of light changed, then I would expect to see a difference in the graph. But none of these things change just due to shape. The amount of the day is still the same, beginning and end.
Well, if the sun is moving away further and further away throughout the day on the flat Earth, I would expect to see a bigger change.
I don't
think it would be a bigger change because on a sphere, you're only getting half the sun at the end of it. And then 3/4 of the sun, then a quarter of the sun. So it still dropped dramatically at the beginning and at the end. It'd still be the same rise and fall. What you're saying inversely squares as it leaves away. For yours, it becomes fractional. You're only getting a fraction of the power supports because it's going over a horizon.
The
So they
antenna
would almost mimic. They would almost mimic themselves. There'd be a point where you're only getting 25% of the power that's delivered by the lumens of the sun.
Well,
Because 75% of it is already on the other side of the sphere.
Well, if you get, I see.
I found one with. Sorry, go ahead, Lemon.
But if you get one of those one-axis solar panels, it's going to stay in the same position throughout the day, and the intensity is going to drop off and be most intense when it's right over the solar panel. But if you get a solar panel that changes in two axes, it'll just readjust to, keep the sun in the face of the solar panel. So you're going to get more or less the same intensity. It's probably just the type of solar panel they're using. That's all.
Oh, his point is this dual axis wouldn't make any difference on a flat plane.
I found a paper, bro. How about them apples? And this is power graph.
I wonder if it's the same one I found.
Malaysia, or where?
No, I got a different one. I saw that one too.
You saw it, and so why don't you use that one? Because that's a really good one, and that's the graph from. Look here, you said voltage, and you complained about voltage, right? Look, power in watts. There you go, graphed point by point. Here is a source to the link, and it's an actual paper, dude. Look at this. It's a nice paper. Really, really nice, actually. Look at that. Like I said, it matches. It's only at high noon, dude. You can see the difference. From really, let's see, 10:30. At 10:30, they start to really spread out. At 11, you can tell the power generation. There's about 20% more. 11 o'clock, the difference. But then it catches up the other one. So at high noon, around 12. So peak production for that location, I guess it was in Malaysia, so it was like 12:30 for both panels. And it's less than, it's about 15%. I have to, where's my calc? Boom, what is it at? Let's go like 125 for that. 140. Cool. Something like that. Yeah, it's only 11% difference. However, in power, which is the area under the graph, of over time, that's a decent amount overall. I would have to calculate it. So what we're looking at is a difference, right? Because the red graph, okay, see the energy, okay, let's say there's a battery, all the energy, if we shade the area under the graph, all that in whatever electrons or whatever you want to model them at, stuff that in the battery, okay? If it's 100% efficiency, let's assume that, which is false, but let's just do it for easy, imagination sort of thing. Not calculation, actually. So the black graph contains the red graph underneath it. So that peak where the difference is, well, you remember, the black one, the red one, like the black one contains the red one. So the peak, that's only the difference. So it's not going to be that big of a difference. But it looks like, wow, look at that. But no, listen, we're looking at the shaded area under both graphs, right? So that little sliver up top, how many, what is that? Is it 10% difference, give or take?
Yeah, I mean,
calculating the squares, actually, like rudimentary, we can look how many squares are under the graph and try to approximate.
If we looked at a summer day in a much higher latitude, it would be much more profound difference, because this is Malaysia, which is near the equator, so you have almost equal day and night.
Yeah, it's at the equator, which is phenomenal. That's great. That's where you want to test this.
So there's only like 12 hours of light at all to deal with.
So again, it's about how normal it is, the panel to the sun. That's it. It really is like that. So yeah, and it showed even at the equator there is a better performance.
Sure.
Yeah, but is it worth the money though? I'm not sure.
No, because it's cheaper to put more panels.
There you go.
That's why nobody does it.
So your argument was pretty stupid, to be honest. It's dumb. You can do better.
Well, because from even in that graph, right, from like 10:30 to what is that, like 2:30? So it's like, what, 4 hours? 5 hours? The output is pretty consistent, right? Whereas the sun's angle is changing quite a bit because the sun is moving much further away on the flat Earth, right? I mean, the sun is directly over a 5-hour period.
It's also
You know,
moving
the
much
sun is
further
like,
away on a globe Earth, bro. It's the same shit. Like, what do you mean? It's
the
moving
sun is
away
like
either way, motherfucker. Look at it.
You're standing on a ball and you're falling
3,000.
backwards. So
Well, when you have one
what
that
is
sees,
happening? Like, you know, in those, when everyone's watched the sunset before, and from the moment that the sun touches the water, if you're looking at it, let's say over the ocean, right, where you have a nice horizon. So from the moment that the bottom edge of the sun touches the water to where the sun completely disappears, it only takes like 2 minutes. You know, depending on the time of year, it could be anywhere from, I think it's for like 90 seconds to like 3.5 minutes. What is happening in those 2 minutes where we go from seeing the full disk of the sun as we saw it through the whole day to where the disk just disappears? And then it suddenly starts getting dark very quickly. Just within 45 minutes, there's a big noticeable drop in how much light there is compared to the whole day where it was pretty bright most of the day, right? What is happening in those 2 minutes?
daylight for like 45 minutes in my country when it's summer. Even if the sun, quote unquote, has set in the heliocentric model, I still have daylight.
Yeah, in the summertime, because the sun is near the horizon, right? It's coming down at a very sharp angle. The further north you are, further south you are, depending on what hemisphere you live in. When it's summertime, right? The sun is hugging the horizon. It's not just going straight down like it does in the winter.
But you said it's gone pretty quickly. That's not true.
Because of the tilt. Because of the tilt of the Earth, yeah.
Which tilt? Correct. Who's validated the radius?
Well, exactly. That's where I was going, Roger. That's why I wanted him to say yes. Come on, man. Playing the game here, Roger.
Yeah. Well, you can measure the radius pretty easily.
Yes.
It's not very difficult. There's a lot of different ways you can do it.
Sticks and shadows, yeah. Oh man, dude.
Well, you can just measure the drop of the horizon with elevation too. It's even easier than doing sticks and shadows.
Oh, so the horizon is physical Earth curve.
Yeah, the horizon is physical Earth curve. That's right.
Okay.
Okay, then we can zoom in with the oil rigs and use the black swan. All right, let's do it.
There's a reason why the black swan is only like 9 miles away, right? We don't see the black swan at 60 miles. We only see it at 9.75 miles.
It's a done
or whatever it is. Less than 10 miles away. It's well within what we would expect from refraction.
Hey,
shooting out a large
we can use the horizon. Come on, man. We can use the horizon.
Well, it's interesting because he's done multiple photographs, and the photographs where the crane is not all crooked like a hook, you see obstruction, right? The times where the one time where you don't see any obstruction and you can clearly see all the way to the horizon, and the oil rig is not obstructed, is the time where we know there's maximum refraction going on because it's the most distorted of the pictures. So you're choosing the most distorted picture to be representative of reality, the one where a straight crane looks like a fish hook, rather than the pictures that he's put out where the crane is nice and straight. There's not such a high temperature gradient. There's less refraction, and then there's very obvious obstruction.
Can we? Yeah, you need a radius for your refraction.
I would like to see this obstruction, like the horizon was now in front of the oil rigs. Yeah.
Here, I'll find it. Let me find the photo of it. Hold on. I'll show you the one. It's from the same guy. It's from the same guy.
Yeah, we know, right? So Earth grows and shrinks. So, is that it?
Yes. Well, it has to.
So the question is, why does the planet gravitate to the picture that's the most distorted as being represented in reality, and not the picture that's the least distorted, right?
Yeah, you know what it's about. You are in this argument long enough, right? What is the argument here?
The argument is you guys are, for some reason, ignoring that we said that you can have a lot of refraction under right conditions, right?
That was not my question. What is the black swan argument? What is it?
Well, the black swan argument is that, well, there should never ever be a time where you can see the entirety of the rig, and I don't know why.
No. So you're or
But that is
willfully
the
not.
argument.
No, it's not.
What is it then?
It's about the horizon, right? So you're willfully not telling us, or you didn't understand it for like 2 years. What is it?
Well, the argument is that the horizon at that distance and in camera elevation, the horizon should never be where it is in the black swan. And if it is in the black swan, yeah. And Virgo, let me know. I moved my mic. Let me know if it's any better.
Why would you first say something else then? Why would you first say something else?
Oh, that's what I said. I told you.
No.
The argument is that the horizon should never, on the globe Earth, the horizon should never be where it is in the black swan at that distance and that elevation of the camera. And if you can find one example of that, it just debunks the globe Earth, because it's the black swan, right? That debunks the globe Earth. That's the argument. Am I wrong?
Why are you talking about the rigs then?
Well, we're using the oil rigs to see whether the horizon is in front or behind the oil rigs, right? We're using them as a reference point.
Right, a reference point, not as a point of your quote unquote distortion argument, right?
But the only times where we see the horizon further away than we expect it to be is when we would expect there to be a lot of refraction, and that's when the image would be the most distorted, right?
When do you expect? How did you expect? What is this expecting of more?
Everyone, even the flat earthers, all acknowledge that refraction exists, right? We've all seen pictures of Phantom Morgana.
You said when we have more
Superior Mirage.
When do we expect more? So stuff that's being distorted makes you look further, right?
The more distortion you see, the more refraction is going on, because that's what refraction is. It's distortion of the light, right?
And how does it relate to the horizon itself? What?
Because the image of the horizon will be bending in order to bending in a way that makes the Earth seem flatter than it is.
Around what? What is it bending around?
And the most important thing to keep in mind is this is only at less than 10 miles. It's well within what we know refraction can do. There is no black swans at 60 miles, right?
Yeah,
there's no black swans at 100 miles.
20 miles. I just posted you one of 20 miles, right? BLSM 69 did one for 20 miles. Okay.
I'm not familiar with that one.
No.
Sometimes some ones what we've analyzed, we've seen that the object that they claim is 20 miles is not 20 miles. I don't know that specific one. I haven't looked at it.
Oh, so it's okay. But what is it bending around? What is it bending around?
It's bending around the curve of the Earth.
Oh. So you have a radius for us, so we can validate that it is actually.
I told you can easily measure that radius using many different methods that all agree on the same number, even though there's no reason why they should.
So you first told us use the horizon, and then you flip flop between its curvature and it's an apparent horizon, right? So that's out the door, right? Can't use the horizon.
Of course you can use the horizon.
No,
because even in this example of extreme refraction, that horizon is only moved a few arc minutes at most. It's a tiny change, right? As opposed to when you go up in elevation, you see the horizon move by degrees, right? Multiples of degrees, right?
Degrees is begging the question again, right? You're begging the question that the Earth is a ball where the light. Yeah, you do, right? So you're what do you need for your refraction? What is it we need?
So it's like saying, well, how can I tell if someone is a burn victim? Well, if we should expect if someone is a burn victim that they would have evidence of scars that only happen when you receive a burn on their body. And you saying, well, no, that's begging the question, right? That's just silly.
No, that's not. How is that silly? How is that silly? So you just you try to infer that the light is quote unquote bending over this ball Earth without any demonstrations, without any validation of the radius. but we can use the horizon to measure the radius, but the horizon is not Earth curvature, but it is Earth curvature, right? So
the horizon is Earth curvature.
then
it's a physical place.
Then the black swan proves that the radius is 37,000 miles away, if the horizon is Earth curvature.
Yeah, if you were to use that one data point, yeah. But like I said, we all understand that refraction is a thing, right? We see Phantom Morgana, we see Superior Mirage, we see all kinds of weird stuff. And when you purposely select the picture that's the most distorted and not the picture that's the clearest, you're going to get an erroneous data point, right? You can have bad data measurements, right? Like if I choose to use the tape measure that's all rusted out, where you can't see the lines on it, and say, oh, see?
Kind of begging the question if you're saying that just because refraction occurs, that's explaining the phenomenon. You need to show that it's actually the case to have a real argument. And also,
we know it's the case because the horizon does move from day to day, right?
Yeah, but it's always toward the level of the eye.
That proves that refraction changes the elevation of the horizon. That's proof right there. The fact that it moves from day to day.
You're always going to have a horizon at the level of the eyes or toward the level of the eyes. It doesn't appear to move up or down past that plane. So we still have a horizon. And so we would have a horizon due to the diffraction limit or something else other than Earth curve, just the ceiling merging with the floor. And what you're talking about is more like distortion. So unless you have a perfect day where there's no refraction that you could base your refractionless day off of, it just sounds like you're begging the question. Just as there's
there are days that are like that,
or lowering due to refraction.
There are days that are like that, Lemon. And by the way, Lemon and I go back a long way. In my opinion, he's one of the smartest flat earthers I've ever spoken to.
Oh, thank you. You're too kind.
I do mean that, Lemon.
I heart you too. But it's begging the question to say that refraction is essentially lifting up the horizon over a ball. You may just have haziness and distortion over a flat plane.
I mean, we should never expect obstruction on a flat Earth.
We would expect it just like looking down a hallway. The ceiling would eventually...
We've never seen a hallway with obstruction. Unless the floor itself is uneven, right? And most floors are.
The ceiling appears to ramp down. The floor appears to ramp up. One would logically conclude that these two zones would sandwich together into a horizon line. The closest explanation to explain that appears to be the diffraction limit.
You think so, Lemon Bird?
Well, that appears to be the best explanation offered by Life is Short and others. Diffraction limit making the ceiling and the floor eventually merge together into a horizon line.
Yeah, but the diffraction limit has more to do with resolving two objects as
Object
separate.
one would be the ceiling. Object two would be the
doesn't have to do with
merge together as two separate light sources with enough distance. Even though they're separated, they merge into one unresolvable horizon. There's the application.
Like a candle flame is like 1 inch by quarter of an inch or half an inch, and something that small is beyond my diffraction limit when it's only a few hundred yards away, or even 100 yards is probably way past my diffraction limit. But I can see a candle in a dark night from miles away. So a point source of light is not limited to the diffraction limit. It doesn't make the candle disappear, even though it's way beyond my diffraction limit.
Eventually, even it merges with the surface. And if you want to see the candle again, you got to get higher off the surface and get a wider viewing angle.
I'm curious, Lemon, who did you vote for during the select? Sorry to change the subject. Or are you not into voting?
Aren't we talking about the Earth, kiddo?
Oh, we are, but Lemon Bird, we're friends from another server, so I was just curious. I see him side on various sides politically. I was just curious.
You say Jake on the plane, that's your name, but we don't live on a plane? Are you arguing for the globe?
No, I'm a flat earther.
He's a hardcore globie, man.
I don't know what to say. Are you guys being facetious? Because
No, man. He's a hardcore fucking globe
I
eater.
argue for the globe, but I'm a flat earther.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
you're
I
not.
was sitting here
I'm just
thinking
checking
that
your
you
roles.
were,
Okay. Now I know what you are. Thanks, dude. As you were.
Hey, thanks.
well, on the other hand, I am a round earther for real.
Are you a
Who is
round eye round earther?
Say again.
I just
Anthony on TV.
kidding. Just kidding.
Cool.
What's up, Anthony on TV?
What up, guys? Sorry, I just dropped in and I didn't want to jump in while you guys were in the middle of that.
Nah, man, you're cool, man.
Mm-hmm.
New people are always welcome. Like, yeah, got the mic. How you
Very
doing?
nice. Doing good, chilling.
Good, man.
Chilling like a villain, huh?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, now, I guess I'll take a second and say this. So the only reason why I kind of came here is because I'm a round earther, obviously. Oh, I don't like to say that. I like to say I believe in mainstream science because it almost seems like two different groups sprouted out from this. Obviously the flat earth people started, but then I feel like it actually created this other type of people, like these round earth people that are mindlessly defending. Like I see both you guys do it though. I'm not saying every flat earther is, like this, but there's round earthers that are stupid as hell, like defending science. They don't know what they're talking about. But then there's also flat earthers that do it too, right? But then there's like people like not like me. I'm not super well versed on like science shit, right? But I know this and that. I look stuff up, right? But it seems like there are people that know a lot about what they're talking about and it can explain it better. But then you do got guys with the that think they know, but they are mindlessly spouting shit out, and you guys are almost trying to convince people like, yo, you guys don't know the science, you're not getting it right, but these guys really don't know the science. You know what I mean? Like, even though they're defending the round earth, they still don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they're stupid. Like, not to be like, I'm just being funny.
Why did you hear me say something stupid, Anthony?
No. I was being funny with that. I was just,
Yeah. I mean, we had a
Anthony,
globe
you're
birthday
right.
girl
You're
the
pretty
other day.
right.
Yeah, you
Anthony-
double speak.
Anthony,
The horizon is not physical
Anthony,
Earth curve.
spherical Earth?
It is physical Earth curve. I already told you that.
Does
Let
he
me
mean
never
Okay,
double
so
check.
the black swan proves that the radius is 237,000 miles.
Right,
Yes.
So
okay. Now go ahead.
when I'm
Anthony,
when I'm standing behind a bus or a truck and I'm looking at an object that's just over the exhaust of it, and then the guy hits the gas to accelerate and it gets all distorted, I'm still seeing the physical objects that's behind that hot gas that's distorting it. Just because it's distorted doesn't mean it's no longer a physical object.
Yeah,
right?
but did you look over the object? Did it made it look you look over it, right? Over
Well,
the
have you ever seen? I forget what that glober's. His name is not coming to me right now. He always has the really terrible music that he makes. Where he took a can, which has a curved surface, and he put like a little character or something or some shape, like a red shape,
We're not
just
living in
under
butane.
it. And then he used the butane. Yeah. Oh, Slice
not living
Barcane is
in
the guy's
butane.
name. Slice Barcane. Have you seen that video?
Yeah, well, but we're not living in butane, right?
Well, all it's doing, he's just using the butane because it's cold, right? So it's greatly increasing the density of the air around it. So it's showing it's showing though that you can create a refractive condition that will lift an object up over the curve, right?
Is it analogous? Are we living in butane?
In principle, it is analogous, right? Except it's not happening with butane. It's happening because you have warm air in Southern California over a very, very cold ocean that in the summertime can be 50 degrees, even though the air might be 80, right?
They imply that that's a fake effect because they angled the camera up. Because if the
so why don't you do the experiment, Lemon, and post your video of it
what
not
you
working?
would see would be a duplicated image, which is what you tend to see with refraction, like with the straw. You see a split in the image, or you see in a miraging where the image is lifted up above the original object. But what they did was they had the obstruction, they angled the camera upward to make it look like that it was perfect obstruction and it was being lifted with no duplication over the obstruction, the pipe or whatever. And so it appears to be a bit of a camera trick because otherwise, without that obstruction in the way, like you'd see over a flat plane, you'd see a duplicated image like we see with miraging and Fata Morganas and stuff like that.
Did it make the barrel move at the back of the object, like the horizon? Did it do that?
Yeah, it lifted. It was lifting the.
No,
It was
that's
lifting
not
the
my
horizon. It was the edge of the can that was cutting off the toy or whatever the object was that was red.
Did the clay toy, did the clay thingy, was it being brought in front of the can, right? The obstruction, the line that was obstructing the clay thingy, did it move backwards behind the thingy?
Did it move backward beyond the thingy? Not sure what you're asking.
It was a red and yellow clay object, right?
Right.
Right. So he poured the butane on, did the obstruction, the line that was first blocking the yellow and red clay thingy, was the line being brought behind it?
Yeah.
No.
The same way that it was. So if you consider the part, so what you have to remember is if you consider the part of it that was being obstructed when it wasn't being lifted, and then the part that wasn't obstructed, it was now in front of that edge, right?
Sorry, I'm driving and the guy is.
I'll see if I can find his video. It's hard to comb through his channel. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I know the video. You see the canister, right? And then you see the canister, and then that yellow and red thingy just pops above it, right? But the can does not move behind the thingy. Just like the Black Swan, right? The horizon is beyond the second oil rig, and it has to be at 1.225 miles. But I'm indulging your.
Let me see if I can find the video. It's been like probably 3 years since I've seen it. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm indulging you with this observation because it's not analogous. We're not living in butane.
Yeah.
Okay.
An object is being lifted up over the horizon offered by the obstruction, which is like the pipe, but the pipe is not moving in front of or behind the object that's being lifted.
Exactly.
Which is the thing that the globers are trying to imply with the horizon that can be lifted up or down or in front of or behind the image. It's patently absurd. There needs to be something that you're raised above or below, which would be the unchanging horizon. The horizon would not change, like they're trying to act like it does over a ball.
I don't have a link to that. I'm having trouble finding it on his channel.
Also, yet again, when we have refractive effects like that, usually we see a split in the image. Like with a straw, we know there's refraction in the straw, but the image is split. You can see one image in the air and a split in the water with the straw. And you can also see things like reflecting, being lifted above the original image. Otherwise, it's just begging the question, saying it's occurring without at least a duplicated image to show that it's actually the case.
Yo, was someone trying to ask me a question earlier?
I was asking, do you believe in a sphere Earth or a round Earth? Keep saying round.
Oh yeah, sphere. Yeah, I guess flat Earth technically means it's still round, right?
That would be speculation, but I was just curious. Thank you.
By the way, where has Hank Hill been? I haven't seen him in a long time. Does he still come around here?
Yeah, every day.
On 2 nights.
Every day he's here.
No, last night. He was on last night.
Oh.
He's on until like 4:30 in the morning.
Oh, he's not on at the times that I'm up. I see. Damn, I can't find Sly's video. I tried searching butane, horizon, lift. I can't.
We know the video, right? I even explained the
I
yellow
just wanted to.
red.
I wanted to look at it again. Dude, that girl's head looks. Is it me or does that girl's head look disproportionate to her body in that picture that Glatflow posted at 50 after? It looked like her head looks like a bobblehead or something.
So even with the butane magic trick, right? You haven't shown us how the horizon can move beyond an object, beyond physical the object, right?
I don't know. What are you asking me?
Just like Lemon said, I mean, with the butane magic trick, even with that, you haven't demonstrated that the horizon, right? That one that has to be at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observe height can move beyond the object. Should be in front of the object, but we see it beyond the object, right?
Yeah, I think the part that you're missing with that is because that object is never brought up entirely above the obstruction. It never appears like it's in front. But if it was like imagine that it was just a little sliver of something on a string, and then it was hidden, and then you did the butane, and then it lifted up, the horizon would look like it's behind that object, right? Because you would be able to see underneath it. So that's what's throwing off that illusion there.
So, do you have a demonstration of this?
No, I don't, because I don't need to prove it. I don't need to prove the globe Earth to myself, right? I already have seen all the evidence, and I've made a conclusion to it using
like
my reasoning.
Like validation of the radius. You have seen that?
Yeah, I don't like I know you guys don't want to ever talk about pictures from space or satellites or things like that. But I have no reason to disprove those things, right? I mean, I've seen those objects. I've watched launches. I have friends that are involved in those industries. I've watched countless satellites fly by my telescope, right? I've watched the ISS many times. I even watched the Crew Dragon rendezvous at the ISS. So there's no reason for me to ever think that that's all fake, or it's like a U-2 spy plane that goes around the whole world in 90 minutes. Like I don't have any excuses for it's some ancient object that's always been there that's never been written about. Like there's no reason for me to disprove that stuff. So there's a whole body of evidence, right? I could see the horizon drop with elevation. I know how the sun works, right?
You don't know how the sun works. You don't know how the sun works. Come on.
Well, I'll tell you what I know that the sun rises in the southeast and sets in the southwest, and even the very southern tips of the southern continents, which cannot happen on a flat Earth, unless you say that the sun is just magic.
A globe is magic, right? It can't be a ball if it's not curving.
The globe is perfectly consistent. There's no reason to say it's not curving just because.
That's why we see an horizon 10 times further. Pretty consistent, bro.
I mean, you have one example in extreme refractive conditions when the image is completely distorted. But when you look at platform habitat on a day where the air temperature and the water temperature are much closer, and you have minimal distortion, and the crane is not all bent like a fish hook, then you see a lot of obstruction, right? You don't see you don't see the horizon behind. You don't see the horizon behind the platform like that.
So Earth grows, right? Earth grows and shrinks.
It can appear to. Yeah, refraction can make it appear to.
So there is no validation of the
which is why you use more than one data point, right? Because every data point can be corrupted, right?
Yeah. What do you need for your premise that light bends over the curve? What do you need?
Just need refraction.
Yeah. And what does refraction need?
A change in density of the light propagating through.
What does Thomas Andrew Young tell us about this?
I don't know. I don't know who Thomas Andrew Young is.
Sorry?
I said I don't know who Thomas Andrew Young is.
You don't know. No. He's the guy that talks about terrestrial refraction.
Okay, I'm not familiar with him.
So you need curved gases, right? And a radius. So you're begging the question, right? Begging the question.
No.
Yeah,
I'm begging the question because if you can do experiments on refraction and you can analyze the way that light will move, right? Like, I mean, we have fiber optics, we have lenses, we've been grinding lenses for centuries, right? I mean, that's how a lens works. Lens works on refraction, right? Changes the speed of the light as it passes through the thicker versus the thinner portion, and then it refracts. A lens works on the principle of refraction, though, right?
Are we talking about lenses?
The density of the medium, right?
We're talking about
Snell's law.
Yeah, but it's not Snell's law, right?
Sure it is. Why wouldn't it be Snell's law?
So can you tell the definition of Snell's law? What is it?
It's like the relationship. I mean, going off the top of my head, it's like the relationship of, yeah, you know, I did see that other platform, but I'm not convinced that platform that he's claiming is that one at 29 miles. There's a lot of other platforms out there in Santa Barbara. I mean, I used to live near Southern California. There's a whole bunch. So I don't know if that's really 29 miles away. I'm not saying it isn't. I just don't know. But going off Snell's law, it has to do with the relationship, right, of the angle of incidence versus the change in the medium. There's like a formula for it, right, to determine the coefficient of refraction.
Okay.
And I'm not like an optics expert or something. I'm just going off the top of my head here, but
okay. So what is the true definition then?
What is the true definition
of Snell's law? What is the definition?
So Snell's law, it says that if there's a ray that comes in.
Now I want a definition.
I mean, I'd have to go like off the Google definition, right? Ray of light crossing a path between the boundary of two different materials, right? Two different densities.
Two different materials.
Well, two different densities. It can be the same material.
Two different materials, right?
No, I mean it could be the same material, right? Like a lens, right, is the same material, right? Whether it's glass or polycarbonate or whatever. But in some places it's thicker, in some places it's thinner. So it'll slow the speed of the ray more in the thicker part and less in the thinner part. So you'll get more refraction in the thicker part and less refraction in the thinner part, right?
What was it? The boundary, right, of two different materials. So you have the lens and the air.
It doesn't have to be material; it just has to be density, right?
So what is the official? What is the definition then? What is the definition of Snell's law? I mean, you've been in this for a long time.
Two contacting substances. I mean, I'm not a big Snell's law kind of guy. I mean,
so
it's not
why
an
did you
argument that I go
invoke it
to.
then? Why did you invoke it then?
Well, it's because you're trying to say that the black swan is bulletproof proof that we don't live on a ball, right? It's the ultimate evidence, right? Even though they throw away all the other evidence that contradicts it, right? Like just the evidence of that same exact platform on a clear day where it's not all distorted and the crane doesn't look like a fish hook, right? But you guys don't like that one because that one shows obstruction, right? So you say no. if there's ever a time where you don't see obstruction, then therefore it cannot be a ball, right? Which is a claim that would have to be proven, right? You'd have to prove that refraction cannot happen in the way that the globers say, and that the refraction cannot account for us seeing to the bottom of the.
That's not how it works, right? That's not how it works. The burden of proof is on you to show how this and demonstrate this.
We don't have to prove anything to you guys. We don't have to prove anything. We've got centuries of brilliant people that have looked at this. We've got all the evidence of that we live on a globe Earth, right? So it's you guys that have to prove that it's flat. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to present you anything.
The radius, you got that? The validation of the radius?
Yeah, just go to a mountain and measure the drop of the horizon, and then work out with how much elevation, how much drop you got, and then you'll get a rough R value that'll perfectly match, the same R value you'd get by measuring shadows.
The horizon is Earth curvature.
I just told you that it is.
So the black
physical curvature, yeah, it's obstruction.
The black swan proves that the radius is 237,000 miles.
What?
So if the horizon is Earth curvature, the black swan proves that the radius is 237,000 miles.
Yeah, if you were to only use that one data point, yes, that's true. That's why we don't use just one data point, right? Because you can get noise in your data, you can get a bad measurement, right? I don't use a rusty. I don't take one measurement with a rusty tape measure and say, oh, see, look, in this particular case, this table is now over 4 feet. Therefore, there could never be a table less than 4 feet or whatever, right? Make some stupid universal umbrella claim.
You told us the horizon is moving. How can I then validate the radius if the horizon is always moving? How? Right? You could pick conditions.
You could pick conditions where you see minimal refraction, and then you could take multiple measurements, multiple days, different conditions. Especially if you get up not so close to the water where you have maximum refractive effects, right? You take measurements from higher elevations and different high elevations on clear days, and you're going to get very consistent measurements day to day, year to year, and you can plot those all out on paper, and then you can make a calculation, and then you can use a totally different, unrelated method like measuring the angles of celestial objects, measuring shadows, and get the same exact value using that totally independent measurement.
Still begging the question that the light is bending over the curve, right? Without the radius.
Question.
It is.
No.
Right, so what do you need?
Anytime you ask a question about anything, you can say it's begging the question, right? But that's how we work. That's how we figure stuff out, right? We say, I wonder if it works this way. Well, if it works this way, then we should expect this to happen, right? And you say, well, that's begging the question. But that's literally how we've ever learned anything about anything, including how you've learned things in your own life. Right?
That's how you learned about flat Earth, by questioning mainstream science. Like, you had to bring up questions, you had to get uncomfortable in the room for us all to get to this point to begin with, right? I don't know. I just like what you said there.
It is really not what we are talking about. You're talking about.
But how do you know that that's not, like, how do you know so for sure on what the right thing is to talk about? Like, you're just so married to what you know. Like, how do you know, like, maybe he'll say some shit, like, where he's going to go somewhere with what he's saying, and then you're going to find out it gives you more evidence for the flat. Like, do
you have a gas oven or an electric oven in your house?
Me?
Hello?
Sorry.
No, the guy that I was just arguing with. I didn't see his name.
Roger, I think.
That you, Roger?
Yeah.
Do you have a gas? Do you heat your food with gas or electricity?
Electricity.
Okay. Is it begging the question for you to say the electricity is what heats my food? The energy coming from the electricity is what heats my food.
No, because we can dissect the apparatus and look at what it does, right? Measure it.
So describe an experiment for me that we can use to determine that wouldn't be begging the question prima facie.
How is this analogous for your refraction claim? How is it?
Because anytime you do any kind of experiment, you have to quote unquote beg the question, right? You say, okay, I'm making this assumption that this is how this works, And if it does work this way, I can do this test and see if it really works this way. No, that's begging the question. That's literally any kind of experiment that you create. You make an assumption that something works a certain way, and then you test it.
What is an experiment? Tell me. What is an experiment? What is an
What do you mean, what is an
experiment?
experiment?
Sorry?
What do you mean, what is an experiment?
Yeah, well, what is an experiment? What does it need for it to be an experiment?
We're not going to go down. Do you guys just repeat everything Quantum Eraser says? We're not going to go down Quantum Erasers, independent variable, dependent variable. Yeah, that his elementary understanding of what science is. Are you guys just going to repeat that? Do you guys have any creative thoughts of your own?
Dude, just because you have nothing doesn't mean attacking one of us is going to make the Earth a globe. Try again.
I'm not attacking. You guys are parroting Quantum Erasers if we haven't heard this stupid, silly argument from him.
Quantum Eraser speaks the truth, just like a lot. Quantum Eraser speaks the truth, just like a lot of us. He's just very precise about it.
He decides what science is, right? He decides that astronomy is not science.
No, he doesn't.
Theology is not science.
No, he doesn't.
I'm not the one calling people names here.
That's ad homs. It's Quantum Eraser and ad homs, bro.
I mean, it's literally his argument, right? And in science, I mean, there's a whole bunch of quotes from top scientists that say that there is no one scientific method, that there is no one way to, just like all the things that you've learned, all the things that you've learned in your life as a human being on this planet have not been done through Quantum Eraser's, multiple step scientific process. You've learned truths about reality using other methods, none of which included Quantum Eraser's 3-step program, right?
3-step program? Dude, look up the definition of an experiment. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, that's like literally an elementary textbook version of an experiment, right? But if you look into any other higher text, they tell you that this is something we teach for students to get them into the thought process.
Razor?
I mean, just think about it. If you've learned truths about reality without using this method, why should anybody be shackled to using this one method to determine truths about reality? Right?
Shackled to the one method that is better than all the other ones to show us what's empirical and objective.
You haven't used that yourself to determine almost all the knowledge you have in your head about reality. You haven't used that method.
Have you been me? Have you been me my whole life?
Oh, okay. So you've set up an experiment for every single thing that you believe to be true in your life. Don't be ridiculous.
For the flat Earth, I sure have.
Don't be this intellectual. No, I'm talking about everything in general, right?
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the Earth.
Okay, so you probably believe that, unless you own an electric car, you probably believe your gas car runs on gas. Have you set up an experiment to test whether your gas car runs on gas?
I'm not talking about beliefs here, number one. Number two, we aren't talking about cars and gas, brother.
We're talking about beliefs. Ultimately, science is about beliefs, right? Justified true beliefs. That's what we call truth, right?
Are you asking me? I'm just going to let you go until you're finished.
No, I mean, you yourself do not use that methodology to determine the truths about reality, right?
If I'm going to perform a scientific experiment, you bet I use
forget about scientific experiments. There's things in life that you believe are true that you've arrived at without doing these experiments, have you not?
Of course, that's life, but that's not what we're talking about here.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the Earth, bud. Flat or spherical?
Ultimately, science is about acquiring knowledge about reality, right? There's no reason why
you want to wax intellectual in place of giving evidence for the globe. That's fine, but
I'm not here to present evidence of the globe. I don't need to present evidence.
Oh,
the evidence
okay. Then what the fuck are you doing here? What are you doing here then?
I'm here to entertain everybody.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. All I needed was that admission. You're not here to learn or help learn. You're just here to entertain. Like
don't joke yourself. There's nothing to learn.
Hey man, Jake's been actually asking some good questions and trying to debate peacefully. I mean, he's definitely not being a piece of shit.
Yeah, I am getting a little hot under the collar, so I'm going to tone it down a little bit and apologize. But no, I don't need to come here and prove the shape. I don't come here to prove the shape of the Earth or to march evidence in front of you guys so you can go, not good enough. You didn't use this.
I thought you were calming down.
I am calming down. I'm trying to be a little bit animated, and I'm trying to be entertaining a little bit. Sorry if it's coming off.
That's not what we do here. We don't exist for anyone's entertainment. So
I'm trying to entertain you guys, not the other way around.
Yeah, I think
I'm trying to be entertaining, and I think that both the Globers and the flat earthers are somewhat entertained, right? I mean, I'm sure they're all thinking, "Oh, this brainwashed Glober, he's so blind, he's a sheeple, he doesn't see the truth of the flat Earth that was started on the internet by a stand-up comedian named Matt Powerland as a comic gig and a yoga instructor who copied, Samuel Rowbotham's 100-year-old, proofs of the Earth."
Let me know when your tantrum is finished, young man.
Jake.
What's up, bro? What's up?
Jake, it's not working. You don't sound funny, buddy. You sound like an ass.
Tough crowd.
Seriously,
Tough crowd.
mate. Just chill, mate. No, not tough crowd. Wrong gig.
Wrong gig, indeed.
I mean, I don't know. Jake's just coming here asking you guys questions. I mean, yeah, it's a little silly.
We don't need your color. We don't need you to tell us what Jake does and doesn't do. Okay.
You don't need to white knight for your friend.
We don't need.
He's not my friend, dude. I just can't. This is my
Okay,
first time here, man.
so stop that.
You know why? And this is kind of why I'm here is because, I kind of liked a lot of what was going on with Flat Earth, but I see people that get so married to the idea and they start like defending it, just like how brown earthers do. Like,
it's not an idea, kid. It's the reality of the situation.
Okay, sure.
Take it or leave it.
Yeah, where you have to just completely ignore, things in your reality and pretend like they're magic. That's a very reasonable position to have.
Like curvature?
So we've never seen curvature. That's right, Roger. So we've never seen curvature, but it's there. Tell me about that.
Obstruction is not curvature. It's just some weird.
Never said that.
So what is obstruction then?
Not curvature.
Oh, what is
Correct.
it then? Okay, what is it
Obstruction
then?
is not curvature.
What
obstruction is something that blocks your view between A and B. Come on.
Right. So when you look at like Ranty's million pictures of the wind turbines and things where they're like the entire blazer in the water.
That's where you fuck up, dude. We're not talking about Ranty or anything he did. Try again.
What do you mean? He was like a huge proponent of the flat Earth. Right?
I don't care. I don't care what Ranty does with his life, dude. We're talking about.
You guys have all seen pictures of obstruction, right? You guys have seen ships being obstructed, right? What's causing that obstruction? Here's the simple question. What causes the moon phases on the flat Earth? What causes the moon phases?
Hold on.
Who knows? It's magic.
The sky does not equal the ground. The sky does not equal the ground.
We can't look at the sky because everything about the sky debunks the flat Earth. So rule number 1, never look at the sky. Everything in the sky debunks flat Earth. Do not talk about the sky. What causes the moon phases? Who knows? If
you want to determine what you're standing on, you probably don't want to look anywhere else but what you're standing on. Does that make sense to you?
No, it makes no sense at all. Like if I'm walking across a gym, I can look at the ceiling and determine my position in the gym by looking at the ceiling, can I not?
What if you've never been to the gym before? Then what?
Well, then what you'd have to do is walk around the gym. Then what you do is you walk around the gym and you look at the sky. You see how the sky changes in different positions, and then you can walk around the gym. Oh, thanks. I just debunked your point there.
We're not in a gym. Okay. There's no gym ceiling. There's no gym floor.
Other than when we're determining the truth of the flat Earth, you can never look up in the sky to determine what you're standing on, because that would just debunk the flat Earth. Therefore, don't ever look at the sky. Nothing in there can be talked about, and it's all magic, and no one knows how it works.
I'm glad he's having a good time. Do you know that you're poking fun at people like kids do in high school when they make fun of people? You know you're doing that, right?
To be fair, you guys are doing it right back to him.
Yeah, I mean,
he brought it.
It's honestly, it's really a silly, childish idea.
But you guys could stop it. I mean, flat Earth, you're supposed to be a little bit more enlightened.
What causes the moon phases? Who knows? Why does everyone see the same phase of the moon? Why does everyone see the same phase and face of the moon everywhere on the flat Earth? Who knows? Even though you're looking at opposite sides of the floating moon flat disk, and the disk never looks like an ellipse, right? It always looks like a circle, right?
Who said that?
Or is the moon a sphere over the flat Earth? There's a lot of debate over that.
I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? It's magic. We can't look up. No one knows. No one knows what the moon is. No one knows what the sky is. Oh, so if gravity and orbits are fake,
is it okay that humans don't have the science settled? Is it okay that humans haven't figured something out yet with you? Is that okay with you?
Believe so.
Who beat me to it? Who beat me to it? Roger, was that you?
Sorry?
Somebody beat me to it. Somebody beat me to it.
No, I was getting out of my car. I didn't do anything.
No, that's true.
I just still don't understand why.
Well, anyway, I apologize
impossible.
if somebody was trying to get something done with that fucking loser, but I can't stand it anymore. So I had to jump.
Yeah, it sucks that it just everything I say debunks the flat Earth. I mean, it sucks. I know. Gosh.
What?
What can you do? Yeah, I mean, like, orbits are fake. There's no, oh my god, a spinning ball and an atmosphere sticking to it. But yeah, we look at like Jupiter and Saturn. We see objects or an orbit around it. We see, see an atmosphere on the surface swirling around.
Who's we, brother? When did you and I observe that together? Who's we?
I've observed that. What do you mean? Anyone that has more than a couple thousand to spend on a telescope.
You said we. You said we.
We in the colloquial we.
Oh, okay. So just in a general, broad sense, not specific. Like
it's not like you can't. It's not like you can't go on. You can't go online and buy a decent telescope and have it in your door at Amazon Prime 2 days later, right? Like you can go see this for yourself. But no, we can't talk about that because everything in the sky is about the flat Earth.
When was the last time you measured the Earth?
Well, back when I first started, I was actually serious about proving the shape of the Earth. I did do, I'd go at different elevations and measure the horizon.
No.
And then I also measured
what did
the
you
angle
measure?
of the sun.
How did you actually directly measure the Earth? How'd you do that? Or have you yet? Wait a second.
What constitutes
have
a direct
you not even
measurement
measured
in
the
your
Earth
book?
yet? You're coming here like this?
No, I did measure the Earth. What constitutes as a direct measurement? Like I'd have to squeeze it between my fingers, the whole Earth? Like, what would constitute a direct measurement for you?
You'd have to get to a frozen lake or something like that, know exactly the distance between A and B, get your little laser out, do a little test over a certain elevation.
Are lasers subject to refraction?
I don't know. I don't think so, because if you're doing line of sight, it's line of sight, kid. It's line of sight.
Yeah, line of sight is still, line of sight
so
can
even
still be
if
refracted.
It's, dude, listen, I can see my friend with a mirror 4 to 5 plus miles away over a frozen lake. Shouldn't be able to do that if there's even 10 feet of drop. There's not even 10 feet of drop. Dude, you can't use refraction as an excuse. It's unfalsifiable.
You do know George Hotnuck, and he did the Lake Rainy measurements on a frozen lake bed where he literally spent
I
weeks
wasn't with him, so that's moot.
He was doing this, planning it for a year.
Who he invited.
He invited all the flat earthers to come. Not one showed up. A bunch of Globers did, but not one showed up. What does that say about these truth seekers who want the real truth? And then when Soundly, where they were saying that all of Soundly's pictures are fake of Lake Pontchartrain and the curvature is fake.
This is all just people saying stuff, dude.
He rented a hotel room, did a weekend live stream, invited all the flat earthers to come to his hotel room. Lots of Globers came by. Not one flat earther who wants to know.
Do you want to
the
say
real
that
truth.
a third time as if anybody was listening? Dude, this is cool stories. Listening. Where's your measurement of Earth curvature?
I don't need to provide any measurements to you.
There you go. There you go. See?
Yeah, well, I'm not here to prove anything to you guys. I'm here to poke fun at how silly and stupid flat Earth is.
Well, you're doing the exact opposite, but go ahead, keep trying.
I think I'm doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, you do.
We can't look at the sky. Nobody look at the sky. It's really dangerous because it completely debunks flat Earth and it's all magic and no one knows how any of it works, even though it all perfectly.
Do you know what happens when bullies just stand there and go, doo, doo, doo. They change their voice as if they're making fun of somebody?
Really
the whole school laughs at them after class because what a fucking moron. What a loser.
Yeah, this guy is an absolute psychopathic retard admitting that he's scared to death of the actual concept that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, we need to take some clips from this one.
Do you guys think he's like quote unquote stupid because of the way he's acting, or because he believes, or because he believes in the?
No, listen, he's got a moral deficiency, and that's why he's speaking at all.
No normal human being could act that way unless they're possessed by something.
Yep.
Well, okay, so that's why you think
be saying that. Isn't it like you got banned multiple times?
More concerned trolling.
Someone was roboting just a second ago. Who was speaking?
Yeah, the concerned troll was trolling.
No, that was Serve the Alarm, I believe. Or Serve the Lamb.
Oh, yeah, Serve the I Lamb.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you've been roboting the whole time. I serve the I Lamb. Or the one lamb, or whatever that is.
Yeah, when people point out the fact of the spiritual conflict, they get harassed. Normal.
Well, I mean, he just ruined his whole thing by admitting he's not here to talk about truth. He's here to poke fun at people.
Oh yeah, Snake on a Plane is an absolute
He's
psychopath.
famous. He's a fun, remember?
Just a nut job. He's claiming. I mean, what type of psychopath? He's claiming he knows what the sun and moon are. You're talking to a psychopath. I'm sorry.
Well,
I agree
to play the devil's advocate in behalf of Jake. It's almost like you guys.
I don't know
are doing
about that.
Okay, well, it's almost like you guys are doing the same thing back. It's like he does talk about some stuff, but then you guys have
trolling. It's more control.
Yeah, do you want to talk about Jake, or do you want to talk about do you want to have a direct conversation with one of us, or do you want to talk about Jake? Who's muted?
No, I'm just here for my first time. I don't know what this really is all about, man. I just got here, heard you. I thought Jake was on your guys' team. That's what he said, but I think it was a joke.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I know that now. Yeah, I see that now. But I mean, I'm just here to kind of observe.
Well, I've only been here a minute. I was listening on the outside for about 5 minutes, and the guy just lost his mind every time Glatflow would ask him a question, spiral, and talk about everything but the question. How could that be Glatflow's fault? Is that Glat's fault or?
Well, okay, this is the way I was thinking. He had to like explain different shit to get to the overall point. Like just because like what you're asking is not getting a direct answer doesn't mean that he's not going to eventually get to it. Like some things take like more words than just one or two.
Well, okay, there's two things there. One, you're concern trolling again. I don't know if you guys are friends or not really, but don't worry about him.
I'm not.
Let's focus on you and I's conversation. Second, it's really simple. If there were direct measurement of Earth curvature, we wouldn't have to keep asking for it, and it would be very easy to provide immediately after the question was asked. Okay, you wouldn't have to dance around it and eventually get to the point, my friend.
All right, fair enough.
The guy was displaying cognitive dissonance. He's been doing this for a very long time. He knows the ropes. That's why he got absolutely triggered and spiraled when somebody said, well, can you explain to us what a scientific experiment is? And of course, he immediately mentioned quantum eraser and how everybody just, follows quantum eraser, more ad hominems. And he just lost his mind. Just asking what a scientific experiment causes an adult to lose his mind like that. I mean, who are we talking to? I mean, if Glatflow and myself were on the street talking to people, I've had this crazy idea that they wouldn't act that. Just a hunch.
I guarantee you, if he and I were in person, he would not be acting that way, for sure. But that's neither here nor there.
You can tell what the truth is just by how people approach it. You don't need it. These people are the greatest evidence I could ever ask.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, Anthony, that's what we deal with around here is dishonest people who want to come in and just make fun of other people. I'd say that's pretty evil, wouldn't you?
No, I mean, I don't know the whole story. I mean, if that's really how it's been going down, then fair enough, man. Yeah.
Didn't you hear him?
Well, I'm very unbiased. I tried to listen very unbiasedly, and I mean, I seen some red flags from you guys and him. I guess you know what I mean. But it's just it's conversation, man. Like no one's perfect. Everyone's gonna get frustrated, especially and it could be the matter of who started it first and whatnot too. Like I don't know who started the aggressiveness.
Well, do you think Anthony? Do you think we went to their hangout and started harassing them, or did they come here and start harassing?
It depends if this is like an open discussion, then no.
It depends. We might have all gone over there and to
no. I don't know what this specifically is. No. You misunderstood. I don't know what this specifically is for. Is this for like flat earthers to talk about one another?
Well, yeah, that's the thing is that this channel allows everybody to come here. I'm not even allowed to go to the Globe Earth channels. I've been banned from thousands of channels because I'm kind of good at what I do. And we're not allowed to go there, but everybody's allowed to come here. And that's how they treat us this way because they're allowed to come here. They're the ones abusing us. We're not even allowed to go to their channel.
I mean, fair enough, man. Like I said, I mean, I'm completely new to this also. I'm just trying to be unbiased. And I mean, if I wanted to stick up for Jake because, you guys got a lot of ammo on your side, it seems. And there's a bunch of you guys. So I felt like I had to.
Anthony, you're exactly right. We do have a bunch of ammo.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I've heard some,
and that's
I've
the
seen,
problem. He threw himself into the gauntlet, my friend, and he knows exactly what he's getting into every time he comes here. So if he gets triggered, it's for our entertainment at best. Does that make sense?
And no, you guys gave me a lot of context in it, so yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and I don't want to be a jerk to anybody, but it's almost like a tough love thing, at least for me. Other people do it other ways, right? There are people who are a little lighter hearted about it. There are other people like Quantum Eraser who are very direct, if I can say that. But I'm somewhere in the middle. If you come after people personally without having science behind your argument, then I'm going to do the same thing to you, but with science behind my outburst. And conversely, if someone comes here with, like, you've been respectful, Anthony. Even if you were concerned trolling for a second, I understand.
Well, I didn't.
You've been respectful.
I wasn't trying to, at least.
Right. Okay. Well, now think about that next time. You were defending some, and don't do it on Flat or Globe, right? Just come here to have a conversation, you and someone else. Who, if someone else gets eviscerated, Flat or Globe, just let it happen, right? Just let it be. But anyway, yeah. So I come here to learn and to help people learn in that order. Okay, I don't know everything, and I'm never gonna know everything. I know what I know, and I know that I hate to see my fellow man down in the doldrums, in the gutter, willingly taking it, licking that boot. I think that my fellow man is better than that, and I want to try to help him out of that rut. So.
Well said, man. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough to like really start debating stuff, so that's what I'm just kind of stopping to listen and, I don't know, say a couple words.
And my friend, that is intellectually honest, and around here we really do appreciate that.
Hell yeah, brother.
Cool.
Well, if there were anything to know from their side, we'd be talking about it. They don't have claim, let alone evidence.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing a lot. I mean, here's a good question for, I don't know, anyone that wants to answer. So obviously I've been looking into some of the flat earth stuff, and people are doing like pretty cool experiments and shit. And I hear a lot of people say like, yeah, you know, if you do this experiment, do that experiment, it works. But has any of you guys actually done one of these experiments? I'm just like any of them, you know?
Well, I kind of just, I go past experiment and I do long range observation, which are not experiments. So, you know, that's a colloquial term, but so I go beyond experiment. There's no such thing as a scientific experiment that can tell us what the earth is. Science isn't, you know, a what is system, you know? So the experiments and stuff, I mean, a lot of people do them and there are some decent ones, but I think long range observations are a lot more powerful.
What do you mean? Like standing on a cliff and horizon stuff, all that? Like
seeing the bottom of a mountain, seeing the bottom of a mountain that's higher than the bottom of the city. When the city's 50 miles in front of it, the mountain should be lower than the city, the bottom of the mountain at least, for one example. You know, there's thousands, there's millions of examples of seeing things way too far. There are no examples of seeing the curve. That's what I'm telling you, that there isn't even a claim ever in anybody's history of somebody using a camera and going, yep, that's our limit, there's the view and I can't see any farther. It's never happened. That's the point.
Right. And then obviously, as me being a round guy, I would go and say, well, NASA. But I already get it. Like you got, and like it makes sense. Like even though I don't believe,
NASA, you can't say that. NASA doesn't have a claim though. NASA,
no, that's what
NASA
I'm saying that too. Yeah.
But NASA can't tell you. If you go to call NASA right now and ask them, when can I experience or see Earth curvature, they have no answer. Then ask them, okay, well, how high do I have to go to see Earth curvature? And they still have no answer. There's no claim. But when they show us cartoons on TV, all of a sudden it appears. They never show us a continuous transitional point from the ground to this magical place where the Earth starts to look like a ball. It just cuts off. The camera always cuts off every time it matters, and then it goes from flat to ball. There is no transition point. There is a cartoon system that they show. They make these videos in a studio, you know, CGI, water pools, things like that. As a photographer, it's very easy for me to see. I know that most people maybe can't see it, but it's really easy. Once you start just looking at a couple of things, you'll notice that it's all fake. It's just they don't have a claim. The point is they can't tell you when we can experience a baller.
Right. And obviously, like, I totally understand where I don't believe it, but like I don't have an argument against that because I get it because it could be. Like I don't think I'm not married to the fact that all these are real pictures or videos, but I get it. Like yeah, they definitely could be fucking fake. I mean, if no one told me Superman was real, I would think it was because of a movie.
Well, here's what you're going to notice first, Anthony. When you start looking back at like the ISS footage, which is the most commonly video for people that believe in a ball, you'll start noticing that not only do they never turn around, which in a outer space should be free space enough for me to just turn around and do a 360 view. You'll also know that there are no other satellites in space. There are no other objects out there with this one supposed satellite. And as you look on Earth, there are no airplanes.
Yeah. No, that's actually
airplanes.
I've watched the ISS live stream. That's funny that you said that. Like there are no. I didn't think about that, but thinking back to it, there weren't. But could that be just because of maybe they're really low in the atmosphere, or like you know what I mean, like lower?
There's supposed to be 20,000 other vehicles up there. There's also another 150,000 aircraft on Earth. But when we see the videos, there are zero. That's the problem because they're not real.
That's a fair enough. I want to look into that point. That's actually a good one.
Yeah, look into the ISS footage. It's all very sus because they just they only keep the camera like pointed at like a 15 to 30 foot little area. Yeah, I mean anyway, and that stuff's to me that's. And I like what Exo was saying about long distance observations. My family has a house in Snowmass, Colorado, and we used to go up there all the time to go snowboarding and skiing. Now we just rent the place out, but. Even as soon as last year, and I've been into flat Earth for 7 years now. Let's see. I've known it's flat for 7 years. I've been researching stuff like this for a long time. Anyway, so at the top of Snowmass Mountain, it's 14,000-ish feet. We'll be generous and say it's only 14,000.
Right.
And at the top of Snowmass Mountain, I can see over 100 miles east and see the Red Rocks amphitheater area. I can see Pikes Peak. I can see Golden, Colorado. My stepsister lives in Golden. Okay, 100 plus miles southwest of Snowmass, I can see Ouray. I can see Telluride. I should not be able to see any of those places, anywhere near them, if Earth were the globe with the dimensions they say it is. Okay.
Okay. You actually seen this yourself?
Absolutely.
You would be able to see some sort of distortion of curvature at that ability.
Yeah.
There'd be over 15,000 feet of curvature.
And the reason I know he's right, and the reason I know about the Red Rocks one is because my dad had always wanted to take me to Red Rocks. He never got the chance to, but I would always locate it when I was at the top of Snowmass Mountain because it's really high, and I wanted to just be able to point it out. You know what I mean? Why not? And so I would, at the top, every time I'd get to the top of, I forget the chairlift name. But anyway, it's only a 2-seater chairlift because it goes way to the top. And yeah, it's just beautiful up there, but I can see for miles and miles. I can see for miles. You know what I mean? Like it just, and it's nice. It's gorgeous. I would much rather have it be flat than, any curvature because I wouldn't be able to see so far,
Okay. You ever take binoculars out there? That'd be interesting, right? Like how far can you see then?
Oh, I don't know. Just with the naked eye, I can see over 100 miles. Yeah, I haven't taken binoculars up there. I will say that a nice pair of binoculars I wouldn't want to snowboard with those on my person. But, yeah, I get what you're saying. Absolutely. I would love to.
So, okay, let me tell you where my brain goes with that. So
Anthony, real quick.
Okay, yeah. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't want you to lose the thing that you were just asking about because there is an official world record to the limit of a photographer showing a long distance observation with a zooming lens, and it's about 373 miles. I think it's in France, sure. But there are times without demarcators, without distance markers, where there's certain times on the horizon when I've been on an airplane, I know I'm looking over 2,000 miles. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not going to show you that tonight. But I did record that a couple of years ago. But that's the thing is that these world records are already in existence, and they're not by flat earthers, but they're seeing 373 miles flat. They didn't even realize what they were seeing. You know what I mean? So again, there's not a claim for curve.
Okay, fair enough.
I can find the picture of that real quick.
Yeah, go for it. let me get this out, I guess, before I do forget. So obviously people will say, okay, that's refraction. I personally, I think that's kind of ridiculous. Like, I'm not on board with you guys quite yet, so don't get excited. But I also do think some of some of the stuff that we're saying is ridiculous. Like, come on, it's not like reflective stuff like that. Like, that's just, there's no way. But I do say, like, hey, like science is wrong a lot. Maybe theirs is a little bigger than what we thought. Like, that's where my mind goes first. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
how big does it have to be before? I mean, like, how big do you have to keep assuming that it is, right?
Okay, wait, sorry.
Hold on.
Wait, no,
go ahead.
Hold on, though.
But let me do one more thing before. I don't want, because I don't want to go too far without saying this. So I use that as an example because it could have been 1 of 1,000. Like, maybe it's because it's too big. Maybe it's because of this. Like, maybe it's like something that we're not even questioning, right? Like, the answer is something that we're not even talking about right now.
I have to explain though, Anthony, because we
go ahead.
We already have intercontinental travel, so none of that's gonna fly, because when we fly, we depend on a flat plane. So when we have intercontinental travel, when we do waypoints, since I've flown a lot in my life, I just know we fly from point A to point B, and then we fly from point B to point A when we come back. I mean, that's just how it works. And these distances are obviously not something that could be drastically different. They'd have to be within a very tiny margin of error. And the worldwide map, the AE map, or the flag of the United Nations, is what these airlines are based off of. Even the Navy uses that map, and it's an azimuthal equidistant flat Earth map for a reason. So all the distances of all the the continents, whether we know them or not, well, it doesn't matter. The airplanes go there, and it's dependent on the fact that the Earth isn't some other size. Thanks.
Okay. I mean, I don't know so much to comment back to it. I'll just have to say, okay. But I don't know.
Well, you already know that flights happen. Everybody already knows international flights happen. This is not something that's being contested. This is something that everybody knows, and it can't be challenged. That's how easy this topic is. None of the points that I'm going to bring up are challengeable. Like, everybody in existence admits they experience a stationary plane of existence. Nobody experiences a ball. That's you. That's your friend. That's that's your family. That's your lineage. Everybody in history has experienced that. So there is no argument, including flight paths, right? If we know that it takes 15 hours to get from Asia to North America, then the Earth can't be 10 times bigger than they told us. It's just that simple.
Oh, no, I totally understand what you're saying now. Okay, yeah, I get that. Like, a lot of the questions, we're not even questioning the shit because it's obvious. Yeah, okay.
It's obvious we already operate this way. The whole world is already dependent on the fact that Russia isn't going to be 1,000 hours away. It's only going to be 15 hours away. Yeah.
No, that's a good point. Absolutely.
Hey, also, I posted in the Livestream voice text the article on the Guinness Book of World Records longest line of sight photograph. It's 443 kilometers. That's impossible on any kind of globe. I don't care how you frame it.
Yeah, looking at the photo, the biggest problem is that you can see that it's flat. That's it.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, there's nothing to talk about. That's why you'll notice that I don't have to explain anything.
Yeah, go to nearest lake, large body of water, and look over it. See if you see any curve. It's that simple.
Speaking of planes, I always have to come in with this argument because I think that if you can visualize this and understand.
You can even measure the water level on a shore, and then you go to the other shore, pick another point, and measure the water level, and you will see you have a level.
Yeah, just think about
all
sea
across.
level. How could we have sea level? How could it be level everywhere on Earth? It's fall, right? You're looking at 30-mile stretch. A 30-mile stretch of a horizon that's perfectly straight, and then you're supposed to believe that 3 miles out in front of you, there's enough curve to hide a boat.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Take a boat. Go on a lake, and use a plumb tool to drop it down to the bottom, and you can measure how deep the lake and the shape of the bottom of the lake according to the lake level, water level. Yeah.
Who is it who's the guy that people are talking to here?
Oh, I guess me at the moment, but like not. I don't know like a bunch of information. I'm kind of just new here, so I'm just. I don't
Gotcha.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll send you some links.
What do you think about gravity?
No super strong feelings about it. Like I heard your guys' argument with density, and I'm cool with it. Like I'm not married to gravity, so like density makes sense to me at least. So
that's
too.
That's
yeah.
good.
Yeah, I have a real open mind.
You see, gravity can be attacked from an infinite vectors of angles.
I have to ask you now, since you asked him that. How do you feel about purple elephants with golden feathers?
They're dreamlike.
So the problem there is that
it's the same kind of question.
I'm not mad at Get, but I wouldn't ask you that. Obviously, there's this magical word gravity that hold on, Anthony, that's her name. Anthony has already noticed many of the habits of these people, so he already knows that the word gravity is used as an epoxy patch kit for your boat. When you're out on a lake and you need a fix real quick because you're taking on water, just say gravity.
Exactly.
And the fairy will appear and patch your boat. That is the solution and magical fix for every single problem and the magical ball cartoon religion. All you have to do is say what? Gravity.
Say
right. You'll say
they
gravity.
use it on ISS also.
Right, which is okay. So hold on. Let me explain. Right, let me explain this real quick. So gravity is this duct tape, right? This perpetual duct. Now, gravity and evolution got together, and they had a new baby in 2015, and the baby's name is refraction. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because you brought it up earlier, Anthony. You mentioned refraction, and that's the thing is that nobody in their right mind has ever claimed refraction until the atheist community noticed that flat Earth was growing in around 2015, 2016. So they started making this psychotic claim that the world just always looks flat because of this magical refraction, but it's not. What they've done right off the bat, Anthony, is that they've admitted they can't trust their eyes. So they've already removed a possibility for a claim. So anybody who says refraction no longer can make a claim because they've already admitted they can't trust their eyes. And if you can't trust your eyes, you can't then change your mind and tell me when you can claim it's what we're seeing. So it's over for that group. Sorry.
Right.
Thank you, XO.
And they reverse engineered all the concepts. That they mimic perspective with their curvature calculator, and you can just, once you really look into this, you'll find that everything's just been completely reverse engineered.
So are there this is obviously a pretty big quote unquote conspiracy. I know that to you guys it's real and shit like that, but to me right now it's a conspiracy. So is there any for a big I looked into other conspiracies about 9/11 and JFK shooting. I don't know, those are very obvious ones, but just for examples. And I found that some of these some conspiracies kind of have puzzle pieces to them, as in they both connect. You learn about one conspiracy theory and then all of a sudden you learn about another one, and then a couple years later oh wow, they matched up, almost the Jeffrey Epstein Island thing, and then people were talking about there's a big problem with children, and then all of a sudden that stuff comes out, and then those two connected all of a sudden, right? The child trafficking.
Well, when you say it came out, then you have to, there's levels to everything. The onion has so many layers that you have to peel back. It's when you talk about controlled opposition and some of these stories that are just fabricated to give answers that aren't really the real answers, but a subterfuge answer. You know what the word subterfuge means?
Almost like deception in words, if that maybe.
Well, it's like if I wanted you to have a bad opinion about a certain thing, then I would just go represent that thing in a poor way so that your opinion would be bad of that thing, even though I'm a show of someone that wasn't even involved. I just portrayed them poorly on purpose, so
absolutely
and muddy the waters,
So Anthony asked about the conspiracy. Yeah, what were you saying, Anthony? Go into detail about the conspiracy question.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna do it very generally because it's kind of a vague question. Are there any other conspiracy theories that connect with flat Earth? You know what I mean?
Oh my goodness! Oh, listen.
Absolutely.
Yes, a billion deceptions are connected to this, and that's why this is such a big deal. Because once
wait, was your question are there other conspiracy? Yeah, it's okay. So the thing about flat Earth
you
is,
can't hear me, Glad? Do you hear me?
once
Right,
Am I
go
cutting
ahead.
out?
You're talking. Hey, Flo,
Am I
you're
cutting
talking
out?
over
Glad, do you
XO.
hear
Let
me?
him
Am I
finish.
cutting out?
oh, I can't even hear XO. I'm sorry.
Well, you can't hear me. Did you ask him if
You
if
might
you
have
can
to
hear me?
rejoin
Right?
sometime.
I can hear you. XO, I've been able to hear you this whole time.
Yeah, but
right, Anthony
Glad Flo was
I gotta
talking over him.
reconnect.
Yeah,
Sorry,
if you
let me
reconnect.
reconnect.
Go ahead, reconnect.
Go ahead, XO. Maybe he's reconnecting too.
Okay. Yeah, real quick, Anthony. I'll just make this. I got to go anyway soon, but it's too late. It's almost 1 here. So Anthony, yes, that's the thing about this topic. The reason so many people hate this deception, when you uncover the fact that the Earth isn't a magical ball in a cartoon vacuum space, it unravels and exposes thousands of other deceptions. That means all the things they told us about the distances of these things and galaxies and all this BS is all a lie, including all the false wars, the government control, the last 70 years of fake space programs. And it also means that all the governments are in on it together and that there aren't separate governments, just as they've proved that last year when every single government made everybody wear special face diapers. So there is only one government now. Everybody knows this, and it's crazy because we're off into a spiritual topic here, which I'm not ready to get involved with, and that's not what the server wants me to do right now. But this is much worse than just evil men. It's much farther than that. And remember, most people are not in on the conspiracy. Most people are stupid, pathetic noobs that, got a certificate in high school, then college, and they think they're really smart when they're not. And they're just like these gullible, pathetic atheists that I meet all the time online. They're not.
No.
Hold on. They're not. Hold on. Okay, take a bong hit. There you go. Get careful. So they're not in on the conspiracy.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah. They're not in on the conspiracy. They're a victim of it. Just like billions of other people. They're not in.
No, I absolutely love that you said that at the end there, because I do see arguments going on like, oh, how can everyone be in on this? But like I at least can come to the understanding of like, yo, like they don't even know that they're doing evil shit. Like I get that point.
Right. Yeah. Like last example, like when I was in the army in 2011, does that mean I was on the conspiracy to say that there was weapons of mass destruction?
Nope.
Duh. No, I had no idea what I was doing, right? I was an E2, right? 28 years old. I was older than everybody else. I turned 28 in basic training, had no idea what I was doing. 6 months later, in uniform, I woke up to the fact that I was not working for who I thought I was, in uniform. So there's no such thing as a conspiracy as far as I don't need a conspiracy. Men are stupid, men are cowards, and men follow their leaders. Thanks.
Yes. Orders.
Hey, real quick before you go, XO, I know you'll always like to chime in on the point I always make about when you guys are talking about planes. I thought maybe I should come in and also accentuate that point, because if you're in a plane and you're going to land on a landing strip that's faced north northwest or south southeast, let's say, one would be with the spin of the Earth, right, and the other would be against the spin of the Earth. You understand that?
Bless you.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, Coriolis.
Yeah, Jay, did you hear that part? That bit? You know how you can get in a plane and fly against the spin of the Earth? Are you aware of that?
No, nobody knows about that new perspective because nobody does it. Nobody's aware of that.
Right. That's supposedly what you're able to do, right? I don't know if he's here still.
Jake's gone.
Oh, he left? What happened?
Yeah.
Better off.
I don't want to say what might have happened.
Well, Anthony seems to be open-minded. I mean, that's the thing.
Oh,
Anthony,
I'm talking about Anthony
to be here. Yeah, Anthony.
Oh, yeah,
no,
Anthony's
you're talking
still
to
here.
me. Oh yeah, my bad. I thought you were talking to XO about that. I'm so
No,
sorry.
I was talking to you, bro. Sorry, I was trying to figure that out. Okay.
Sorry,
No,
I messed that up.
So Anthony, you know how when you get in a plane, you can either go east or west or whatever direction, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Right, but the Earth only spins in one direction, right?
Right.
So
11,000 miles per hour.
1,000 something like 1,000.
Oh, is it 1,000? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's 1,000 miles at the equator, but then it tapers down. They say, right? It'd be 700 miles at a smaller circle as it gets up towards the North Pole, and the circles would be smaller, just like a racetrack, where they start the people at different areas, because to make one revolution, you have to start pushing back because it's a smaller circle, right? So they say that you'd be actually having to calculate for these different speeds at different points on the Earth if you were shooting a bullet. They call it the Coriolis effect, right? They had to include that, but it fucks their whole thing up because planes and anything in the air never takes into account Coriolis effect. So just picture this: you've flown in planes, right?
Yeah, a couple
Right.
times.
So you know that the plane can land pretty much anywhere, right? Like a landing strip that faces one direction or north, northeast, south, southwest, all these different directions, right? But that means that they would have to account for the spin, either going against the spin or with the spin when they land, right?
Well, isn't it because we're in that, like, the atmosphere still? So, like, the wind.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer it because it's even worse. If you're in the atmosphere,
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. But
and you're
that's
being
hold on. I
dragged
have to
along
point
with
this out though.
Reference frame, they call it.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold on, get me. So that's the thing. So that the whole point about this, Anthony, is that all these people have been telling us that we should experience deviation, and now they're saying exactly what you say, that actually the wind or the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, and now we don't experience it. So they've destroyed their own argument.
Yeah,
There's no
it's
argument.
actually worse. It's actually worse because I was going to say if you're being dragged along with the atmosphere and it's somehow velcroed to the Earth and it's all one contained reference frame is what they call it. We'd be within the same reference frame, and it would be just the same as if you're just standing on the Earth as if you were flying on the Earth, which makes no sense. But yeah, if you were going along with the force of gravity and the spin, then you would never be able to fly the opposite direction of the spin. You know what I'm saying?
But hey,
I
guess
do.
what?
I'm just trying to think about that.
Guess what? Look at your smartphone device. Install a accelerometer app and have a ride with a train. When you're in the train, you take a seat, so you're sitting, you're not moving, right? But your phone is going to show you the speed of the train, that you are traveling with that speed. But when you come off the train and you stay on the ground still, you're not moving, the phone is going to show you 0 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, but just visualize if you were landing with the spin or against the spin, and then realize that when you're landing on the plane, you look out the window, you don't see the Earth moving separately from the plane. But they say that you can fly against the spin of the Earth, and there would be timing issues with your flight because of you either going with or against the spin. If you Google answers to these kind of questions about flying with the spin or against the spin, you'll be amazed at the contradictions in just one paragraph that they'll give you. Because it's impossible. In fact, all flight simulators use a stationary plane for the basis of the flight simulator. So why would they train somebody on a flight simulator that assumes a stationary Earth, just like the manual for the pilot says to do, and then they put them up against the spin of the Earth when they actually get into a real situation? Does that make any sense?
Well, off the top of my head, no, it doesn't. I guess that's a pretty good point. I wish I knew more to argue about this.
Well, there isn't a good argument for it. The one they'll give you, the official one from the top people arguing on their side right now, is that, oh, it's just like if you were in the train car and you could toss a football to somebody else and it wouldn't matter because you're inside the train car, and a drone could fly inside an airplane and land wherever it wants on the airplane, and it'd be just like being in the atmosphere of Earth.
Boy, that's that's a good point, kind of. Well, with the ball,
because think about it. Think about it. Okay, that's like saying, when you're in an airplane and you're traveling with the airplane, it's just like being on the Earth relative to the atmosphere within the airplane, right? So you might as well just be standing on Earth. It's exactly the same as far as when you can toss a ball within that, from someone 5 feet away. But we're talking about a totally different situation when the plane is flying against the spin of the Earth or with the spin of the Earth at all different angles with different latitudes that are supposed to be going different speeds than the place you started from. And the calculations are impossible to even imagine that you'd be able to just go and fly, land on one angled strip compared to another and not have anything to adjust for. They don't adjust for that, and they would have to by just sheer practicality. You couldn't land on a spinning ball. You would never know how fast to time it. You'd have to aim at a landing strip that's not actually there. If the plane was a spinning ball and you were flying over it, that would be an equivalent type thing, but it's not. There's different reference frames. So they have to admit that the plane is in a different reference frame because it can fly against the spin. That means it's no longer being, dragged along with the spin of the Earth. Otherwise, it would never go anywhere if it was being dragged along with the spin of the Earth, because it couldn't go against it then. You understand?
Yeah, it's a pretty decent argument. And again, I don't have anything to counter. I wish I did, but
Let me give you another. Let me give you one example in reality, Anthony. So when F-18s or Sukhoi 33s or any type of naval aircraft trying to land on an aircraft carrier is taking place, that's considered one of the hardest maneuvers in aviation history, and that's only hold on, guys. That's only that's only accounting for about 30 miles an hour maximum. 30 miles an hour maximum is the accounting difference that I have to account for when landing on a ship. So could you imagine trying to account for something moving 800 miles an hour? It's just so insane, bro. It's just lunacy. Yeah. There's no argument for them at all, bro. Yeah.
Right. Not to mention that it's insane to begin with that you wouldn't feel all the different speeds, and you looked up the different.
1,000 miles an hour is more than the speed of sound.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Right. We'd notice a Doppler. You'd notice a Doppler effect as well. You'd actually have physical differences in the way things sound depending on where they are on Earth.
Yeah,
we
never
hear a Doppler effect.
Yeah.
Right.
Fair enough.
And,
all right, well,
and
okay, go
they
ahead.
give they give these answers that really don't make sense, but because of the way that they assert it as if it should make sense to you, don't let them intimidate you, or don't just accept these answers before you really go deeper in the critical thinking of it. Like,
that's the thing right there. So I take in the answers from them and from you guys. I take it both with a grain of salt.
Well, you should at first.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
We wouldn't respect you if you just believed us.
I guess
we don't want to convince you. We only want to inspire you to figure it out for yourself. That's the only thing. That's the only way you can get here. You can't get here.
Natural science. Natural science is consistent in truth and facts, and we cannot change them. And we are pointing to natural science, and we want you to know it. So
you guys,
very hard for them to lie to you.
Do you guys know that the Earth isn't round, or do you guys know that it is flat?
Yes, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now, for an absolute fact, I know that the Earth is a level plane of existence under the heavens.
For sure, flat. Okay.
1,000% that it is a plane of existence. So there's no shape. The Earth is not an object. I'll put it to you that way. The Earth doesn't have like an end that I can go to it that we even know of. We are a plane of existence. That's not a shape. Absolute fact, not an opinion.
It's a dynamic system. Actually, it is an assembly of complex dynamic systems and fields and forces which are manifesting in these fields. And we have electromagnetism, we have electrostatics, but we have no gravity. We don't have monopolar forces. They don't exist.
Yeah, both of those of what they just said are very, very good possibilities of a claim as far as the whole goes. But that's not really even what this necessarily is about at first. It's about the fact that you give up the belief that it's a spinning ball after you realize that it's impossible in hundreds of ways. And then you're only left with your base reality, which is what anybody experiences ever, which is a stationary level plane. The belief comes when you start thinking that your reality is the opposite of what it seems, with the spinning and all that.
Okay, so what's the okay, 2 questions, I guess. I'll just ask one at a time though. Fuck it. Do you guys have like a mic drop argument? Like, or like a go-to quick one? You know what I mean? Like you walk up to someone who believes in a round earth, can you like snap them out of it with like
I just gave you mine. You would not crash the plane. The plane would crash every time. I think there should be a video.
No, that's a good argument. Yeah. I was asking if you had more, because that was a good one.
They should make a simulator that actually uses a spinning ball for the airplane to fly over, and you get unlimited lives, but you would crash every time.
So here's one for you.
Okay.
The Earth is 70% water, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you have water it seeks its level, right?
Yes.
So if we have 70% of the Earth that's seeking its level, what is the Earth?
Gravity.
Gravity?
There you
That's
go.
your,
There
that's
you
your
go.
answer?
Fraction.
Gravity? What?
There you go for
Like that
fraction.
would solve. Like gravity doesn't even apply to that one. But that's funny. You said gravity.
Well, I have to say this real quick. Actually, I'm not beating up on Spiral of Love, but everybody does this. The Earth is 0% water. Change my mind.
That sounds like a whole other conspiracy that I'm not ready for.
No. That's the thing. Remember, now that's the thing is that this is a misconception people don't understand because we're still using the terms we've been given from the deceivers. The Earth is Earth. The Earth is not water. If the Earth was an object, then you could make the claim. But the Earth is standing out of the water, so the waters are the waters are the waters, and the Earth is the Earth. Now, yes, they say that the Earth is 70% water. That's actually not true. That they don't believe that.
There's
They
70.
believe
There's water on the Earth, not
right. They
isn't the
believe
Earth. I
that
get
the
you.
surface, right? They believe the surface of the Earth is 70% water. They believe it's a 99% rock. Thanks.
That's a funny change of perspective, real quick.
Good correction.
I was thinking of, and along those lines, there's something else I was thinking of today. Is like the toroidal magnetic field that surrounds maybe the area we're in could be seen as an oblate spheroid, you know, but it's not the Earth that's round. It's the containment where, you know, it could be that there's
it can't be the new
field
perspective.
Of some sort,
it can't be seen, but it can't be seen, right?
No.
So we can't decipher shape, right? But we do see the stars
to make a claim.
Moving.
It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but the stars do move, and I do want to point this out. There's no such thing as a celestial sphere. I don't know why that's been used for so long, but obviously the stars move in a two-dimensional motion, so it's not a sphere. Even the sky is flat. Yes.
Okay, here's another gotcha, a mic drop argument.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they say the sun moves at 500,000 miles per hour, right? Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
500,000 miles per hour. Right?
Yeah, just like shooting through space and stuff, right? Because
ridiculous.
It's expanding.
Right? So
okay.
If we're traveling along with that, and every day there's 24 hours, that means that we'd be displacing ourselves in space and time by 12 million miles every day from where we originally started.
Well, everything else is moving too, though, so it wouldn't really change.
In perfect sync, is that the whole idea? Is that are they really claiming that everything else in the universe or our galaxy moves in perfect sync, so we can't even tell the difference of where we were? Is that their claim? That's not even their claim. They might as well claim that. They kind of claim that. Let me explain. What they say is that my go-to argument is, or one of the mic drop arguments is that there's no parallax shift in the way that we see the stars, right? The stars always rotate and end up in the same spot, right? We can map the constellations and figure out that they're always going to be the same distance apart from each other, same spot in the sky at a certain time of year, right?
Fair enough. Yes, true.
And they always look the same, right? You see the Big Dipper, that spacing between those stars never changes from the time you were a kid, right?
100%. I agree.
All right, completely, right? So if we're displacing ourselves in space-time every single day by 12 million miles, times that by, 1 year, 365, times how many years, maybe thousands or however they've been tracking these stars to end up in the same spot. So how is it that we don't have a parallax shift in our relation to those stars that are supposed to be suns of other galaxies or whatever they're saying, right? Wouldn't you think we'd have a little bit of a shift in the way we would see those stars?
I mean, that's again a good point. From what I would know, and this could just be a bunch of fucking bullshit. Sorry, can I swear on this? I don't know. You guys are live. Okay,
yeah,
okay, cool.
Can.
Okay. So obviously, from mainstream science, they say that a sun's light is like billions of miles away, and like some of these lights in the sky that we see are already dead stars, but like the light is still traveling to us. So if the light's still traveling to us, and it like technically it's like an illusion, then you know what I mean. So it wouldn't change. Like that illusion wouldn't change.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get to. Like I said, that comes in later. Like their excuse for this, so what they say is that it's not that they're all moving with us in such a sync that we wouldn't notice the difference. It's that they're so far away that it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, right. That makes sense to me, though. If
Does it really? Like, think about it. Just on the level of if it was even a million miles or a billion miles away, you know, like, don't you think still there'd be a little bit of shift after moving 12 million miles every day yourself out of the original spot?
But let me point this out real quick. Perspective to Anthony. That Anthony, you understand that they're claiming that stars are literally millions of different distances, right? They're claiming that all these stars are different distances. Well, then what perspective is trying to tell you, which is oddly his name, the perspective should change. There should be a parallax. They should be separating, converging, and diverging. They don't do that except in a two-dimensional fashion. So they're not changing their position, such as a cluster or such as a Orion or Sigma Octantis, Big Dipper, Small Dipper. All the same shapes remain identical, the same. There's never any variation within the stars. So all the constellations are the same all the time, everywhere throughout all of history. They've never changed ever. They just go in a circle. Absolutely impossible to be on a
And here's another time where they take what our argument would be or is and use it as a way of explaining that, or seeming to prove their argument, and that is that they had these special telescopes that could see these stars at one point, and the claim that they were infinitesimally far away is how special these tools are to see the parallax shift that we're talking about. But it's so infinitesimally small that we could never really detect it from the human eye or even the telescopes we can afford. But they can see the little bit of shift in these stars' positioning, which is this parallax that they're claiming proves how far away they are, rather than the fact that there's no way they're that far away. So it's like they always reverse the argument and try to claim what, like, perspective somehow works for them in some way, So the idea that they're so far away. Now I just put something in the live stream voice text. Can you see that? I just pasted a P900 video of Polaris, and I'm going to put a GIF in there too that shows you the close-up of Polaris, which is done with a P900 $600 camera, right? But do you see what I wrote in that text there? How far away they say Polaris is?
The one where I see.
6 trillion miles away is 1 light year, right? And then it's 430 times that away from us. Can you conceptualize how far, what the distance of that is? 6 trillion to begin with. Can you even imagine what distance that would be? And then
no one can.
How far? And then times it by 430, and then you're talking about how far that is. You could never write the zero. You'd never have a page long enough for all the zeros. But this GIF that I just put in is showing Polaris with a lot of definition. That doesn't seem like it's an in-camera issue. So how would that image come from something that's 6 trillion times 430 far away? And it doesn't even look like a bright light, what we're seeing, So there's lots of P900 or P1000 cameras footage that you can find on YouTube that shows these stars cannot be that far away, not even close to as far as what they're saying.
Yeah, I see what is that. So, like, if these were that far away, we wouldn't be able to zoom in like this, right?
No way.
It's kind of
Wait a minute.
That's supposed to be a dead star,
right? Some stars would have different focal points. Wouldn't that be if they're at different distances, right?
Exactly.
They don't.
Oh,
they all
okay.
look the same, right? They all look dark. Some are dim, some are bright, but they don't have a different focal point. They all look blurry, like they're in water. Amazingly, like that's my claim.
Well, that's a good point. I would stick to that because they all do. I mean, from what you sent me 2 of these, but they do look similar, and wouldn't they have a massive difference if they were like the distance between these 2 are billions of miles.
Oh yeah,
that's
just
the difference.
Look up real stars and planets P900 on YouTube, and you'll get tons and tons of videos that people are making with their store-bought camera zooming in on these stars. That kills the globe argument. It should have killed it a long time ago. But
are stars actually like this? Are they actually like this circular? Like, this is pretty. It's like almost like a perfect.
A lot of them look like little disco lights. They have their own little frequency, and they dance with different colors. And sometimes the Glober will claim that this is always a focus issue with the P900. You never get that. And it's not true because there's so much definition and difference between each of these stars. If it was an in-camera issue, it would be consistent for all of them.
Right. That's super weird, huh? Okay. Sorry, I'm still watching.
So the reason there's no parallax is our position in relation to these things doesn't change. The reason you can land a plane on any runway facing any direction is because the Earth is actually stationary, just the way the manuals say, and the flight simulator simulates. That's the only way it would work. That's the gotcha drop, Mike. Question, right there.
No,
it
definitely
doesn't work otherwise.
It's good arguments. It's definitely great arguments to have. That can only lead to more answers, you know. I mean, even if you guys are wrong or we're wrong, don't matter. Like questions lead to answers, right? No matter what.
I noticed you just said we're as if you're still like firm on the ball after all we've been through.
No, hey man, you know.
I just wondered what your scale of 1 to 10 has it changed at all since you got here?
So here's that's a good question, I guess. So where was it to begin with, though? You know, obviously, I always just I'm gonna say mindlessly believed in the ball Earth because I was just told that I didn't know any of the science. Then people talked about yeah, exactly. So people started talking about flat Earth, and you know, people were bringing up good questions. That's why I'm here because you guys bring up good arguments. Like, I'd be stupid to not like give you guys credit for the arguments you come up with, and like I hate when people say that you guys are stupid, you know, because like a stupid person can't hold such a great argument or like come up with one. You know what I'm saying? Like if you guys were stupid, you wouldn't even be.
You realize that the reason they have to paint us that way is because they're scared.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so like smart people can't like fair enough.
And field engineers, right? They done a laser test over lakes, multiple days, shot high-powered lasers over water, measured no curvature. Right? PhDs done laser tests, no curvature. Are all these guys stupid? Do you think these guys just ignore everything else and then just say, well, laser just bend over the Earth, right? Of course not.
Nobody wants to be a flat earther, you know? Nobody wants that. You lose your friend.
Open hellies never go out.
Yeah, my girlfriend's gonna break up with me if you guys convince me of this shit. Come on.
Yeah, I'd say turn back now while you still have a chance. Because if you continue on with your integrity intact and your intellectual integrity, you know, is gonna be important. Then just maybe if you can get out now while you're still there.
So don't worry about me, man.
And to get back, right? You were talking about Jake, right? That is what we call an anti-flat earther, right? So there are servers built around our server, right? These guys just exist because we are here, anti-flat earthers.
Right. They're not there to ask real questions or like have progressive conversations, or they say like you said at the end, poke fun.
They're 24/7 there to battle flat Earth, right? If it was such a ridiculous, archaic belief, right, that would be disproven so easily. Why are they battling it 24/7?
Right.
Anti-flat Earth.
Why would this discussion still be continued after, like, if it was a psyop, it would have lasted a week or so, and it would have been ha ha ha. But now they're still more interested in what we're saying after 5 years of this battle and being won years ago by the flat earthers, but nobody acknowledges it in the mainstream, so nobody knows. But if you were paying attention, you would have saw flat Earth won a long time ago.
Right. Well, I definitely agree with that because if I might be mistaken, but I think you guys believe that the moon is in our atmosphere, correct?
No,
or is there no atmosphere? No.
First of all, you say we believe something.
First of all,
you're gonna get
stop saying we. Each and every one of us speak for ourselves.
Sorry, yeah, I just meant I don't mean to do.
No worries. I was just gonna say.
No, you're good, dude. You're good.
The whole claim of the moon being within our atmosphere is something that they just claimed recently.
That's what I was about to bring up. That's why I was going to bring it up because I thought that's what you guys. Okay.
Well, no, we don't. The atmosphere, first of all, is a contradiction in terms because gases can't have a shape, right? So just to call it a sphere, an atmosphere.
Okay, fair enough.
Is ridiculous to begin with, but regardless, it's not about believing what they say. If they're telling us that the atmosphere goes beyond the moon now, that's not a belief of ours. That's something that they've made up to cover their tracks for other reasons, like the whole idea that the men went to the moon might be somehow more believable if the atmosphere extends that far out or whatever. But if you look into any of these things, you're going to start laughing at what they're saying because they'll contradict themselves in the same sentence and just smile. I mean, the ISS, come on, you see that they're on wires, right? We've seen that. Yeah, now we've looked into this at all.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, and sorry for saying we, but are there flat earthers that believe that we've been to the moon, or is that like automatically out of the question?
I'd say it's pretty much ridiculous to think that we went to the moon. If you've seen,
I agree. By the way, yeah, just to say, I do agree. I don't think we've been to the moon. just to throw
I
that
have a
out.
friend like that. I'm like, so you think they lied to us about the first thing they claimed, but then they're telling us the truth about everything after that? What
Exactly.
the hell? Why would you think that? It's like a guy in high school saying he slept with the hottest chick, and then all of a sudden you find out for real, no way he did that. The next time he comes up to you, oh, I slept with her too. You're gonna believe him?
Right. I don't trust anything
I'm
they
sure.
tell us.
I'm
Can
sure
somebody
there are
show?
flat earthers. I'm sure there are
Can
flat earthers that have many problems with comprehension, and that's the thing, is that flat Earth isn't going to solve everybody's issues. But if they believe in the moon landing still, they're missing the point. If they believe in evolution, they don't get it. There's a lot of things that are attached that if they still believe in, then they have failed, even though they know the Earth is flat.
Right.
Can somebody show Anthony Black Swan example and to see what he think about that?
All right, before you go into Black Swan, because it's not my favorite, but I'll leave. Good talking with you, Anthony. Take care.
Oh, thanks for talking. Yeah, man. Peace out.
Yeah, later. I sent you the links, by the way. Right?
I'll look at those after I'm done here.
Yeah, start with
Thank
the
you.
first one, and if you can get by 200 proofs and then still think that it's a ball, that's amazing. It means you left your common sense before you started watching it.
Fair enough, dude. I'll give it a shot.
All right, bro. Take care. Good night, guys.
Night, brother.
Take care, brother.
Have a good one.
All right, what are we about to show me now? The Black Swan. I heard you guys talking about this when I first came in.
First, real quick, did you see the picture I posted of one of my views from Snowmass Mountain?
Let me see. Where is it?
Check the live stream voice text.
Okay.
And there's also stuff about stars in there that other folks posted. Yeah.
It's CGI. Yep. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
So see that little stack of rocks there too. That I didn't disturb that. I'm not gonna touch on that. Somebody else did that, and it's really cool. So
absolutely.
But yeah, that right there is like, oh, so the Earth's spinning at thousands of miles an hour. How the fuck does this thing stay standing way up here? Don't worry about it. Anyway, you see how far you can see, like those really blurry mountains in the background there?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, that's over 200 miles away. I think that's Maroon Bells, if I'm not mistaken, the mountain. But yeah, so I don't know. We should not be able to see hardly any of that if the Earth, dude, even if the Earth were twice the size they say it is, this picture's impossible. So,
right, yeah,
anyway,
going based off of their signs, this should not be possible. Got you.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, someone take him to the Black Swan. It's once you understand the Black Swan, it gives you a nice footing in the argument.
Let me take a look at this. I just got it.
Cool.
Do not watch that Bob and Alice. That's another picture.
Oh, what, the Bible? What are we talking about?
No, the Bob and Alice thing that's above the picture he posted. Is a different explanation. In a different thing. The Earth is not a sphere above eyeball. That is what we call the Black Swan, because basically that is nearly 10. What? Sasha, were you trying to say something?
No, sorry, it was my radio.
Oh, okay, no problem. So what we're seeing here, Anthony, is this is a still shot taken from a video, and we can find the video for you too, just so we can show you that this was a zoom in, and then like right at the end of the zoom in, someone took a screenshot and then made this image. So, but it's a screenshot from a video, and what we're using it for is to demonstrate that the horizon shows up behind the second platform.
Right.
And it shouldn't even show up behind the first platform, let alone the second platform, if the globe radius is 3959.
But it does get shorter, right? Doesn't it seem like...
What do you mean shorter?
So the one on the left that's farther does look like it's like lower into the water than the one on the right. Correct? You guys are saying we shouldn't even be able to see it, though, right? Like, there shouldn't even be a thing there.
Sean, explain him that oil rigs are only distance, nothing else. Anthony?
Sorry, say that again?
The oil rigs, it's only, how to say, distance.
It's only there to show distance. Yeah.
Right.
So basically what we're seeing is 10 miles, let's be generous, 9 miles away.
Okay.
The horizon is still there, and it's right in the middle of the view. So again, there should be a lot of drop. We shouldn't be able to see anything like you see how the oil rigs almost start to go up instead of down? You see how the one on the right is further away, but it almost seems like it's higher the further away it gets. That's strange.
Wait. The one on the left is farther, I thought. No?
That's what the one I'm saying. The one on the left is farther.
Oh,
so
okay.
it should be, if there were curve, it should be lower, right?
It is lower. The one on the left is lower than the one on the right.
Take a look at the bottom of Platform Hill House, and then take a look at the bottom of Platform Habitat. See how Habitat, in your view, is higher than Platform Hill House? That's strange.
Okay, no, I see what you mean now.
See that? Yeah.
It's kind of like a trick of the eye, what I was looking at.
Well,
okay.
I mean, yeah, but that's what we're seeing. So if you draw a line at the straight line at the bottom of Platform Hill House, Platform Habitat will be higher than that.
Right.
That's weird. So anyway, yeah, this is one example that, and why they call it the black swan is so. I don't know if you know anything about swans, but they're all white, and at least as far as I can remember. But let's just say all swans are white, right? Mm-hmm. All swans are white. The scientific consensus is that all swans are white. Whole world knows all the swans are white. Can't find a black one, right? Mm-hmm. All it takes to disprove that, the assertion all swans are white, all it takes to disprove that is one black swan, doesn't it?
Right.
So that's what this is. This is just one example of the infinite examples, but you should only need one that proves that the horizon, we shouldn't be able to see this horizon. And these oil rigs are, I mean, if you want to focus on the rigs, they're not behaving as if there's any kind of drop whatsoever.
Is there a way we probably can't do this on land just because you kind of need to do this in water, right?
Water's easier.
Right.
Yeah, because land has all kinds of topographical obstructive capabilities, right?
Absolutely.
And even water has like waves and such. Yeah. Okay. So Gabriel Donato. So Donato just posted in the live stream voice text the zoom in and the still shot.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. This is what we're looking at. Cool.
Yep. Crazy, right?
Yeah, I guess that is a little goofy, huh?
And the reason the picture looks different is just because they wanted to make the colors a little brighter so you could really see that horizon back there behind the second oil rig.
Right.
But it's, you can, I mean, yeah. So we shouldn't be able to do that.
Where is this at? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't. This has been used for a few months now. I forgot who took the video and the picture.
That'd be interesting to know.
Well, yeah, it was one of us, though. I know, one of us. But yeah, Kiwi would know.
It's in California.
Yeah, I knew it was California. I just don't know where.
Okay, so
I think Santa Barbara, something like that. I think.
I got one more question, I guess, before I don't know, go to bed or something. So what's the whole point? I heard people already answer this question, but you guys are like the most realistic flat earthers I've talked to, so I'd like to hear it from you guys. Like, what's the point of, the whole thing? Like, who gives a shit, right?
Oh, why would they lie?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. If I may, boys and girls, I'd love to talk to him about this for 5 minutes. So
deep into the rabbit hole he goes.
Yeah, well, not too deep, but the point is to spark relevant thought processes. Well, my first question, Anthony, is: do you believe that your government has ever lied to you?
Oh, absolutely, all the time, every day.
Absolutely, all the time. Okay, great. Well, that's not great, but okay, we're on the same page there. So, now, so how many lies does it take for someone to be a liar?
For me, just one.
Just the one, right? Okay. And the government's been caught, and NASA is the government here, part of the government.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Right. And so, well, they're funded by tax dollars and all that stuff. So,
Yeah.
So they've lied, and we know it. So, what would make you think that if they had the power to lie to you about something and take all your money as a result, that they wouldn't do it?
Well, I guess to answer it not so, simply, it would just be to me it's more of like, there's a lot of fucking space agencies out there, so they all got to be lying the same way, kinda, right?
Well, not everybody in the space agencies, though. Do you know what compartmentalization means?
To put it briefly, I guess, like, there's the higher ups, and then they got people working for them. Is that kind of like,
Well, that's a very broad way to put it. Let me put it to you this way.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you get the overall understanding, but I want to make sure that this is explained properly so that you understand. So,
Absolutely.
Compartmentalization in a place like, let's use the Ford Auto facilities. They're building cars, right?
Mhm.
Well, the guy who's making a specific screw for an engine part has nothing to do with the guy molding the body of the car, right? They don't talk to each other. They don't need to know what each other's doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the same thing, and honestly, yeah. So the same thing is with, like, say there's a guy working on a rocket and he's got a bolt and a nut that he's manufacturing for this part of the rocket. He has no way to know if that rocket is going to space or not. All he knows is he's going to put a nut and a bolt in the thing, and from there, they're going to tell him it's going to space, but how can he really validate that, right?
Yeah.
That's the same thing. And he doesn't even care. No one's being like, hey, by the way, that screw's going to be doing this while they're in space, and then while they're in space doing this and this and this. It doesn't matter. As long as they get the thing built, the people who built it don't need to know what that thing's even going to be doing, right? The guy who makes the screw isn't an astronaut, so he doesn't even need to lie to anybody. He doesn't know what's going on because he doesn't need to. He just needs to make that screw.
Well, then, in order for this all to be true, then we have to, like, the one world government, conspiracy theory has to be, it has to have already happened in a sense, right? I mean, if all these different places, like, not even, like, there's a Russia space agency, and I'm not opposed to believing that, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. Like, it has to be this.
Here's the other thing. The problem with asking a question like, why would they lie? The problem is in they. See, I only know why I would lie. I don't know why anybody else would lie, okay? So I can only sit here and speculate. They do it for money. They do it for power. They're Satanists.
Right.
Like, to me, all of that is speculation. I'd love to tell you why they lie, but all I know is that they've lied. A lot. I'll stop it with this so you can respond, and then if you gotta go, you gotta go. But so, like, if there's a murder, right, and the cops show up, and there's a murder laying there, and the first thing people start asking is right away, well, who did it? Why? Well, hold on. Have you even gotten all the blood spattering and all this stuff? Have you even finished realizing that there's a murder? We'll try to figure out why later. Look, the murder happened, and that's the most important part. So it really doesn't matter why the murder happened. When you see the murder, it's like, cool motive, the murder still happened. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing as they lied. So cool motive. I don't even want to know why they lie, to be perfectly honest, because it'll probably just piss me off more.
Yeah.
But
Now, Anthony, real quick. Now, if I were to answer that question like this, Anthony, and say, well, they lie because men like to control people. That wouldn't be a good enough answer, right? Because that's just a broad example of the emotion, right? I then would have to extrapolate and go farther and then talk about specified reasons, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I follow.
Right. So the whole point here is so as far as the specified reasons, like Glatt just explained to you, we couldn't point out the specified reasons, but we do know why people do very bad things, and the government has already been doing these things for quite some time. But when it comes down to this topic, I'll be honest with you, Anthony, most flat earthers cannot answer that question because it is beyond the topic of discussing shapes. Right. It's we're talking about morality. We're talking about the evil of the world. Right. So that goes right back to the point of the moral topic of right and wrong, good and evil. And that's what this is about. It's about the fact that the world has been very evil for a very long time. Now, without going to the Bible, I'm very limited. You see, I can't really give you lots of details historically to explain or extrapolate on why men have done this. To the populations, for thousands of years. I would say right from the Tower of Babel, we could historically go back and look at that and say that's the first space program. Look at the Tower of Babel in the Bible. So this why would they lie thing is huge, and it's a good question, but it is far beyond the physical realm in which we live in. We're talking about a spiritual battle here, which is outside of what the server even wants me to talk about. So most of the time they tell us, or people will say, well, let's not talk about reasons why, but the reason why is very big, and it's evil, and it's beyond all those other nasty deceptions and conspiracies you've heard of. It's much worse than that. I'll put it that way.
Thank you, XO. He's totally right. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
How long then? Like, how long has this been going? Like, is this like, are we talking centuries?
Thousands of years. We're talking about thousands of years. Yes, thousands of years since basically since the dawn of Babel. That's why I mentioned, the Tower of Babel, because that describes that the population back then wanted to reach the heavens. Does that sound familiar? And they were going to be able to do it, so God had to stop them from doing that. And God doesn't have to stop NASA because they don't have the technology that we used to 4,000 years ago. It's a painful process to build it back. They'll explain that later. But this topic is so big, bro. You're not going to even figure out 5% of it tonight. Unless you've already been looking into government, operations for decades. This is going to take you a lot of time. But the why would we lie is to separate you from God. That's the real reason.
So, okay, so does not... Okay, how do I put this? So you guys are probably not like religious. Maybe some of you guys are religious. Does the flat Earth go against? I'm not religious, by the way, so I don't give a shit. But I'm sure some people do. Do people believe in the Bible? Or does flat Earth and Bible correlate, or is the Bible a trick? That's what I'm asking. That's a better way.
Oh my goodness. Well, the Bible's my book, so I'm going to be by myself on this. I can't speak for anybody else, Anthony. So when you're asking a question about somebody's faith in the Creator, obviously each individual is going to have a different point of view. But yes, I'm 100% Bible literalist. Yeah, that's what I do. I do it all the time. I do it too much. I get in trouble for doing it here because this server is not about this. But just like I tell them all the time, the topic is unavoidable. You just proved that again because you just brought it up again. So that's the point, is that you're going to meet, everybody's different, right? But yes, the Bible specifically does describe a planar earth under the heavens. It doesn't describe a magical ball earth cartoon, but there aren't any ancient cultures that describe a magical ball earth cartoon. The only people that do were the Satanists in control of, Rome and Greece and now America. Those are the people that have a religion for a cartoon ball, right? No other belief system is that stupid.
So, okay, then I guess I'll pose this question. If this has been going on for thousands of years, but yet maybe the Bible, I guess maybe we shouldn't be going should we not go too deep into this?
Let me as a non-religious but very spiritual person help you on that one. So XO is a Bible literalist. Hold on, my cat, get out of here. Okay, so and I really like the Bible for a lot of reasons, but I'm not religious.
Right. No, I'm not either, but
okay.
I'm open.
Okay, but the thing is, that's what makes this topic so great. It transcends all of that. And he's right, too. None of the ancient texts talk about a globe or space or anything like that. Now, to me, that doesn't confirm or deny what we live on. To me, it just says, even the ancient people were not saying, it's globe and space and, aliens and all that stuff. We can't find a description of the universe in any ancient text. So that ought to tell you something. But anyway, yeah, I mean, the religion thing, I try not to be religious when I'm talking here, but I can say spiritually that, yeah, it's just, how do I put this? It seems like there are powers here that are just they just exist to go against the natural way of things.
Right.
Okay, to hide the truth, to lie to us all the time about stuff. To me, okay, that's evil, and that's not good. And so that's why I try to come here and help people understand things and to learn myself. I think I told you that earlier. I come here equal parts to learn and to help people learn, in that order. And so that's what makes it so great, is because I don't care who I'm listening to, if they're intellectually honest, right? If they're a Bible literalist, if they're intellectually honest, I don't care what they subscribe to, as long as we can have a discussion like you and I are having right now. This is great, man. I love it. You're
absolutely.
posing, you know what I mean? You're super respectful. I don't know, man. This is great. So if every conversation we had with other folks that are either on the fence or otherwise went like this, boy, I'll tell you what, it'd be a little bit better. But yeah, so spirituality and religion don't even have to get in there. But even when you involve it, it still points to the fact that we're being lied to about the nature of our reality. And to me, that's concerning and worth reflection.
Fair enough.
I do have to tell you this, Anthony, for an example, for the words in which we are taught certain things and we use the vocabulary because that's what we're raised upon. But to give you an example of how maybe the words don't always work, I'm 100% Bible literalist, but I'm also anti-religion. So just because we have that term religion doesn't mean that it's applicable, excuse me, it's late, to all people that have a faith in a creator. In fact, I would say it's the opposite. I would call someone religious if they think nothing made everything accidentally. I would say that's religious. I would say if they think they live on a magical ball because they saw it on TV, I'd say that's religious. I would say the guy that has a farm, or like an Amish family that believes in God and lives, in a completely separate world, I would say that's anti-religion. So that's the way I view it.
Yep.
Okay. Damn, I had something to say. Sorry.
Well,
don't worry, man.
Rewind. You'll be fine. Trust me. You'll never run out of ideas for this.
Yeah, you guys are hitting
That's true. This is an endless. The best part about this, my friend, it's my favorite part about this. Like I said, I keep saying it, you're probably sick of it now. I'm learning. I'm always learning. So like, even though I've done actual physical measurements, I've done countless observations from a lot of places, and then the research that I do, I'm always learning something new. It's exciting. I can get up and I'll be like, when I'm taking breaks in between schoolwork, I'm like, yeah. And I remember I was learning about this earlier, so I'll go back to that. And you know what I mean? Like it's endless. It's endless, and that's what makes it to me so fulfilling.
Well, yeah, it's one of the reasons why I wanted to, reach out to someone and start talking about this shit, because I see people online all the time and they're like get so aggressive and like mindlessly defensive about this stuff, and it's like, man, like, what happened to asking, like, no questions are stupid questions? Whatever happened to like just now, like, questions are knowledge, dude? Like, you ask a question about something that's supposed to be obvious and then you find out that it's not what it seemed. Like, how else can you figure out anything, right?
Absolutely, man.
What'd you say?
What'd you say, Spiral?
I asked him if he's sure he wasn't a flat earther.
No,
yeah, you're sounding really logical and reasonable. So
hold on to that. What am I sounding like? Logical. That's what I am, man. I've always been very logical, and I don't get fucking defensive. Like, I literally grew up learning that we should always question everything, and then all of a sudden, I tried to make this point a couple times. All of a sudden, this flat Earth versus round Earth thing started up, and it was bad to question flat Earth. And I'm like looking at all these people being mindless, they mindlessly defend the round Earth. They do. Like, there's people that don't do that, but there's also people that do. That's why I keep trying to say it. It's like created these two types of people. There's flat Earth people, and then there's round Earth people. And I don't want to put myself in either of those shoes. Like, I'm just I don't know a lot about science, dude. How the hell am I supposed to know any of this bullshit?
Well, there you go. And see, that's the thing. Your senses should be able to tell you everything you need to know about your reality, right? You wouldn't even have your senses unless they were used to determine, your reality and live within that environment, right? You wouldn't be sent here with just, you know what I mean? Like you wouldn't have, like if I couldn't smell things, then it wouldn't matter if like say it was smelling smoke somewhere, like I need to find that out. Is there a fire somewhere? Stuff like that, survival stuff. So your senses were, I know you may or may not believe this, but your senses were designed to do what they do. They wouldn't do what they do unless that were a design characteristic, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You don't have to say,
I
"Oh, I believe a God." You know what I mean, though.
No,
So there's a
I
reason
get
that
the
I can
logic.
smell. There's a reason that I can see and use my eyes to see. I don't need to create a device that convinces me I'm seeing better than I should need to observe my world.
Eyes and
right?
feet aren't designed to make you not walk.
There you go. See, I love it, bro. I love it. So yeah.
Fair enough.
Yep, that's
Okay,
kind of where we're at. I love it. What else, man?
This is my wrap up question. I guess I kind of had a couple in my head that I want to throw out.
Okay.
So
and I keep talking over XO, so go ahead, XO, take this one.
We might let him off the hook. Anthony, we might let you leave, Anthony, but go ahead.
No, okay, this is the last one for real. I got work in the morning and shit. So what say if there's a big spurt in flat earth believers, what's the goal? Like what, or even if there's like if I had the power to grab 1,000 people, where am I going? You know what I'm saying? Or like what am I doing?
Well, Anthony, great question. Here's the thing though, is that this is what's so crazy about these people, and realize that I'm kind of the renegade here. I'm a black sheep. I've been banned from here because flat earthers are the only group that doesn't always agree. They're the only consensus that actually disagrees 100% of the time and agrees 100% of the time. It's a different group. It's like being in a different world, because we literally woke up to the fact that our world didn't exist. The cartoon on TV, we literally realized we were in a new world. And even if I meet somebody that doesn't agree with my biblical stance, I can talk to that person at a different level of understanding. You see, it's a different level of comprehension. It's kind of like, the difference between Boy Scouts and Navy SEALs. You can still do certain things as a Boy Scout, that's fine, but there are levels to reality. And that's what this is about. I'm very passionate because, of course, since I'm a biblical person, I find it that God gets the glory. Okay, because I'm a very serious, I would say Christian, just to put it lightly. And if I think God should get the glory, then this is about God. This is about the fact that the Bible was true all along, and that if we just would have stuck with what the Bible said, we would have never had these issues. And literally, so for me, it's a different thing. So for Glatt, it's something else. That's the thing. You're asking a question that every single individual, including yourself, is going to come to a different conclusion when they want to get something out of this topic. Remember, it's almost like this topic is a new beginning more than it is even a conclusion. It's a fresh start. It's giving you the ability to have fresh eyes. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie They Live with Roddy Piper, but it's like finding a box. Well, you might someday, I'm sure you will. But it's like finding a box of CIA glasses, which this guy did in this movie, and he was able to see who the real people were and who the demons were, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Because he put on a new set of glasses. Right. This truth is too powerful for me to explain it to you. If I could explain it to you in a 48-hour period, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. This is such a big deal. It's going to take you several months to actually figure just most of it out, just so you can comprehend your own arguments and ways to speak about it. And then it's going to take another 2 or 3 years to then get to those other parts of realizations and study. Because remember, how old are you, Anthony? About 25?
25. Yep. Oh, wow. Exactly.
Right. Okay. Very good. Very good. Yeah. And that's the thing, is that you've been in a world for 25 years with a false belief system, just like when people are raised in cults. It's the same thing. It's called Stockholm syndrome. Even people that are captured as adults will soon sometimes be complacent with their own captors and start defending their captors, knowing they've been kidnapped. So remember, it's people have always been really stupid, right? So there, you got two sides to choose from. You got one side that's a renegade side that's not agreeing, and then you have the other side that just agrees with whatever they're told, and they're the majority. So this isn't this has nothing to do with evidence anyway. Actually, Anthony, what's going to happen here is your heart and soul are going to be tested, and you are going to eventually, this is going to lead you to understand God. That's how big this is eventually, because you seem to be on the fence on a few things. I'm just assuming that you're not a believer yet, or if you are, this is for me, 6 years ago, I changed massively after being a researcher. I was a researcher for after 10 years. I was already into the Bible. I thought I was smart. And then I realized, wow, I cannot believe how embarrassed I was when somebody said something to me, because it took me 30 seconds. I realized right away that I had made a mistake, because I made a false claim and I said I thought I saw the curvature of the Earth flights, and I didn't. So I had to come to the realization that that's something.
Wait, what do you mean? You thought you seen the curvature? What do you mean?
Yeah, I did. So that's the only honest answer I'll accept, Anthony. The one thing that I'll allow people to say that I won't blame them for lying, or I won't get mad at them, is if somebody says, I think I've seen the curvature of the Earth, I can understand that. I can understand that because I was brainwashed by the same thing. Even certain things that my family would say to me when I was younger led to me to that knee-jerk reaction. I wasn't interested. I was never a space cadet. I didn't like Star Wars or Star Trek. I was interested in airplanes and radars and tanks and things like that. I was interested in the other side of the military industrial complex. For some reason, I just didn't care about space. I think it's my grandfather worked for Lockheed Martin, and that just seemed boring to me. Like, I don't know. I didn't care about the space shuttle by then. Anyway, I have way too much I could speak about the topic. I was already invested in it for several decades. So the reality here is that this is too big. This is so big, you won't even understand 1% of this in the first week that you've come across this information, Anthony, unless you've already been interested in similar topics. And if you haven't,
I definitely am a little bit. Yeah. Definitely.
There you go. Well, that's the thing, is that now you're going to get answers for lots of other things you never knew you had answers for. After doing this for almost 7 years, even recently in the last few months, I've made new discoveries personally with, things in history or nomenclature, words, historical references, you name it, just in the last few months. So this is something has exploded me, right, in my life, but it might not work that way for everybody, Anthony. And this isn't for everybody, because some people can't handle the truth. And some people don't want to know the truth, and that's okay. And actually, that's a good thing. So as far as you asking what the goal is, I'm very glad that most people won't know about this, Anthony. I got bad news for you, because I'm kind of a bad guy. I'm very glad. I'm very happy that most people will never wake up to this truth, because it is not something that can be forced upon someone. You see, I can't force a girl to fall in love with me. That would have never worked. You see, this is for people. This is for people that aren't scared of truth and that are willing to admit they are wrong. And that's what God calls separating the wheat from the chaff. So it's a very painful thing for many people, because realize most of the people in this server have had to make many sacrifices in their lives after finding out this truth. Because guess what? 90% of their friends and family are going to ridicule them and make fun of them, because that's the brainwashed world that we live in, right? And then some people had to then just forget and not bring it up anymore and pretend that they didn't know this truth. And some people had to go back to that world and lie to themselves. So again, it's not for everybody. And this, is a scary topic to an atheist, because once you realize that the plane of existence is created, evolution is all over. Everything they taught us was over. The dating methods, it's all fake. It's Scientology, bro. They just showed us it was on a cartoon. So it doesn't just mean that the Earth is a plane of existence. It means all those other things they taught you about history, almost all of it's wrong. Feathered reptiles, all that stuff's just cartoons. There's no such thing. It's all just literally a cartoon on TV. So again, it's not just one topic. It's going to touch millions of things. But again, it's not for everybody. But sorry for my diatribe, Anthony. I appreciate it.
No, you're good. I'll yield the
floor.
Yeah, you brought something up that actually went in my mind. So obviously I've been looking into your guys a little bit. Like I've looked into the David Weiss guy, and then obviously the Eric Dubay. Like I've seen maybe one or two of their videos, nothing crazy. But One of the first video I've seen from Eric Dubay. I didn't get into his shit too much, but
well,
the very
you know
first
what?
one
Listen,
was.
Anthony, I got to go. It's nice talking to you, but I'll tell you this: I don't. Before I leave, I'm sorry, this is going to hurt feelings. I don't listen to any flat earthers.
Oh, okay.
You got to go and find out. You got to go and find out for yourself, Anthony.
Fair enough, brother.
So God bless you guys. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night.
Thanks, XO. Love you, bro.
I don't know if anyone wanted to pick up what I was about to say there. I was just about to go into it because the first video that I seen, it was like his newest one. It was about on reincarnation, and I've always been an atheist. And I watched that video, and I'm like, I don't know.
Well, okay. Let me put it to you this way, Eric. You know, we're all individuals. We're all personalities, right? We all are human beings. We've all got our quirks and our stuff. That's all I'm going to say about any of these people. David Weiss, Eric Dubay, anybody. The point is, and I love, my favorite point of what XO said is that this, you can call it a community, sure, because we come together and we share thoughts. We're never going to 100% agree, and we're never going to 100% disagree, and that is a healthy discourse.
Yeah, just
if you find yourself on the majority of something and everybody agrees on everything, you might need to want to reevaluate, because that's a scary place to be. Oh, everybody agrees? There's no fucking way, bro.
Right.
So, yeah. But anyway, those guys, yeah, I mean, they all have, over time, you'll find, and we can send you and link you, there's all kinds of people taking apart not only the globe argument, but, what seems to be false history, false representations of just about everything we're taught. So, but at least in this live stream, we try to focus on flat Earth. But I will tell you, XO's right. Also, well, he was right. I love when he speaks. But anyway, what he said about you learning, 5% or 0.5% of this in a couple hours or a couple days or a couple weeks, he's right, because since they've had thousands of years to do this, See, imagine if you got, real quick, let me digress for just a second. Imagine if you're playing a video game, it's your favorite video game, and you just found the best cheat code for the game.
Okay.
The one that just lets you do everything in the game, and it makes the game more fun.
Yeah,
some cheat codes make the game bad, but everything that you can do, right? You can now take over that world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, shit. You're just playing a video game, right? You could turn it off at any moment. Well, there's no consequences. Fuck yeah, I got the cheat code. Bro, let's go. Let's see what we can do with that, right? So the powers that be here have the cheat codes for here, right? They got the game, the codes for the video game. And that's what they're doing. They're just using those cheat codes, right? And that's really all they're doing. They're just having fun with the cheat codes.
Yeah, just playing a game.
Exactly.
I get what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, fair enough. So, okay, I feel like, that XO gave me a very long answer. If you want to, I'm going to rephrase this so it's a little bit more simpler to answer. So, how like everyone grouped up and went to Area 51 and all that shit a couple years ago? Remember that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'd have to look that up.
Oh, well, it was like I think it was like a kind of like more of a joke. A bunch of like kids kind of like quote unquote raided Area 51. They all like protested.
Oh, that, yeah. They were like, oh, it's this big deal. Oh, sure. That was just a propaganda thing. But what do you think about it? Yeah, go ahead.
So what's our, like, if we all got together, where are we going? Like, we're not doing Area 51. Where are we going? You know what I'm saying? Like, where's the flat earthers going to go?
I don't know, man. Maybe this can help answer your question. I mean, no, I like that question. So go to the Livestream voice text. I posted a few pictures.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at them.
The last 3 pictures that I posted.
Okay.
See those shots? See how, it's at the top of places you can see really, really far.
Indeed. No curve.
Yeah. Yeah, and that'd be nice to just take a group of folks and just, go see something like that.
Excuse me. Yeah. Just take everyone to top of the mountain and go see.
Yeah, exactly, right? And then just be like, look, no curve, and it's not 100% definitive proof. You can't find 100% definitive proof of anything. There's a lot of people who come in here and argue philosophically. right?
That's what I thought, because you guys would. I heard a couple of people mention like, oh, Antarctica's like that's where the edges or the firmament. You guys talk about the dome. I know that. Or there's
Hold on. I got to
infinite
stop
land.
you there.
Okay.
I got to stop you there. I got to disabuse you a couple things. Dome is something that is a presupposition about the container. So the truth is that we can't have gas pressure without a container. Not, if there weren't container walls, the gas couldn't press upon anything. Press, right? Does that make sense?
It actually, yeah, it definitely does. I feel that.
We can't.
Well,
there's just a lot
atmosphere could be working as our container. I mean, if that was true.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Okay, so if you want to real quick get into that, just real quick. Let me get Archimedes' principle out for you. For number one, gas. So atmo is gas. Sphere is a shape. Gas molecules don't form themselves into shapes. Their behavior is dictated by entropy. So gas molecules are always going to seek their equilibrium in the medium in which they exist. Does that, you kind of get what I'm saying? I'm also going to post.
I mean, you said a couple big words that went over my head, but for the most part, I get what you're trying to say.
So basically gas can't contain gas. It needs something a little more, I guess you could use the word solid. Even a viscous liquid would be better than is that gas can't contain a gas. There's no way. That's not how it works. Does that make sense?
I mean, what you're saying makes sense. I to myself don't know if that's true, obviously.
Okay, I got it. All right, hang on a sec. I'm still not very good with the whole meme game. I got to find this picture. Hang on a sec.
No, you're good.
What it is basically explaining density. You could even look this up yourself. If I just, let me get you a link. Oh, there we go. See right when I say it. Okay, here we go. Check out the Livestream voice text.
Okay.
So if an object has a density lower than that of the surrounding liquid or gas, i.e. its environment, it will float. And if an object has density higher than that of the liquid or gas, it will sink. So it's either floating or sinking.
Okay. So that would make sense. So if gas is less dense than the atmosphere's gas, then it would sink or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It would be down here. Like that's how we could get layers of atmosphere. Am I wrong? In theory?
Well, that's the thing in theory. But see, gas, you can't. Okay, so try to reproduce gas-containing gas anywhere else on Earth, right? The assumption is that the atmosphere, which is gas, right? Atmosphere, gas, sphere. It's a contradiction in terms, but anyway, we don't have to even go there. I'll just keep
out there.
Yeah. I'll keep begging the question with the people listening. Atmosphere, we can use that word. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Can't contain itself. Right. So, but it can be contained by even a slightly thicker viscous material, like a liquid. So a liquid can contain a gas all day. You see what I'm saying? So like in the picture, you got the lamp oil at the top, and then on the bottom, all the way at the bottom, you've got the bolt, right? So the bolt is more dense than all of these things combined: alcohol, oil, water, soap, milk, all that stuff. But each one of these things that you're putting on top, each one, it has a different density. And so that's why they can exist like that around each other. And notice how there's no gases in this cup. It's just oils and waters and soaps and all kinds of different things, but there's no gas here. All of these things, except for the bolt, can contain gas.
Well, you said there's no gas. There's obviously can't be gases because you can't separate liquid from gas. But that doesn't mean that you can't separate gas from. I feel like you could if you would it not, like if I had.
You can separate gases. You can separate helium from nitrogen and all that stuff. Yeah, you can do that too. Right. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, I would just have to. I'd have to learn more about it, to argue, I guess. I mean,
sure. No. Listen. So this is just to spark your interest to research what the difference between gravity and density and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so a good place for you to start, my friend, if you're genuinely interested, because I'm not the best at explaining things.
Right.
I just love to talk to people about this stuff because I'm super passionate. I love my fellow man, and I want you to know the truth, man. That's it. That's all it is for me. But like I said, I only have 2 college degrees. I'm not a genius. But and the degrees I have are, well, they're not math based. I will say that. I have a music degree, so I had to learn a little bit of a certain kind of math. But anyway, math is just a language in the first place. You'll see a lot of these Globers come in and say, this equation, if you'd work this out and assume this, and then the sun's this far away, it gets pretty loose, the argument. But anyway, the FE tools on the left, so if you scroll down from the chat and the live voice text all the way down to the second to last option says FE tools.
Yes,
see that? That and everything above it, all those hashtags above it, you got scientific method, planets, moon landing, all that stuff. This whole section under the additional, well, actually, it goes all the way up to, so additional information you've got at the top, FE introduction, and then everything below FE introduction, all that stuff. This is all stuff where you can click, and there's just tons of stuff, all kinds of stuff in every one of these little options. Like you could spend months and still not get through it. And that's the good news. If you're truly interested, that's a great place to start.
Okay. Yeah, I'm scrolling through right now. I'll definitely check it out a little bit, right? I have to.
Sure, man. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would like to come back. I mean, I'm obviously about to get out of here soon, but I'm gonna come back with a premise of giving you guys good arguments. Because again, and I don't care to prove that the Earth is flat or round or convince you guys back to it. I just love asking questions, and maybe if I ask a couple questions, we'll find out that the Earth is something that we haven't even thought of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Questions lead to more answers.
That's what's so fun about it. Yeah, that's what's so fun about it, man. If you come in with an honest and open mind, dude, and if you want to prepare some arguments, dude, fuck yeah, do it. Come in and let's do that, because it helps sharpen our side of the argument, and it helps people learn about their environment. So it's
Absolutely.
2 birds in a stone, in my opinion, man.
Yeah, I mean, again, it can only lead to good as long as we do it civilly. It should only lead to good things. Yeah.
Correct.
All right, well, dude, appreciate everyone. Some of the people already left. Appreciate them too. But I'll definitely come back, guys. Thanks for being cool and shit.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Anthony. Appreciate it, man. You take care, okay? We'll see you soon.
Too. Thanks. Peace out.
Later. Take notes, anti-flat earthers. Those kinds of conversations are going to be the ones that take it up just past that level where you might as well just not even come in. That guy was awesome. Hope to see him again.
Definitely.
Gosh, now I'm all fired up, ready to talk to more honest people.
It was a breath of fresh air.
Hell yeah, dude.
Especially after the other dude.
Yeah. It's like we earned that breath of fresh air. We were holding our breath the whole time through the Jake stuff, and then Anthony comes in and just shows him up all over the place by just being honest.
Literally the 2 opposite ends of the spectrum in one sitting.
Yeah, and that's great. Whoever was listening just got a dose of the whole deal, right? The whole deal. I'm not mad at anybody, even the jerks, right? Even the anti-flat earthers. I'm not mad at anybody for any of this. The reason, if I sound like I'm getting worked up, is because Literally, I love you. I love my fellow man. I don't want to see people struggle and suffer and be lied to. That's why I come here. Hey, Jason, the picture you posted, you said, does anyone know what causes this on this photo of the sun? You're talking about the pattern of circles, right? In like the reflection. He probably, I don't know if he can hear me or not. Well, since there's no one talking, that yeah. So Jason posted a picture of sunlight's reflection. I think he's outside, not through a window. Looks like he's outside, but there's all these dots, and they're in a pattern. Red dots in a pattern, and I think he might be commenting on like why are there these pattern of dotted lights, and shouldn't it just be? See, I'm just speculating. I want to ask him about this, but yeah, it's a common question with a lot of shots of the sun. You get all kinds of different reflections that don't make sense, I guess, if we're looking at a solid object, or if it's just one thing, then why are we getting this specific pattern? You know, in the almost it looks like a linear fashion, right? But you never know. I mean, it could be the camera, it could be, you know, it looks like he could be taking the picture through something, and something could be reflecting and spreading the light out like a prism like that. You know, you never know what you're looking through with stuff like this. I hope that answers Jason's question from my perspective. That's just my opinion. Guess I'll just start responding to the guys and gals in the YouTube chat. Let's see. So we got our Rocket Man, we got Randy, we got Smack My Bot. You guys want to come in and chat with us a little bit? I mean, I know you're awake, and I highly doubt you don't know how to use Discord. echo properly in our container. It's way easier to chat if it's a voice conversation. It's much quicker. Nobody has to do any typing. If you want to just come right on in. Water's warm. So, Smack My Bot's excuse is that they have no voice. They claim their smoking was satanic, hence no voice. I don't know if that's supposed to be funny or not. Yeah, how dare me. Yeah, well, it depends on what you're smoking, Smack My Bot. To be fair, Smack My Bot, I'm more so inviting the far more, shall we say, adamant anti-flat earthers to finally come in and have a voice conversation with us instead of hiding in the chat every day. Did they pay you to come in voice chat or just to hang out in the YouTube chat? Correct. Randy, the ones who won't come into the voice chat to debate are usually the ones paid to shill in the YouTube chat. Now, I'm only going to say that I agree, and that is also just my opinion, because I can't, you know what I mean, I can't rightly say I know what these people are doing, but... Oh, here's one. Here we go. Moonshadow says, Glatflobe, sketch a FE map that shows two places along the equator being farther apart than two places north or south of the equator between the same degrees of longitude. Woo! Gosh, that was a lot to even say. How about you just observe that you see too far? Does that work for you, or? Listen, I need you to make a map with all these specificities that are good enough for me to accept, and if you don't do this thing that I'm specifying that you do in every exact way that I do it, then the Earth is a spinning ball in a conceptual medium. Okay? So yeah, I've had it. You either do what I say, or the Earth is this way. Okay? Gosh, I'm sick of you flat earthers just having very simple, concise explanations for shit that I'm trying to complicate. What question, dude? What are you talking about? Sketch an FE map, Moonshadow, and then answer the question. There wasn't a question. You might need to start over, partner. You might need to start over. Ask me a question first, then I can prepare an answer. What's your question, Moonshadow? So much easier just to come in and talk like adults. Talk as if we've even looked into what we're talking about, right? Come on, somebody, anybody, please. Anthony was such a breath of fresh air. Like now that's like the standard, right? Now I'm expecting every conversation to be that good. Anyway, all right. So Moonshadow. So where are we observing this right now? What your question's asking? See, I would have to take your word for, and I'm quoting you, how two places along the equator are farther apart than two places north or south of the equator between the same degrees of longitude. Are we looking at the Earth from a vantage where we can even check that out? I'll ask one more time for the people listening. I'm sure you're preparing your answer now, Moonshadow, but are we, both, you and me, at a vantage where we can see that two places along the equator are farther apart than two places north or south of the equator between the same degrees of longitude? Are we at a vantage where we can see that and therefore talk about it? Moonshadow says, airlines and shipping companies know the distance and direction between ports. Moonshadow, my response is, that's a very cool story. I don't work for an airline or a shipping company, so I can't really talk about the distances that those companies know about and how they use their equipment, how they ship things, how they fly. Wow. Do you work for both an airline and a shipping company, Moonshadow? See, this is the problem. You got to know what you're talking about before you start talking about it. I mean, I hate to rub your face in it, bud, but I'm sure they do know the distance between ports. They have to. That's their job. That doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth, my friend. It's non sequitur at best. Oh, hang on. Pope, hold on. Sorry, Pope Sin Cleanser. I was speaking with the the guy in chat, Moonshadow. Okay, YouTube, I'm no longer paying attention to you. Sorry, I love you. And now, Pope Sin Cleanser. Dude, I can't unmute you, unfortunately. I don't know if there's a mod in here or not. Yeah, that's about all I got. Also, I don't know why you were muted. It's pretty late at night or early in the morning, so I'm not sure what we can do about this currently. If there's not a mod in here to unmute you.
You've been unmuted. Don't fuck it up.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Whoever.
Hi.
Oh my goodness. Let me just say one thing after being muted this long. Flat Earth has such an opportunity to invoke the world into thinking about things that you've probably never even come across. So Flat Globe, it's exciting for me to understand how new to this you actually are. So good
I'm
luck.
sorry?
I think you're very new to this. Are you very new to Flat Earth?
No, not at all. Why do you say that?
I would only ever say that because I feel like Flat Earth has everything to do with empiricism and experience and knowing for yourself what is and what is not. How would you go about proving things?
Well, like the EXO described, I've done a lot of observations, personal observations, and I've measured bits of the Earth over miles distance.
Okay, so did you use an auto level? See, I'm going to ask you questions that I know for a fact you've never... Oh, so what do I gain when I ask you, have you ever used an auto level? I know you've never used an auto level. What about
I'm not sure what you gain from that.
Okay, so listen, I know you've never used a theodolite or an auto level
Oh,
or
gosh.
a transit, right?
So I didn't take a surveyor out to the Lake
no, but
Warner
I'm not
family.
criticizing you. I'm not criticizing you. What I'm saying is, we're comparing notes here, aren't we?
No.
At the end of the day, we're really just comparing what we figured out.
Sure, okay.
So I'm not trying to be unfair to you. I'm not saying you don't know shit. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's a possibility statistical equation that's attached to have you done this or that, and chances are you haven't done this or that. I'm not shitting on you because you haven't done this or that. What I'm saying
I'll tell
is
you
that
what, I haven't done everything available for a test, that's for sure.
Oh, that's fine. There's no reason for me to shit on you for that. What I'm asking
So what is your reason to attempt shitting on anybody?
I'll ask you one question. Does your understanding of truth reside in empiricism, or does it how do you know what truth is? How would you know what truth even means? What in your example, in your worldview, for you to say we're wrong, you would have to know what's true. What is your understanding of truth? How would you know?
Well, it's the same thing from the other side, my friend. How would you know it's true? Like, we have to ask each other the same question.
Yeah, we would. Guess what? And this is why Flat Earth wins. Is because in my worldview, all I have to do is go to the beach. I have to see the horizon. The horizon is a synonymistic understanding of the term in geometry, formerly known as a horizontal. So I win. I win on that one only because I understood geometry. The horizon is a straight line. I see that when I go to the beach. Empirically, I know this to be true. How could you possibly argue against that? You have no fucking chance. There is no argument against empiricism. I experience a flat earth. How would you try to talk me out of that?
I'm not trying to. Do you think I'm a glober?
I think if you're a flat Earth denier, you're probably an ether denier. And ether is way more cool.
Wait, dude. Did you just start listening? I'm a flat earther.
Are you? Okay, well, good luck. Have fun. Are you an ether denier?
I don't talk about the ether, dude. I really don't. I haven't looked into it.
You don't know anything about it. Yeah.
Right. I haven't looked into it. That's why I don't talk about it. That's because that's what adults do. They don't talk about something they don't know about.
I wasn't shitting on you. If you got the impression that I was trying to put you down, I wasn't putting you down. What I was saying.
I apologize.
Essentially, what I'm saying. Relax. Essentially, what I'm saying is that we know the Earth isn't a globe for a number of different reasons. Now, these numbers of different reasons we can prove through experimentation. I can get you to go doing this and that, and you'll find out very quickly for yourself why the Earth isn't what they tell you it is. Now, I'm not expecting you just to fucking hook, line, and sinker believe everything that I say, because I think there's a philosophical argument for flat Earth that's just as, what would you call it, convincing, right? The most convincing evidence for flat Earth resides in empiricism, right? Your experience of reality.
I agree totally. You're talking to me like I'm a fucking glober, dude.
Well, why you're not a glober?
Absolutely not. No,
Are you a flat earther? Are you
absolutely.
A flat earther?
Yeah, because I know the reality upon which I live. That's why I'm a flat earther.
Well, okay. So I don't know if you had the I wasn't trying to talk you into flat Earth. It's more of how do you equate yourself? How do you orientate yourself in reality? The only way a person could objectively orientate themselves is with the understanding that the Earth presents itself to be horizontal and flat, horizontal horizon. This is just what we experience.
All right, brother. I don't know. We're on the same page,
we may
man.
Be agreeing. I don't know. We may.
Yeah, dude. Listen. Okay, listen. Let me try to prove to you I'm a flat earther.
You might be a flat earther.
All night I've been defending. If you scroll up all night, I've been I've been to the top of Snowmass Mountain, 14,000 feet, and I've done this 20, 30 times. Yeah, and I've taken pictures and I've done observations. I should not be able to see the 100+ miles that I can see out. If the Earth were even twice, let's be generous and say the globe is twice the size that they say it is, I still wouldn't be able to see 100 miles across.
I don't know. This is your proof, man. You're telling me about your proof. You realize that?
I suppose. The Earth presents itself, regardless of what you think. The Earth presents itself as flat and stationary.
Okay.
Right?
Fine. That's fine. I can't argue with your little personal experience, right? Why would I argue with that? You're telling me what you thought you felt that happened. Right?
I thought I felt. No. It's observable.
That's
for
what
everyone.
happened.
Everyone can see.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. There's not a whole world of flat earthers, are there?
Oh no, most people are brainwashed as hell. You bet.
Okay, so you're saying that most people don't experience flat Earth?
No, they don't realize it. They experience it. They're just not paying attention.
Okay, so you're a conspiratard. That's fine. if you found yourself this depth, you are unfortunately a conspiratard.
Well, thanks for telling me what I am, my friend.
You are a conspiratarded human.
What else am I then? Let's go down the list. What else am I in this 5 minutes that you've talked to me? What else am I? Let's hear it.
If you're rejecting the mainstream narrative, you're one of us. If you're going any further than that, you're a truth seeker. If you're finding shit out that most people don't even fucking understand, you're a little bit further than what the average person should be, right? So how would I tell you that you're
right now?
Okay. Let me just really clarify it for you, because I know you're a new flat earther. There's a lot of Hold on. Listen, Mr. Young Buck Flat.
Okay.
I think I know why you were muted, bro. I think we know why you were muted.
That's weird. What was he doing? He's like, playing all sides, I guess. So it's the art of war, right?
Yeah,
Sun Tzu
Pope.
art of war.
He was arguing.
Play both
He
sides
was
against each
arguing
other.
for the sake of arguing.
Pope has a problem with the bottle.
Ah, got it. I was really confused. I've
He was
spent
coming at you all foul, and I was like, dude.
Well, and now we know that all he has is being foul. I thought that, like, he's like, oh, you're a new flat earther. I'm like, well, then clearly he hasn't really been listening tonight, this kind of deal. And then we get what we got. So it makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah. I think they unmuted him just to see where you were gonna go, where it was gonna go to, and see how you.
Yeah, I think someone did. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Crazy,
man,
crazy stuff. Oh well, okay, that was fun, I guess. I was like, how do I defend? Wait, do I? This is weird because he's acting like a flat earther, but he's trying to make fun of me, and he's. This is strange. It was so weird, dude.
Bro, he was deliberately attacking you for no reason.
Well, for sure.
It's like one of those Christians who's like, you say you're a Christian, but how do you know you're a Christian? I'm like, okay, he's one of those people. Yeah.
Well, my favorite part was when I would explain some flat Earth stuff, and he would, and then as an argument against what I was saying, he would, for some reason, use flat Earth arguments. Excuse me. So it was like me saying, "Hey, Earth's flat," and he'd be like, "Yeah, but why do you think it's a globe?" Like, wait, what?
I don't know why he was
like. How do you respond to that? What do you do with that? Oh dear. Hey, Pope Sin Cleanser, 2 things. I know you're still listening because you're typing in the voice text. 1, you say we could just talk. Clearly, you didn't want to just talk. You wanted to do something else, which I still can't explain. But number 2, you're muted. I didn't mute you, but I have a sneaking suspicion that was the right move. So, if you want to chat, we can do it in the voice text, but you're not going to come back on the end of the live stream. Sorry.
The voice text is in live stream, I think.
Did you mute him? Thank you.
Oh, I guess I meant the VC.
I know what you meant, but it was
yeah.
funny.
No, yeah. You're right. We got to be mad specific with a lot of these folks, right?
Right, because they're gonna say some dude, for real, because they're gonna be on your ass.
Well, because all they have is tactics. They don't have empiricism, like right? Mr. Sin Cleanser was talking about.
They'll
they don't
point
have
out the stuff that you did wrong, or you're talking about wrong. Like, you fuck up on one word, or you say so. They try to twist your words against you.
And the key word there is try.
Sorry, Spiral of Love.
Spiral of Love. Yeah, if you're chatting, dude, you might want to reconnect because we can see you lighting up, but can't hear you.
Sorry, my bad. I was just talking.
You're good, brother. You're good, brother.
Who is he talking to?
Who?
Popes and.
I think he's talking to me in the thing.
Oh.
But I'm back and forth. I mean, I'm doing a lot of things right now.
Oh, he's talking to Crack Villain.
Oh, good. Get him, Crack.
He was like, "Hey, Crack homie." I was like, who the fuck is he talking to? I didn't realize Crack Villain was in here.
Yeah, crack villain. You know, I mean, even these kinds of dudes, you know, we all get together and have a little fun together, right? I hear it. I understand.
That's like that's you're the exact opposite of what you're saying right now.
Well, yeah, it's clear that Mr. Pope Sin Cleanser doesn't want to talk about the shape of the earth. He wants to talk about the people talking about the shape of the earth.
Right.
Isn't that what you want, Pope? Come on, you can admit it. We're friends here. In the live stream voice text, I just posted a picture of Aspen Mountain. You can see the city of Aspen there, and then Aspen Mountain. That's summertime. Look how beautiful refraction is in the summertime. I'm sorry. It's a beautiful, beautiful picture, though. Boy, that refraction really makes those mountains pop, doesn't it?
Smell of refraction in the morning.
Right, yeah.
The best part of waking up, refraction in your cup.
That's right. Little Folgers action. Yeah, man, I think today I've seen it all, though. Anti-flat earthers, genuine globers, genuine on the fencers, genuine flat earthers. And then I get to see the last guy, the Pope Saint Cleanser guy. I hate to keep giving him more attention, but I didn't know how to talk to him because it sounded like he was a flat earther. And then, but everything I would say that was also agreeing with the flat earth truth, he'd try to argue against. I was like, oh no, I gotta hand it to him. I was baffled, befuddled, bewildered, hoodwinked. I was. It was a bunch of ballyhoo. That's what that was. Mishmash, pish-posh, bunkum, succotash. How you doing, Solar?
On top of the world, mate.
Good, man, good. What time is it where you at? Is it morning time there? Like, or maybe afternoon now?
It's about midday.
Midday, cool.
Just before 12. You really can hear it all. It's like 4 seasons in one day. When you talk to these globers, it's like they can give you 4 sides to a coin, which only has 2 sides.
Exactly, yeah. It's great.
You ask them to give you heads or tails. Like, I didn't ask for 4 sides. Just asked, is it heads or is it tails? Like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like, hey, what color? You ask them, hey, what color is a carrot? And they go, buildings are tall. Okay.
It
depends. How fast does a Ferrari go? How fast does a Ferrari go? Oh, apple pie's delicious. Like, okay, well. Do you even want to have a conversation? Yeah.
I like chicken.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as stupid that as I made it just sound there. I mean, I'm tired. I'm not making all the sense in the world.
Dude, I am just as tired, bro. I
got one more assignment to finish before I
you
let
are
myself
not
go to
alone.
sleep.
You're not alone, Flo.
I'm procrastinating because I like you guys so much better than doing homework. Now I just want to go back to Snowmass. Jeez, these pictures are making me hungry to go back there now. It's only been a year.
I want to get a P900 now.
Yeah.
Start taking shots.
Yeah. So the same happened with the Jake, right? Earth curvature, or horizon is Earth curvature. So Black Swan, no, that's not Earth curvature. But horizon is Earth curvature, yes. But Black Swan, no, that's not Earth curvature.
Mm-hmm. It's just an unwillingness to accept the truth at this point. It's just, it's a no, I don't wanna. It's like when you tell a kid to put an extra coat on when he's going outside. It's cold. Hey, put an extra coat. I don't want it. Yeah. Okay, whatever. I remember being like that, I didn't want to put the coat on. I didn't want to admit that I needed a coat, that someone else could tell me the truth about something. Right? I already know the truth. Ah. Should honestly be refreshing that the science isn't settled. There's so much more left to learn. That's very exciting to me. I just posted in the voice text another picture of a view from Snowmass Mountain. Gorgeous, and that's at the very least, because I haven't looked up this vantage yet where it is. But that's at least, hold on. Yeah, that's at least 100 miles out. I'm putting that other picture right next to it, the one that I took. Yeah. It's crazy. You can see so far out there, man. It's easier to see in the summertime too because the mountains don't have snow on them, so it's easier to see what a mountain is compared to what a cloud is. Spiral, that's pretty cool, man. What are you gonna do with that?
This one I just kind of fly around to practice flying the plane But I have another plane that actually has a camera and stuff on it.
Nice.
It's just a lot bigger, so it's harder to fly like just on a daily to mess with.
Right. That's cool that you're doing that. See, this is what I would hope that the other side stuff, this is stuff that I hope they would be doing too. So that, you know what I mean? If they were truly interested in the facts behind all of this, they'd be building these kinds of things. They'd be buying all the drones. They'd be getting all the surveying equipment. They'd be doing these things and talking about how they've been testing it, and doing things like showing a picture where somebody is building something so that they can test the thing on which they live, right? Gosh, that even looks more solid than the lunar lander already. They probably didn't even use a glue gun on the lunar lander, did they?
It probably would have worked better.
Yeah.
I feel like they use a lot of paper mache. Just spray painted it.
Yeah. It's really impressive that all of that just worked on the very first try, too. That's...
Yeah. And they were so just chill about it when they got there. Just like, fuck it, let's play some golf.
Let's play golf! What are we going to do to convince them we're up there? Let's play a little golf. Genius. I love it. Stanley, did you bring your golf clubs? Oh, you forgot them? Neil, did you? Okay, so Neil brought his. We'll use his golf clubs. Oh, wow, yeah, so for scale, I can see the paint roller back there. Okay, yeah, crazy, dude. That's cool. Have you flown the big one?
Yeah, I have. It actually has like a flight controller board in it, so it's kind of has some extra features. I can make it do
Dude, that's
waypoints.
awesome.
And all that stuff.
Are you a pilot too? Like, do you know about aviation?
I'd like to get my pilot's license at some point.
Right on, dude.
I'm a remote pilot.
Yeah. You're building them single engine Cessna kind of deals. I like it, dude.
Yeah, I had to rebuild this little one because I went to hand catch it the other day and came in a little too hot and caught it by like the tail and just like ripped it in two.
Yeah. You don't know your own strength. Well, I'm just kidding, but what's it made out of?
Just foam board from the dollar store.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, it's so easy to break. You could breathe on it wrong and, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty sturdy for some foam board. I just caught it the wrong way.
Right on.
Survived quite a few crashes I didn't think it would survive, so. It's all about how you engineer it.
Absolutely. Did you learn how to do this as a kid?
I learned how to fly a plane like a little bit as a kid, but recently I've gotten into actually building them.
Cool, man. Yeah, dig it. You should start manufacturing them. Call them the Flat Earth Flyer. Start selling them to people, you know, just on the fence. Or like letting them rent it for a little bit and be like, yo, and you can have one for this price, and you can always look at the flat stationary Earth whenever you want.
Yeah, that's one reason I actually started flying the FPV drones.
What was the reason? Just to be able to just look at it all the time? See it?
Yeah, pretty much. Just go up there and admire how flat it is.
Yeah.
That and because I just wanted to get documentation on like sun stuff and atmospheric stuff. That's hard to do from the ground.
Oh, totally. Yep.
Like I'm 20 miles away from the Mississippi River, but if I go up not too far, I can see it.
Yep.
Basically, just got to get up past the terrain of the land, and then I can see it.
Right. Get above the trees and mountains, and then, you know, it's undeniable.
It's also really cool because I've noticed just how much the horizon changes. Like the visibility, like it makes it so much more real when you're up there, like up high enough to where you can see far out and see the actual like extinction where the haze like just stops everything.
Right, right. Yeah, instead of looking at obstruction, you're looking literally at as far as you're able to see. And it presents itself, you know, if our optics were able to see through all of the gases and the moisture in the air and everything, if we were able to see forever, boy, we probably we would. But, you know, there's the extinction limit, like you said, and it's interesting to see where that is. Yeah.
It was interesting seeing how much the wildfires was affecting it here in Illinois.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I live in the Midwest too, and you know, air quality was a certain thing, still is, every other day. But now we're going from what is it, wildfires to hurricane season now?
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the video I posted earlier. When it was like really hazy from the smoke, I actually caught on the GoPro on the drone, the sun disappeared into the haze, but on my flight camera that I looked through, it was actually still visible.
That's cool. No, I didn't see that. You might have to repost it.
Hey, I'll go post it. But yeah, it's just interesting because I didn't expect it when I came down and actually looked at the video. It was only when I noticed that it had disappeared into the haze because, like, from what I was seeing, it was still showing up. So it just shows how different, like, settings on cameras can make the sun disappear quicker. Or how good the sensor is for, like, the light, the range of it.
Right.
Just a second, I'm firing up the computer.
No problem, man. Take your time. Yeah. Ariel, that's... I love it. For anybody just listening, Ariel posted in the live stream voice text a supposed picture of the lunar lander on the moon. And if you click on it, you can also do an open original and click on, really get a good zoom in on that. And they found, see, here's what they did. They used gold tin foil instead of silver to make it look like it's special space foil. So, oh gosh, where do we start with this thing? God, oh man, it's horrible. The one question I have, well, I don't want to try to really dive into it unless somebody wants to, but how does that thing get a pressure seal anywhere? That's all. That's the only question I have. How do you get a pressure seal in that? I'm sorry. I have to say more about it. This lunar lander picture, I'm looking at ripples in the metal on the seals where it's supposed to be completely sealed up, right? There's ripples. Bends, meaning there's air being let out in both directions. They couldn't even make it look smooth. They couldn't even take the ripples out. Yeah, paper mache, like, is that metal? What are we looking at?
To me, it looks like something they'd put on like a float for like a parade.
Mm-hmm. It's like I could stick a pencil through any surface that I'm looking at. I know 5-year-olds who could destroy this entire thing in 5 minutes. Does anybody understand that? How stupid this looks? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, they had to wrap the PVC pipe in foil so that it didn't look like PVC.
Yeah.
Sup, Indio?
Come on, you're not letting me work, man. I was hiding. Didn't even see me.
Too late. You've been outed, bro.
I've been outed. I mean, the lunar lander. Come on, just pick anything.
Right.
Pick anything about it. Literally. I'm still trying to figure out how come astronauts in space, how they can see. Because, you got tears, right? Tears drain out through your nose because of so-called gravity. If there's no gravity, why aren't there... And you know how everything is like... sticks to everything, right? Water. It's a fluid and just sticks to everything like glue. I'm sure you've seen some of that, like wringing out the paper towel or wringing out the towel, how it just sticks to his fingers. So why isn't that happening to their eyes? Because there's nowhere for the water to drain. Right? There's no gravity.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you can literally pick anything. Nothing works.
Nothing works. Yeah, nothing. First try, too. I love going back to that one. Very first try.
Yep, never tested.
The whole thing. Yeah, everything went well. How many first-time voyages out to the sea went perfect? You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, with a new boat design. Boat that's never been floated before either.
Right.
They never tested the lunar module. They never tested the lander.
I mean, there's no way to do that. How are you going to test it?
Well, they had that mock-up thing that crashed and almost killed Neil Armstrong, but that was like...
Right, yeah, I remember that. Well, I don't remember it. Technically, I wasn't alive, but right, I've seen the footage and I've studied the reports. Oh, man.
The moon landing is like the easiest thing to debunk. It is so easy.
They literally admit that it's not possible.
Werner von Braun, he wrote a book before they did the Apollo mission. This is what supposedly convinced everybody to try and go to the moon. In his book, he wrote that it would take 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building, and they would have to like jump from one rocket to the other or something stupid like that. Yeah, it's in his little book.
They were using like 4-way hydrogen cannons to try and launch rockets up to a higher altitude to then have it kick in back then, and just after that as well in the 50s. And even that stuff couldn't get anywhere near where they needed to go.
Hold on, I gotta be quiet. I'm near an old guy. He'll lynch me and shit. But he hears me say the moon landing is fake. Take his fucking teeth out and start smacking me. It's my generation, damn it.
It's the biggest achievement. It was either that or a war with Russia.
You know what was the biggest achievement of that moment? Is that everybody fucking bought it.
They didn't have much of a choice though, right? What was the alternative? Say, nah, it didn't happen. You can either accept world's best achievement, or everyone could have called it into question and said it's bullshit, and that would have caused such a big problem and such disablement and dissension in the ranks of the American military and people that Russia would have been able to fuck them up in their view anyway. It was
it almost seems like it was like fear based. It's like, well, if and it's like it's built in. They're not thinking. Nobody's thinking, oh, this is fake. Everybody's thinking, oh, cool. Now we're going to show the Russians up. Thank God. Maybe this will help if they try to go to war with us.
Basically. But yeah, at that time they needed to be united. They needed a big achievement.
Mm-hmm.
Dissension would have served to embolden the Russians in their mind, the people.
Yeah. People like us would have been put in jail back then.
It was like it's a subconscious thing that would have been going on, where their brains would have wanted to accept it through this game theory 101, dude. Yeah, don't listen to Sing Cleanser, by the way. Glatflow, he chat shit about him.
Yeah, I got the feeling.
Yeah. He's a lovable guy, though, believe it or not.
I'm sure he's a fine guy. That's the trick, man. So many attitudes come in here, but not as many just honest personalities, I guess.
I know, dude. I know, right?
And I'll admit, man, I can be sharp, and by that I don't mean smart. I mean I can stab that side and you'd be like, oh god, he's kind of being a dickhead. And that's true. That's true. I can, but to me, it's tough love because as attitudey as I may or may not get, my motivation is that I love you. I don't want to see you be lied to, and I want you to live your best life. And I am getting a lot. Let's be honest. It's almost selfish. I'm getting a shitload from knowing about this stuff and learning about this stuff. I just want to share it.
Yeah,
That's really it.
Let me invite you to some other shit. Wait there. I just looked at your servers, and you're not a part of this shit, so you need to be. There you go, dude.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate
Horizons a little bit.
Absolutely.
Pseudoscience versus science is, that's one of the higher bar ones. Like, very refined arguments in there.
Awesome. Hey, thank you.
Did I invite you to Brandon's server?
Yes.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I just joined.
Dude, I'll get you in the mall.
It's a lot of them. Thanks again, man. I appreciate that.
That's so good, bro. Where's Golden Globes?
Yeah, because honestly, I didn't have any other, y'all were the only reason I really even got Discord. I was like, yeah, I'll hang out with the bros and gals over there.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Sorry, I can't really talk much. I've got lockjaw, mate. Don't know.
That's okay. You got lockjaw, like real lockjaw?
Yeah, like a little bit. Like, fucking kidding.
Damn, brother. Well, yeah. If it hurts, don't talk, brother. I hear you.
I can talk. It's just, I think talking's gonna just make it worse over time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I don't, because I've never had lockjaw, so I can only sympathize. Is it from tetanus or is it from something else?
That's from talking too much.
Oh, got it. Okay.
It's like repetitive strain of the jaw, mate.
I hear you there.
I spend about 10 hours a day talking like continuously and fluently, mate.
I got it. Is that part of your job?
Not really.
You just talk. Yeah, no, I got it. I'm with you, dude. Totally.
Earlier on, I read the Bible out loud, like for 3 hours.
Wow.
To help someone sleep. So I think that added to it.
That's very sweet of you.
They did it for me. Have. That's the way shit goes, the way shit works.
Yeah. Well, we all got to be like that, man.
Yeah, man.
Just got to help out any way we can. Little, big, tons of little ones though. Because those are the easiest ones anyway. Might as well just do the easy ones, as like I don't know.
Yeah, they were in a blow to sleep, I think. So, yeah, man.
You've got a cool and soothing voice that would work for trying to help somebody sleep.
Exactly, bro. See, one of the funny things that happened one day in here, right? Or a different server, I can't remember. Someone proceeded to tell me about the fallacy of the Englishman, of like anything that comes out of an Englishman just sounds like the straight up truth. Right? And both of them were laying out how this fallacy works. And then they proceeded to ask me about every fucking thing that was important about life, as if I was an authority. I was like, you just told me about the fallacy, you fucking idiot. It was brilliant.
I love that. That's
great.
great.
Literally. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, wow.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, and it's funny because, like, I don't know if you can understand that fallacy. You know what I mean? Like, you can comprehend it, but you can't empathize with it, right?
Yeah. I can
I can though. I could tell you right now, dude, for sure. And like, I don't have control. I have to notice it and be like, wait. No. No. Just because that accent really sounds good and smooth.
It is the same for me. It's like there's another guy that comes in here, which is one of the moderators called Crypto. People often mix us up. Crypto is more of a posh version of me, a little bit posher. I'd say a little bit more better, well spoken than me. So I do get that effect as well from people.
I got it. Yeah.
Yeah. like, I don't from you American guys. You sound like shit. I'm not gonna lie.
Shit, bud.
No, that's not entirely
true. Well, yeah. So we Americans think that all Brits sound either pompous or smart or both. And you guys think that we just sound like fucking drunkards or something.
Yeah, not quite.
No, I know. I don't know how it would say. Because, see, like, you could try to describe it to me, and I'd be like, yeah, but I didn't grow up over there, so I don't know. I don't know what we look like.
See, the thing is with me, I can be very well spoken at the same time as sound very ghetto or hood. You know?
Yep. Well, I've heard people try to, I've heard people try to be like, you know, crack villain smokes bowls all day, smokes weed all day, because the way he talks, it's like, no, yeah, and it's like, come on, are you seriously judging the book by its cover on that one? No, don't do that.
Yeah, I don't even smoke cannabis, mate. I quit about a week ago, but before that, I wasn't. Like, I was just like a spliff before bed, and then
yeah,
like, when was it? But before that, I was only doing it for like about a couple of months. Before that, I quit like 2 years before. Yeah, man, I don't even drink. My name doesn't help.
No, but your name is, you know, everybody's name is their own kind of personal deal, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it rhymes with my last name. And it was my nickname growing up. On the way home from school one day, when we were about 14, a crack dealer at the end, like near our school, offered me some crack cocaine, like to me and my friends. Just like, do you want to buy any crack? Pulled it out, and I just knocked him clean out, right? And then, you know, just like fucking threw all of his crack into the like drain. And then yeah, man, after that, my last name, like I said, it rhymes with it. So then everyone else that was like, yeah, crack man.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. But it was more like my last name said first, then Crackman, and after the last name.
Right. Yeah, no, I got you.
Like that.
Lots of nicknames are based off of last names. You can grow up calling people by their last name. Okay.
I'll DM it to you so you can. And then it'll make sense to you why villain's spelled wrong.
Yep, got it. Yeah. And that's hard to explain to like a live stream. You don't even want to try to explain it.
To be honest, I've said it in here so many times.
Yeah.
Like where I'm just like, oh, whatever.
Well, I'll never hide from telling people my first name. Shit. And a lot about my life, man. There's just no reason to get the last name involved. Because it doesn't matter. But like addressing people by their first name, like if they're not afraid to say it, that's fine. Because Glatflobe, I don't want to say that. But Sean, you can say Sean. That's way easier than Glatflobe, right? I'd rather just do it that way. Call me Sean.
I'm gonna just call you Glat because if I remember Sean, I call you Sean. But is it SH or EAN?
SEAN.
Yeah. I had a friend at the school called that, and we used to call him Sawn. Just to wind him up. Wait, Sawn.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I've gotten them all. Scene. Scene's the one that I got the most. Is Scene.
See, in England, that one don't fly because it's seen as SEEN.
Well, it is here too, but so the word sea, like ocean, SEA, and then just put an N on it.
I know it is over there too. I'm just saying because like people are just weird, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, my favorite one is when someone continually calls me Shane, even though I always say, "Hey, I'm Sean." Like when I was working with a bunch of old people, they just, you know, like residents that I would see every day for months at a time would still call me Shane. You know, they got dementia, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, all kinds of stuff, right? So after a while, like I was known by like 5 or 6 different names, versions of Sean, Shane, whatever you wanted to call me.
Shawshank Redemption.
Yep.
Sawn in half.
My mom said to tell people that I was named after Sean Connery, and they'll think I'm cool. I was like, Mom, I'm already cool. But then I found myself saying, yeah, I was named after Sean Connery. No big deal. And when I was younger, people would be like, dude, that's cool.
Was you actually though? That's the thing.
Oh, I don't care if I was or not.
You probably were. It sounds like you probably were, to be honest.
Well, she's been obsessed with him, yeah,
Yeah.
forever. And I grew up with like Sean Connery movie posters all in the on the walls of our basement and stuff like that. So she had a little like Sean Connery shrine. So yeah.
Oh. Yeah, man. My mum. Yeah, I'm glad that my mum didn't do that to me. I would have been named Travolta.
Oh no. That's funny. Yeah, I guess I got lucky on that one, huh? Like my mom wasn't obsessed with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Hey, Arnold.
Or Stallone.
Yeah, mate. Sylvester or Stallone, which one's worse?
Yeah.
Who you
My
call?
cat's bitching at me. What the fuck do you want, Zeus? I don't care. Or do you really? Oh yeah, I think I've heard you talk about this.
I really don't hate them, but like, I mean, not enough that like I would. It's hard to explain. They just die, bro. Like, they don't always die, but you know what I mean. Like, my cat, I had 2 cats, and then one of them died at the beginning of COVID. One died a year before, but that one, mate, I woke up and it was like next to me on the floor, like choking to death or some shit. And then I was like, picked it up and I was like trying to like resuscitate it. I couldn't.
What was happening?
It wolfed down like something very quickly, and it's it's a 15-year-old cat, man. Like, and they able to eat. I don't know what had happened. It must have just inhaled it or something.
Well, 15, not a young cat. Yeah, I hear you, man. This guy's a kitten, so he's brand new. He's definitely gonna be around for a while.
I like kittens.
Yeah, he's pretty great. I named him Zeus, and I feel weird because like when I yell at him, I'm screaming. You know, like there were people that used to believe Zeus was the god of everything, right?
Yeah,
And
mate.
so like I'm screaming that.
Yeah. I couldn't do that.
I'm like, Zeus, get the fuck down.
It's like calling the cat All Father or Four. It's like, All Father.
Right? Oh, man.
Odin.
Yeah, Odin. Oh, that's what I mean. It's too late now. He knows his name, and that's that. Yeah, actually, the lady the lady I got him from named him that, and she said because he was kind of like king of the house, because she. So I guess this mama cat came and had a litter on her front steps of her house. There's a litter of cats and mama just sitting there, and so she took the cats in, and was starting to, you know, because they're technically rescues at that point, so she's trying to give them away, and so there was only one boy, and this woman knew my mom. My mom was like, you know, and I had already been looking for an animal, a companion, because I've decided to stay single for a while and get some shit accomplished. And so I got a cat, and but she called him Zeus because he was like ruling the roost. He was dominating and talking all over the place and acting like it was his house and his rules. So she said, you know, he's the god of this world. His name is Zeus. And so there we go. There we have it. I got Zeus the cat.
I had a big Alaskan Malamute that was a giant one, huge, and he was very aggressive when I got him, and I had to like turn him around and, you know, I miss that dog as well. All my animals died in the space of a year. It was really weird.
That is strange, dude. I can see why you feel that way.
I think I'm gonna have to go, mate. I need to try and sleep through this and hope that it goes away this night.
Right on, dude.
Sorry about
I should get some shit accomplished too.
No worries, Glat Flurb. Sure.
All right, Mr. Crack Villain, buddy. Well, it's always good to talk to you, man. Always.
Yeah, you too, brother. All right, peace out, mate.
Later.
I was just thinking about it. I had a weird experience earlier today. I'm not sure if it's a coincidence or if it's something that I should take note of. But I was flying my drone and I went up a little high today. And like 5 minutes after, a big unmarked military jet came through right where I was flying.
Yeah, crazy. I don't know, man. Couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. Oh shit, my cat is going nuts. Sorry.
I really don't know any of them like fly that route. So,
do you have a base near you within like 50 miles?
Sort of. I guess it's close to 50 miles ish.
Yeah. Unmarked military jet, and it was going fast. It was a jet.
No, it was more like a.
Because they have drones that look like planes.
No, it wasn't so much a jet. It was more like a cargo looking one. That was. It wasn't flying super fast, but it was flying pretty low.
Pretty low, yeah.
Black plane, basically. Just like a dark gray, maybe, but just cruising by right after I was up there.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know, man. Shit.
It's like I wonder if they're like catching me on the radar or something.
Yeah, and then just flying out. Like there might have already been a plane up there, and then they say, "Oh, by the way, there's something. Why don't you go check this out real quick? Something out there, you know."
Yeah, who knows?
I don't know.
I gave them a peace sign though, if they were looking at me.
A peace sign, huh? You're nicer than me. I've had my fair share of looking up to the sky and hearing the chopper come well before I see it, and then I see it, and it's certainly pitch black and certainly in my area for a reason. And, I don't know if it's me or not, but I make sure that only one finger is displayed. But that's just me.
Yeah, the sky was doing some weird shit today. It was like some odd, like beams of light that were just colored weird. It was weird. I haven't looked at the video since I flew, but just remembering it, it was definitely. I don't know.
Just the colors are changing weird or what?
It was a really colorful looking sky, but then also like it was kind of like hazy, cloudy, overcastish, but like there was like certain chunks of like weird looking light beams. I don't even know how to describe it.
Yeah, there's speculation out there. Let me say that one more time. Speculation that I've come across that, they've got these cloaking capabilities and there's ships up there that can just sit suspended in an area for as long as they want, and they can make themselves either like invisible or look like clouds or whatever. Got that hover technology going on, and stuff in the movies. But I feel like, and again, speculation, if they're gonna pull off some kind of fake alien invasion, then the sky is gonna start doing different things gradually, because usually it's not like a 7-Eleven was an inside job incident, right? Where just some big shit happens all at once. There it is. Usually it's a slow burn with these kinds of deals. Like with the current Cocoa Puffs, the Cocoa Pebbles, right? Whatever agenda is being played out with this, it's going to take a second. They're not just going to do it all at once. Otherwise, we'd stop them in their tracks, right? It's like the frog in the boiling water. Can't drop it in boiling water. You got to set it in the lukewarm water and then slowly turn the heat up, and the frog won't jump out. But yeah, anyway, that was a rabbit hole. Yeah, Sky's going to be doing some weird shit, in my opinion. I think we're going to see some more and more different kind of things.
Yeah.
I do like seeing the moon in the sky at the same time as the sun.
There is something pretty gratifying about that. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, because it's impossible on a globe. The other thing is that it was 4th of July a few years ago. I was with my family out in Minnesota, the same lake that I measured with the surveying equipment. I was on the lake with my family, looking up at the sky, and I pointed it at, my stepdad's a pilot, and he's got his pilot's license for helicopters and planes, basically for everything but a commercial jet, because he doesn't fly for commercial airlines. But anyway, so I'm looking at the sun and the moon in the same sky, and they're close too. They're pretty. You can see. I mean, you can look up, and in your view, you can see to the right or to the left is a moon, and to the right is a sun. And I'm asking my mom. I said, hey, Mom, real quick, can you see that, the moon? She said, oh yeah, honey, it's really pretty. I'm like, yeah, it's gorgeous. How, though? And she knows I'm a flat earther, so she was like, well, maybe I think Bruce has an explanation for that. Is my stepdad's name. And an explanation for that. I said, well, yeah, well, you know what? I don't want to fight with him, so I'm not gonna do that right now. Everybody been drinking and stuff, but I made sure to get a lot of pictures of that, because it was clear as day that, that moon was right there, that sun was right there. And if the moon is visible because it's reflecting sunlight, then there's no way for it to be in the same sky as the sun as well. You can't have it both ways. And this is what I told my mom, and she just kind of gave me this look, this smirk, and I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And I stopped talking about it,
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, if it was reflected light, that reflected light would be less than, like, the brightness of the sun. So it wouldn't, it'd be, like, damn it, what's the word?
Diffused?
No, the sun's light would blow out the moon, like, basically.
Oh, right.
Because if it's a reflection, then it's already traveled to the moon, so it's lost some of its, intensity. Then it travels from the moon to us, and losing more intensity.
Well, and it's got to go through the Van Allen radiation belts and the atmosphere and you know what's funny to me? Why doesn't refraction mess with what we see from the ground between here and the moon? Why doesn't refraction fuck with any of that?
Yeah, you'd think it would. I mean, it's going from a vacuum to an atmosphere.
Right.
That's two
and
different.
It's crystal clear. It's crisp, clear as day every time we see it, right? It's a mess. It's just a mess. Their whole argument. Okay, we got Aya Baguette, La Baguette in the voice text. Livestream voice text says Earth's round. Where do we start with that one?
Good morning.
I'll tell you what. Go ahead, buddy.
Good morning. That's all.
Morning, Elijah.
Good morning.
Man, you find more and more stuff on the internet. So, number one, I hate memes. I don't fuck with memes like that. But you know, this whole certain planets not being able, not positioned to see in the night sky. I'm trying to figure out what that's about. Because I look at, like, you look at all the CGI and you're like, well, this isn't helping me come to a better conclusion. Where they seem to make it look like it's all aligned on a plane. And I'm like, well, I mean, even if it wasn't, I don't see it. I don't know how. Like, they got them locked in these rings, right? These orbits, and it's like, if the orbit only orbits between the sun and the earth, how the hell could you see it in nighttime? I haven't thought that much into it, but on its face, it makes sense. Or doesn't make sense.
Wait, so which part? Well, I didn't catch all that. Break it down as if I'm
the live stream.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Just look in the live stream.
There we go. Appreciate that.
And nothing's ever that easy, you know what I mean?
Right.
Nothing's ever that easy.
Yeah. That's a good one. Elijah, I like that too.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know yet. I mean, because the Globers in this group will make you like super doubt some shit,
Yeah,
and
they
it's
will.
like, memes are wrong a lot of the time. So I'm just trying to figure out, because I went and Googled it, and I'm like, all right, surely the planets aren't all aligned, like, but obviously the universe is flat, so apparently they are.
They can be. Yeah, this is a slippery slope because the one meme that says it's impossible for Mercury and Venus to be seen at night. Well, we're just looking at a cartoon representation of all of these things that are aligned at once. We're just looking at an alignment where everything's aligned at once.
Right, but look at the orbits of Venus, though, or is it Mercury? Whichever one it is. Look at the orbit. It doesn't matter where in alignment it is. How would you see it at night on the other side of the Earth?
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
So,
Yeah, no,
so
that,
then I
I mean,
said,
given that model, yeah, it's not possible.
so then I Googled, like, all right, like, let me see the real, like, let me get something like a better. Surely they have something more sophisticated. I didn't look too deep, but I mean, when you Google it, that's all you get is those cartoon images. So what am I supposed to conclude? Do I got to go to university to figure out how they're really aligned, or what?
Elijah, are you talking about Venus being visible at night?
Yeah, especially because it's a hot topic this week, seeing as that we're going to be able to see 5 quote unquote planets in the sky at night, which should be interesting actually.
When's that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this week.
I think the Glober's explanation about seeing Venus. Sorry, so I think the Glober's explanation about seeing Venus at night, would be that it is only visible at dawn and dusk. So
only visible at dawn and dusk. I'll think about that.
So that is because it's called the morning star, right? So it's only visible at I think dawn or dusk, and that is, I think, the explanation for seeing Venus at night.
It damn sure wasn't dawn or dusk in that photo with that moon. You see it in the chat? Like the guy took a picture of it, unless he's wrong about what planet that is. I mean, that's smack dab. That looks like complete darkness.
Well, what I mean, maybe I put it wrongly, but just before the quote unquote, we get daylight, right? So it's still dark, but it's the low.
So the angle, in my opinion, if it's dark, just doesn't. I can't make that make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
The angle is just, it's too much, and on top of that, like no, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
Wait a second. I did find any. Let me search the channels, because I did post a video like a half year ago where this was being talked about. So I need to.
Okay.
1 second.
Thank you, Roger.
Have you seen the one Eric DeBay just put out? It's
No.
on this topic. Here, I'll post it for you. It's on this topic.
Oh, that's probably why it's being talked about.
Yep.
I damn sure steer clear of mainstream topics.
Right. Yeah, like, facts is facts and stuff. But like,
yeah, that's what I told him. I was like, not that I play in Narnia where this, just look up the pressure for the sun. And we already know what, you need for pressure. And it's damn sure not a vacuum. So I was like, other than that glaring impossibility, playing in Narnia, I'd like to see some type of 3D model or something. Give me something. Don't just call us stupid. Do some education instead of being the fucking troll group you are.
right.
Because
Yeah,
I have no fucking idea.
Honestly, I expected better than what we're getting. But the thing is, I also get it, because if I am basing my entire rhetoric off of 100% lies, well, shit, you know, they're doing the best they can, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I posted it. It says moon faces debunk heliocentric model, but it's merely about how you can see Venus and the moon in one. It's like, I think it's a half year ago.
Thanks, Roger.
Thank you, Roger.
Yeah, yeah, maybe it makes some sense.
Also, another thing I found, and I'll watch this video after I share this. So someone was saying that I should go back to the post if I can.
Yeah,
so I probably won't find it.
So
Yeah.
what main rebuttal on this one is the same as yours. Well, that's not Venus. That's not Venus, right? So I don't know exactly if this.
I'll see this week. We'll know because I'll be looking, and I got Stellarium. So lies be damned. I might go out with my son, point it to Stellarium, then have him take his phone out and document it and say, yeah, well, that takes care of that. So now shut the fuck up and let's talk about it.
Venus cannot reflect the sun.
Yeah, so where is it? Where is it? No, it should be in here somewhere. Because it is the morning.
Elijah, you do all this from your phone?
Yep.
It's fucking crazy, dude.
Isn't it?
Crazy.
Every single thing I do is from my phone.
I'm on a laptop, and I got a headset with a mic that I have my thumb on the mute and unmute button. I've got my laptop's plugged into a bigger screen so I can see everything better. I got a mouse hooked up, and so I don't have to use the trackpad. I've got like a comm center set up, and you're doing twice as much as me on a phone. I love it.
Okay, so here I found it. Look, the Earth is flat. I don't know who these people are. I don't trust these flat earthers as far as I can throw them. But some of them are real people, and some of them don't know it all. And that I don't know it all, and they're just trying to figure things out just like me, and they don't have maybe a system where misinformation and disinformation is weeded out like we do. Like people just to say, "Shut up, that's wrong. Look here, see this?
Right.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't." But so look what this says: the Earth is flat. The University of let me post it
Gotta
in the
share
chat
it
so you guys
first,
can read
yeah.
along. This is kind of interesting. Yeah, sure. Just take forever to load. That's what I like.
Well, it's always when you want to share it with somebody else that it's gonna do this. Yep.
So, is it up there yet? Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. So it says, the Earth is flat. The University of Melbourne is, according to the prestigious newspaper, the Tasmanian Times, a flat Earth university. A leading physicist at the university in 1968, when I was there, convincingly demonstrated that the Earth is flat. Even the janitor was impressed and said, if a top physicist says the Earth is flat, it must be. Tasmanian Times has an axe to grind, and its comment that Melbourne is Australia's worst university because it is a flat Earth university is clearly nonsense, although it's widely believed. And Chinese students who bring a lot of income to Melbourne University are not coming because of this propaganda. We used to be scared we might fall off the edge and never be seen or heard again. What precautions should we take? I don't mean using condoms. So I said, nah. I said, well, I mean, I can at least Google it, right?
And that led me to think I'm gonna call them because
No shit.
that's the next step. Obviously, if there was a Tasmanian Times article, I can't fucking find it. But I scrolled
Yeah.
down a couple of pages, and this is what I did find: a PDF. And in that PDF, I typed in flat Earth, and lo and behold, look what's there. So maybe it's just them because they have an article from Melbourne. I'm saying that we encourage critical thinking and it's Cartesian logic system or whatever, blah blah blah. But they go with the we've obviously proven it, blah 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 blah. But still, it's there. I don't really know what's going on.
Looks
I
like
don't know what's going on,
dude. It looks like they're. It's just first glance, it just looks like distraction, cloak and dagger, kind of
Right.
muddying the waters. But
That's
anyway,
it.
go ahead.
That's it, because they say even the janitor, right?
Right.
That's just BS, man. This is just I don't know.
I don't know. They said they teach flat Earth, and there's a flat Earth society, obviously gallery or something there that's closed, but it's there. That's what I'm showing
A
in
flat
that second
Earth
screenshot.
gallery.
Look at what that says there in that PDF.
There's an exhibition, 2019 exhibition, Flat Earth Society. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying I want to investigate. What's that about? That's all.
Yeah. Shit. Well, we got friends in Australia.
That we do. That we do.
Iggs, yeah, dude. Oh, I need to get back with him anyway. But yeah, Iggs is definitely there. He's a talkative Australian. He'll tell us what's going on.
Yeah, he will. Eggs is on point.
Oh yeah.
Hey, hold up, Elijah. I might have a lead for you.
Nice. Okay. And it's only when you talk to normies that you actually find out that stuff like this exists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'd be really reckless because I don't do this either, to stay in the quote unquote echo chamber of like flat Earth, evidence and research and stuff. That you can only go so far. You gotta. For me, I got to get all angles, everything that everyone's saying and finding out and thinking and doing about this.
Yep. Same here. I got to be out there. This
Right.
place is my home, but I got to go outside and play.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, I don't buy it for a bit, man. Even the janitor was impressed. If a top physicist says the Earth is flat, it must be, right?
Yeah.
I mean, true. That is fallacious logic.
Well, yeah, and if you want to look at it that way, I always try to point out, because I was raised by bullies. Bullies showed me every which way to mock somebody, right? And so I can smell it when, even the janitor, just like Roger said, man, that's like the perfect call out.
It's just a form of. It feels like a form of gaslighting, right? So
it's gaslighting. Yep.
If the janitor says it is, well, then it must be, because, right? All flat earthers.
And then what it does is it associates flat earthers with janitor role, positions in places that promote flat earth or something. You know what I mean? They're trying to connect that all subconsciously. The word janitor with flat earth.
Exactly. It's just like a subtle undercover gaslight. All flat earthers are
Correct.
janitors. So if the janitor says it's true, then it must be true.
Yeah. It's not even genius. Like I used to think these tactics were smart, but it's played out. This stuff's tired now. At least in my opinion. Yeah, Spiral, I saw that too. I've seen that a lot actually. I've just stumbled across that. It's been suggested often. Spiral, I can't hear you. Maybe I need to reconnect. Hang on.
I don't know. I wasn't talking. My mic is Charlie just picking up noise.
Spiral, can you say something real quick?
Hello.
Cool. Okay, good. I can hear you now. Yeah, well, that's a very interestingly worded sentence. Although science says the Earth is round, once again, although science says the Earth is round, okay, we've got round and we've got science merely says. So science says the Earth is round. Although it says the Earth is round, there are some people around who still think it's flat. Who still think it's flat. Stuck in the past. Two University of Melbourne experts look at why.
There's that subtle mislabeling of us as anti-scientists,
Right.
Well, first of all, number one, I mean, it's a category ever. Either you measure something or see it as an object, aka you see the whole thing to describe it. Neither of those is science.
Correct.
I mean, I don't understand what I don't know what type of shrooms they're on.
They're on that good, man. They got some stuff we cannot get. Just always reminds me of that part in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas where Johnny Depp takes all the adrenochrome and goes nuts and like is having it described to him while it's kicking in. That's what I think about every time somebody talks about the elites doing drugs. Hey, Spiral, are you
Okay.
meaning to talk? Are you trying to talk right now?
No, I am now.
Oh, okay, cool.
My mic's just sensitive, sorry.
No worries, dude.
I think I might have found something from like 1968. Hold on. Dang it, I guess I'm going to sign up for this free trial so I can actually look at the paper. But like in the little notes thing on that page, it has that, what I just posted. Just a second, I have a PDF coming. Oh, it is right there. I see it. Hold on.
So, La Baguette, do you have any questions?
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. Among Us! No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, Sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, Sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. If you factor in the curve, this is clearly a mirage.
What was that, La Baguette? You shouted something?
Twice.
Yeah, I've got a question.
What's up, dude?
What's up?
So, my question is, Among Us!
I think he said Among Us. I think he's screaming Among Us. And I think that's a video game. "7 days cognitive dissonance." Oh dear. Use it wisely. Glober, Sniper.
Yeah, it's sad. These guys.
Yeah, someone post the lake. Sorry, the Lake Pontchartrain meme. I'll search it up at the same time. There it is. Oh my God, DMLSB puts the most amazing music in his videos. Oh my goodness. Let me share what I'm looking at.
Yeah, dude, totally. Show us. I want to hear the music. Oh, is this Yes? Yeah, this is Yes, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes is a great band. Fuck yeah, dude.
Man, they used to get down.
Huh?
I said, man, people used to get down when the music was good.
Oh, dude. Absolutely.
Bruh, you can see the fucking Chicago on the other side. They're so dumb. They
Yeah.
are so dumb. Fucking idiots.
It's, wow. It's so obvious.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I took some pictures when I drove past there.
I'm going to have to make a special trip. No, I'm just kidding. Not during the Cocoa Pebbles Cocoa Puffs. Especially not during all the geoengineering. I mean, the normal yearly flooding of cities. No big deal. It's almost like, oh, New Orleans is underwater again. Cool. What's for breakfast? I don't mean to sound so calloused, I guess. Laugh or cry, right? Laugh or cry.
These guys as well.
Yeah, Spiral, that last shot's a great one.
Yeah, that's my favorite too.
Shit. It's like all the scale that you need, all the black swans that you need. Like, dude, everything's right there. That's a
Yep.
great picture.
Yep. The whole video from when he's not zoomed in and it looks curved, and then he just zoom in and
Yeah.
there's the
No,
weasel.
no, you're right, Elijah, about the video, but I'm also talking Spiral took some pictures of his own, and they're crisp and clear. He's putting them in the voice text. Check it out.
See what we got here.
The third one, the last one he posted, is my favorite.
Yeah, if you zoom in on that last one, you can see that big tall tower that he sees when he zooms in.
Yep. Oh man, I fucking love it. This is great too, because it's so crisp, so crystal clear. Like I said, all the scale is there, all the distances, and oh man. I personally, I like this photo better than the Black Swan, but that's just me.
Well, I actually debunked Soundly's video about Lake Causeway Center or Lakeview Causeway Center or whatever it's called. And they were sharing that 200 feet is missing, right? So I said, okay, well, Soundly says he was 6 foot. Soundly says he was at a specific location, which would bring him maybe somewhere around 28 miles from the from the buildings. And then I look at the cars on the causeway, the lights coming to and fro, and I'm like, look at those lights. They're on the opposite end of that causeway, at the better part of 18 plus miles away. And he's 6 foot. But you can see those lights that are only 25 foot high. So there's no curvature there. If anything, the causeway is blocking what you can't see in the building.
Yeah, that's a consideration for sure.
And you can see the light from the tennis court that stands on top of this one building. I pointed that out. You know what Scott said? Yeah, it's possible it could be refracted. And I'm like, yeah, but what about the 100 feet that the headlights? What about that? Yeah, legend, blah blah blah. All right, that's what you're rolling with, man. Oh, look at the response I got when I said, "Who else is rolling with this?" Come on, pile on, because I wanna post the video, but I haven't just yet. And this dude responds, "It's called gravitational theory, and it has been proved well. It's proved every day by the moon and satellites." I don't even know what that has to do with Lake Pontchartrain. Like, these guys can't be serious. I don't even
They're
know.
all over the place.
I don't even know, man. I don't
It's
know.
like, well, they make a mess out of their responses so that you don't even know where to start, and it's just so baffling and confusing to try to think, like to try to join them where they're at. It's like, oy, yeah, man. Which part of your argument do I try to pick apart, or do I even start? Because it's such a mess. Like, I don't know.
If it doesn't serve anything else, I mean, there's no way in hell I could ever think I was wrong. about flat Earth, even though I'm in the minority. The weight of 1,000 theoretical physicists couldn't sway me. Not with people out there saying shit like this. Nah, it's
Right.
over.
Yep, exactly.
Even if I wanted to pretend, it's like, nah, it's too far. It's too far away out there. I can't even connect it back to the matrix, you know?
Yep. Just one piece of evidence of Earth curvature.
So Elijah, we had Jake on the plane here, and he was like, "Oh, you flat earthers say that the Soundly's pictures are fake," and ooh, so he was spiraling hard.
He spiraled pretty hard, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, why would they still use that? Just stick to ignoring, you know, don't out yourselves like that, you know? I don't even know where they can go that they're not outed. I mean, space doesn't work, curvature doesn't work. I don't know. They've ran out of options.
Well, that's why we don't see many of them in here anymore, man. You take someone to school long enough, they end up learning, you feel me? And they're all mad. Motherfucker, it is not my fault that it is flat and stationary. I'm just telling you about it.
And the double speak, right? Yeah, horizon is Earth curvature. So black swan, no, that's refracted. And he wanted to go into the butane stuff.
Oh, the butane, right.
Yeah.
That's because they think that they're still magicians. They think that the magic trick still works. First of all, due to the geometric nature of the world and how light travels in straight lines, unless either disturbed by some extreme temperature variations. When I say disturbed, I mean distortion, not, whatever the fuck they think it means. Or, traveling through another media. They, like, everything that a glober has to believe, they have to believe that they live in a holographic world, because everything that goes beyond 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height is not actually where you're looking at. That's pretty much everything.
Yeah, amen to that, brother. Amen to that.
So, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with the Globers. My girl even said, why aren't you out there like making money? Well, not from my regular job, I mean, but like she's like, instead of talking to people like, just for free, I mean, you have all this knowledge, fucking go. I mean, people want the truth. People will pay for that. It's, I'm not in it for that, but as far as like talking to people at university, like we have to take it to the next level. We can't. We have to. We got to get some hard hitting. I mean, the year of the sextant is great, but we got to take this to if we're going to be talking about celestial navigation, shouldn't we be talking to mariners? If we're going to be talking about how you don't talk about objects or the dimensions of a shape with science or natural science, shouldn't we be bringing that to universities?
Yep. Here's the problem. The one that I'm going to mention, I don't want to discourage you because fuck yeah, dude. And let me know if I can help. And I'm not kidding. When you break down the word university, it's universe city. So they're already presupposing a heliocentric model when you when you even say the word.
Well, they say universe means, one word.
One song.
AKA, it's still scriptural.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
what they
verse.
say.
Yeah. Anyway, dude, I totally agree. Like I said, let me know if I can help.
Will do. I have to track down Midi, man, because I feel like if both of us, like if just the both of us go and try to talk to some people, the first thing I want to do is talk to this Mark Christian Miller guy, see what his thoughts are. Go up. Yeah, so like
How do I know that name?
maybe in he's been doing he does a course on propaganda at NYU.
Yeah,
And
okay, yeah.
I've been sharing around this 30-minute video on Taboo Conspiracy because he's talked about this year and related it back to, Nazi Germany and the CIA and their hand in all of this, or their hand in propaganda. And how we come to conclusions today through the media. And I want to talk to that guy. I don't want to blindside him. But I can't see if he has the same logic we have. All he has to do is like replace everything else with the word flat earth and it's like boom. But I want to talk to him and present things in a professional manner and then ask him, would you mind if we get this on record? Because I'm not in the business of fooling or forcing anyone to do anything that they're not aware of. I want to present my case, and I don't want the people that will be squirming. I want the people that are willing to fight for the truth.
Yep.
He seems to be that.
I got to spend some more time with his material.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's gonna be kind of hard, I think, to spread it into universities. Like, I applaud the cause, but a lot of those peoples are very set in their beliefs because they kind of believe they are more intelligent than others. So it's gonna be rough, I think.
Sure, but it can't be rougher than dealing with the zealots here and the entry level. So why not?
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, I agree, Brewer Wolf, that you, sir, hi, hello. I agree with you. And I'm gonna eat breakfast, so that's why I'm interrupting, and I'm sorry that I did. But what you said made me think, yes, it's going to be hard. Anything's going to be difficult if it's the right thing to do. And the good news about what Elijah wants to do and the motivation and intention behind it is that nothing is impossible in this realm. No matter what, the truth's going to get out anyway. It's just, how much can I help get it out quicker?
Yeah, that's true. And then once it's widespread, you can be proud of what you've done, and the Lord can be proud of what you've done. So
whatever. For me, it's not about pride,
or
my
whatever
friend.
you believe in.
I don't care if God likes or dislikes what I do. To be perfectly honest with you, helping people understand the nature of the reality and help them perhaps remove their shackles because I love them, that's fulfilling. I don't really care what God thinks of that. You know what I mean?
If the truth is always coming out, why isn't everyone Christian yet? And why hasn't it spread around the globe? Why is it
What
shrinking?
globe, Slonk? What globe?
Okay, not a globe. Sorry, the world.
So, do you have this notion that every flat earther is a religious zealot? Is that it?
No. I'm religious.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
But
so okay. Now I get
if the truth gets out, why is my religion shrinking?
I don't get it.
I think it's a test
I
by
don't get
God,
what
because well, I guess what he means is that the amount of Christians is decreasing, right?
Yes.
But yeah,
Well,
I just think
that's a
it's kind
good
of
thing, isn't it?
Why?
yeah,
Why is
because
it a
the
good
true
thing?
ones remain.
I'll tell you why. Since you asked, because Christian was a derogatory term used for those who were followers of the way. I don't know why anyone would ever call themselves a Christian, but whatever. You can do what you like.
What? Why is it a derogatory term?
I don't ask me. I wasn't the one who came up with it for people who followed the way.
No,
Why
nobody is
don't you do a
seriously
little bit of
using
research?
Christian as a derogatory term.
No,
Not
of
right
course
now.
not. Of course not.
Then why
That's
are
why I
you
said you
saying
can
this?
do what you want. That's like the Young Turks calling themselves the Young Turks. Yeah, it's totally fine. I can call myself I don't know, 9/11 terrorist in 20 years. It should be totally fine. If I change my first name to 9/11, the second name to terrorist, no problem, because I'm actually telling the truth and saving lives. Yeah, that's
What the fuck are
perfectly
you
a-okay.
talking about? What?
I'm talking about your logic, man. I'm talking
You're
about your
totally
logic.
you're spiraling. You're not even on the topic. You're just
I'm on the topic. You asked me a
no.
question, I gave you an answer,
You're
and then
going
you said,
totally
why
the
should
other
I care?
way. I don't understand what you're even saying.
Well, you asked me
9/11
why I
terrorist?
would
What the fuck? Do you
I
even
would
hear
say what I
yourself?
said.
Do
You
you
asked
even
me
hear
why
yourself?
well,
Oh my
do you hear
god.
yourself? Okay,
You're
if there were people
you're
who, I don't
crazy.
know, murdered and chastised and criticized people who believed in the God, and they were called something derogatory, for
Bro, who the
sinister
fuck cares?
purposes.
Honestly, who cares?
Well, there you
Are
go.
you
That's
serious?
your ignorance. That's your ignorance showing right now, because you're asking me
All
about
right,
what
yeah.
I just.
No, I'm not the
You
one
asked me
talking
what
about
I said about.
9/11 terrorists, calling myself a 9/11 terrorist or whatever the fuck.
Well, that's because your brain isn't flexible, and you don't understand what
Oh
I'm
yeah,
doing there.
that's true.
That's fine.
Uh-huh. So are
Your
you
brain is
Christian?
very.
So are
Your
you a
brain is.
Christian? Are
Your
you a
brain
Christian?
is very.
Are you a Christian? Why can't you answer the question?
Your brain is as I don't know, as fickle as
as
frosted flakes.
Swank, can you stop this, please?
No. No, I'm kidding. Sure.
Okay. I mean, religion is a doctrine, right?
Yes.
Made by man.
Debatable. But sure.
It was
So
made
why?
by the Lord, isn't it?
Well, it was inspired.
Amen.
So I haven't had the opportunity to talk to Wolf. Wolf, are you new to the server?
Oh no, I've been here for a while, but I don't really interact. I just sometimes come here to listen.
Okay. And yeah, you're a Dutchie, so I gave you the tag for Dutchies.
Oh yes, yes.
You're doing Dutchies a disservice. You're dumb as rocks.
Well, this is another guy. So, but what do you think about the topic, Wolf?
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I wasn't even paying
We're
attention.
not all
See,
the
this is
same.
why.
We're not all the
This
same.
is why. See, this is why you don't deal in that kind of energy. See, I was just shown right there. I apologize. That's not really me. This is why I need to get off of Facebook and stop debating with these people who curse me out all day. Sorry about that.
No problem.
What do you think about the shape of the Earth, Wolf?
I think it's probably flat from what I've seen. You know, just the evidence on the surface is pretty overwhelming.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Have you done something for yourself to validate it, to check it?
No, not really. It seems legit.
Seems legit. Okay. Yeah, that is the difference, right? You can actually go out and do it yourself. You can go to the beach. We as Dutchies have a massive coastline, a large lake in the middle of the country, right? So you can do this. You can check if the Earth is actually curving.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun idea. I'll give that a try.
Unlike most of you, I actually measured that the Earth was flat.
How?
Not gonna explain. You're all too stupid.
My friend. Now you're going to have to tell us about it. Oh, that's too bad. He got muted right when he was about to get juicy. Gosh, I was hoping for some gravy on this breakfast. Okay. All right. Slonk, welcome back.
Yes, hi. Yeah, just point a laser over the Afsluitdijk in the Netherlands. It's really all you need.
Tell us more.
I mean, how to do the experiment, for instance?
No, tell us about your experience doing the measurement.
It really wasn't that hard, just going to the Afsluitdijk. I don't know, you guys probably have something like a sea or an ocean or a shoreline. And you
Right.
can do the same experiment.
Okay. Let me help you out. You are making the claim that you measured this, and there's a picture of it in the voice text. I just wanted to hear about that experience.
What?
Yeah.
I mean,
so
I already
did you use professional survey equipment to
no, fuck that. I don't
point
have any of that.
a laser across this entire thing?
No.
Do you know how you would even measure across this distance?
Nope.
Okay, good. So at least you're being honest. Now, what you may or may not have realized what you did was you brought up another flat Earth proof, and Roger is now displaying those proofs.
Oh yeah,
no.
yeah, the Bible.
No, not the Bible. We're not talking about that. We're talking about these aerial photos of. Now you're gonna have to say it though. Afsluitdijk. How do you say that?
Afsluitdijk.
Oh God, I'll never be able to say that. Can we just call it the
How
AK?
is that Afsluitdijk? And it's like
Afsluitdijk.
it's so many
other letters in there that I can't.
No
Afsluitdijk.
shit.
That's how we say it in the Netherlands.
Yep.
No, we know that.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff.
All right.
I
Anyway,
want to learn
so
like at least. All right, go ahead.
yeah, it's a crazy language. It is. It's nuts. Anyway, so the second one that Roger posted in the live stream voice text, that last picture, nice big aerial shot of that. That should not exist. Great. That should not exist on a globe Earth, at least given the dimensions that they tell us.
Yeah.
Okay, so Slonk, are you a true flat earther?
Yeah,
like
it says so in the Bible.
No, see, that doesn't work for me. I'm not a religious guy. I like some parts of the Bible, whatever. It's not my thing. Okay.
Why aren't you religious?
Well, even if I were, I wouldn't talk about it here. Does that make sense?
No. Not
okay,
at all.
this is a flat Earth Discord, right? We talk about
I
the
see
globe,
the two as intermingled. The Bible and the flat Earth.
That's great, but the topic is just flat Earth. It's not Bible.
You know what's
study
crazy?
flat Earth.
Scripture isn't a textbook in which it teaches you math and all of this. Like, it actually just tells a story. Hello.
Well, some
tells a
religions
story and it
actually
does
has
does a little bit. It tells a story and it does a little bit of revelation. But that aside, like you're not going to use the Bible to talk about science or math or empiricism, which is what we're wanting to talk about. Does that make sense?
No.
You
There's
get that?
actually a lot of science has been done in the name of religion, so
That's not what I asked. I can do science. I can employ the scientific method in the name of whatever God I see fit. What does that have to do with the Bible or any other book
Why does it have to
talking
be
or
empirical?
telling stories versus an educational tool?
The Bible is literally
my bad. Let me
the
not say
word of
educational
God.
tool.
Why wouldn't I use it to prove the
Because
earth is flat?
You're not hearing what I'm saying. You can do that wherever you like, just not in here. So if you have a problem with that, you can just leave. We want to talk about science and math.
Okay.
That's it. Simple as that. You don't like that, leave. If you're anti-science, and I don't know if you're a man of God, you shouldn't be. But if you're anti-conversations about natural science and geometry and trigonometry and all of this, then you shouldn't be here. Go somewhere else.
Why wouldn't I be a man of God?
I just told you what I told you. Go somewhere else.
Are you religious?
I'm 2 seconds from banning you. The next word that comes out of your mouth is going to get your cat face gone.
Okay. Just ban everyone you don't agree with, right?
Not at all.
I don't. What views have you given for me to say I agree or disagree? Go ahead. I'm listening. I'll wait.
The Bible. You don't want to talk about religion. But
I don't have a disagreement with you. Raise a disagreement.
Using the Bible to conduct science.
How would you do that?
Like why?
How would you do that?
Okay, here's a disagreement.
No, how would you do that? And I know I haven't.
No, you asked for a disagreement.
Okay.
Now let me give you a disagreement.
I'm listening.
We disagreed on the fact that I can use the Bible as proof of the flat Earth. You don't.
How would you do that? How would you do that?
Because the Bible is inspired by God.
How would you do that?
What do you mean? You read the Bible. I'm a Christian.
Give me a detail. Give me a scripture.
I don't know the scripture. Not the particular scripture.
Now you're lying. You're lying on my God. Get out of here. Hell no. Sorry.
No, hey man,
Why
hey man,
am I
I'll play with the
lying?
mouse. I'll play with the mouse. Fucking Slunk, what's up, dude?
Oh no, did
Hey,
I
buddy.
did I ban the wrong person?
I think you
I
did.
think
Yeah.
you banned the wrong
Yo, wait.
Uh-oh. So
Oh, this
Slunk, you
is
got
Great
going
about
down.
job.
It's
20
going.
seconds.
Amazing. Best
This is
mods.
going.
Slug,
Yeah,
say
this
your
is.
goodbye. Say your goodbye. What do you want to say?
Yeah, what do you want to say?
Goodbye, my
Nah, that's
lover.
funny as hell. That is funny as hell. Yeah, Globe Earthers, laugh it up. I hope this is live somewhere else. That was funny.
That's great. Slunk,
Oh,
dude,
did
wait,
you
hold
last
on.
ban?
words, famous last words.
Wait.
Last
So
words,
who
last
did you
Can we
words.
get
actually
that?
ban?
Can
I
we
Last
don't
get
have
that?
any
words.
last words. Just
Can we get that guy back?
believe in God.
By the way,
God is real.
Yeah, I'm
Can I
gonna
get
say.
an amen?
Amen, brother. Amen.
So who did you
So
ban?
yeah. Goodbye.
yeah. So
There we go.
Wolf, he was lying, right? What do you think about that? What do you think about his behavior? Lying.
Well, I don't really get what he was getting at because he said something about pointing a laser at the Afsluitdijk, but he refused to elaborate further.
Yeah, he was lying, bro. He was
Yeah.
lying. He wasn't even a Christian. So what we get is that people come here and then claim that we are all religious zealots, right? Because we have to be. This is not true. I'm not religious.
Yeah, indeed. You don't have to be. It's your own choice, man.
Even that
Another
being
thing.
his choice, I said, fine, okay, substantiated. Give me a verse. I don't know a verse. What are you talking? How could get out of here, man?
I like those examples, though. Those kinds of personalities. Those are prime examples of kind of like a desperate sort of. It's like the person was flailing to come up with. They want to come in and try to make fun of us or shed some kind of foul light on flat earthers as people, as attack our supposed beliefs over talking about science, like you said, empiricism, anything that's actually real. They've heard a couple people bring the Bible up and they're like, oh, let's pounce on that. Like, that doesn't make the earth a globe in a conceptual medium, guys.
Well, they're telling the world that flat earthers have to be these Bible thumping believers and yada 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 yada.
Right.
And it's like, you don't know what natural science is. You don't know what geometry is. This dude told me that you don't do geometry in grade school. I mean,
Yeah.
my mind is blown. My mind is blown.
I mean, and I don't have the greatest memory about a lot of stuff, but I do in elementary school remember learning about geometry because I didn't want to learn about it. That's how I remember it.
Come on.
So you think it's a good idea to lie, Wolf?
No, obviously I don't. If you hold the truth, you shouldn't be lying to promote your worldview because you can do
Right.
that with facts.
Well, is he your friend? Do you know him?
We've talked a few times, but I wouldn't call him a friend.
Okay.
But if they pay you to lie, no limit then.
You want some
Sorry, what
hard hitting flat earth evidence, or did you say you were a flat earther? Did you want some hard hitting flat earth evidence, or did you say you were a flat earther?
Oh, I'm a flat earther from what I've seen. I would need to go into the empirics a bit more, I guess, but like from what I've seen, yeah, it makes sense.
All right. Well, fine then. I'm not going to even question you. I would like a little education for our listeners. If you don't mind, would you mind reading something for me? Or someone else can do it. I don't really care.
Something from what?
It's in the live stream right now. Just read that little that number there.
I can read it if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay. Got it open here. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of measurement and altitude are noted. By measuring the angle 0 of a known star from the horizon, and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position, the LOP. He does not know his direction from this point, however. By examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. More realistically, he could look up a third star in order to find the intersection between three circles. This will give him his location to a certain precision, based on the precision of his watch, altimeter, and the divisions of the reference table. There is reasonable scope for both human error and a cumulative lack of precision.
Did you get anything from that?
I did.
Yeah.
The part where he said,
So the thing is, like, I don't know how much more black and white that can get. They say right there, not just one radius across the Earth, where the distance between you and the star, the angle is 0. What angle is 0 on a protractor? So that being said, for them to say multiple radii using multiple stars, not only, the only part that they don't put in there is that the zeniths of the stars have to also be parallel, like the line down to the surface. That has to be parallel to get a 90 for all of the stars that you use. It's over. There's nothing to talk about. You think we didn't write that up, by the way?
no, we didn't. Then it even says, from this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth.
Yeah, but definitions have no meaning. They're meaningless. The definitions are meaningless.
Oh, right, yes. He goes, I don't know how many times I've had to say this. Fucking definitions are meaningless. I can't even do it. Fucking
that guy is epic.
definitions are meaningless. Sorry,
That guy is epic.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah. Yeah. If nature has a definition, anatomy, and it says a man and woman must come together to have a baby, a child, to procreate. And this guy is saying, no, that's meaningless. You can have only two men to come together and make a baby.
Right. Oh God.
Yeah. This
Forgive
is
them,
the
O Lord,
will.
they know not what they do.
Yeah. Amen.
Amen, brother.
Amen to that.
But no forgiveness without learning. I mean, you can't keep saying BS like this forever. I don't want them to be
Yeah.
forgiven and tomorrow say it again. Like a broken record.
Right. Yeah. I mean, a true brother's
Yeah,
keeper,
yeah,
fixes
yeah,
this situation at some point.
yeah.
Well, speaking of cats on that thing there, my cat is going Looney Tunes and just trying to jump and destroy and eat everything. It's great. I think, though, I should not have started smoking his catnip and blowing the smoke in his face. I think that might have been a bad idea. Obviously, I'm kidding. Or am I? I'm still obsessed with these shots from the top of Snowmass Mountain. I didn't take this one, but this is just, gosh, it's so pretty. Look how far you can see.
That really is beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
The Netherlands is kind of ugly, sadly enough. We don't have any mountains. Anything is just flat. And seeing this, it's just wow.
Right? Just look at that. Yeah. Well, and it's not so ugly over there, man. You're there, Come on. Yeah, and I was saying this earlier, like if Earth were curving at all, like if I couldn't see all of this, it would be less appealing. Like I'd rather live on what I see as a not globe. For a globe, you know what I mean? It'd be a lot less beautiful than like this is great. And so my family vacations there often, at least up until like last year. But so like I've been up to the top of I think this is the top of Snowmass Mountain. And Snowmass, Colorado is a tourist town. But I've been up to these vantages hundreds of times in my life. Been to Idaho, I've seen the same kind of deal in Idaho. Been up to 16,000 feet on mountains there. It's just cool once you get way up high like that. And you're not in a plane, so there's no obstruction of anything, going on goofy with the fuselage and the windows and the blah, blah, blah. It's just pure, unadulterated. You can see for hundreds of miles in all directions.
Hello?
Hello.
Why did you ban Sloom? Please unban him.
You can't concern troll. That's against the rules. I would hate to ban you, but if you want to be privileged to be here because this isn't a democracy, you can ask a few questions.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Why did you ban Slunk?
Have a nice life.
Seriously? Okay, bye.
Take care.
He was a liar. He lied.
Yeah.
He was a Christian.
He lied about stuff that people take really seriously. Certain people do, you know? And it had nothing to do with flat Earth either, so yeah.
Well, the deal is, right? It's pretty. So they think that flat earthers are the definition of a flat earther is he has to believe in a religion, right? He has to believe that a holy book is written for mankind and that we need to follow it, right? They think that that scripture is the reason why the earth is flat. Man, I was a full-blown atheist before I discovered flat earth, right? But I didn't discover flat earth because I looked into the Bible. Hell no. I discovered it because I looked into the globe claims and I tried to validate that the earth was actually curving. Okay. That is why flat earthers are here, not because of a book, not because of what holy people or priests or preachers tell you. No, it's about validation, right? The actual science.
But you know what's crazy? Georges Lemaitre, he was a priest who can be called by some, or is called by some, the father of the Big Bang. So that's number one. But number two, people like what's his name? I forget. Michio Kaku and other theoretical physicists like himself. They can't help but praise the Book of Zohar. I mean, the Kabbalah. That thing is supposedly 2,000 something years old. I mean, what's projection much? You know, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, the religious zealots, and that's not me talking shit about anybody I know. Look up the definition of a zealot and then, you know, evaluate yourself and such and all that. But anyway, so the religious zealots, they seem... It's just like any other religion. It's just a belief, and it's an emotional connection, emotional, like, knee-jerk reaction to anything that challenges their beliefs.
And you know the most funny part of it all, right? So we have all these high placed people. Let's call them elites for the sake of it, right? All these people in high powered places, they all believe in a creator, right?
Yeah.
They all believe in a creator.
They believe in the creator and they hate him. That's the thing.
So that's the funny part, right? So we get these people coming here trying to tell us we are religious, right? Because the Bible doesn't talk about the globe Earth, right? That is what it doesn't necessarily say that the Earth is flat, but Sure, it doesn't say it is a globe, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can pick out some part of scripture which indicate that it tells you that it is flat, but it doesn't say, well, actually it's all flat, right? It doesn't say that. But they want to tie this to us, right? So, yeah, you are a flat earther because the Bible says so. No, it is because it is measurably flat.
Right. Yeah, it's another straw man, I guess, if
Right.
you want to look at it like that.
And then ridicule flat Earth because they strawman indeed that every flat earther must be a Bible fanatic. That's not true, right? That's definitely
well. Yeah, and here's what they're doing. They're catering to the part of us that wants to be lazy and group everybody into categories so that we'd never have to really truly think, too hard about it. Oh, well, that person's just this and that person's just this, and you know what I mean? Well, there we go. I got it all figured out. Yeah.
Yeah, these people need to wonder or think about where did they get that notion? Who told them that every flat earther is a Bible fanatic, right?
No, right. Well, that's the thing. That person that came in to do that, they don't really believe that. I could hear it in their voice. They were just trying to mess around and pin. It's almost like they're trying to say, well, religion is shaky because you can't really prove a lot and it's all belief based. So we're gonna compare that with the flat Earth folks and try to make them seem similar. When in reality, you're right. It's almost like the reason I'm so interested in this topic is because it has nothing to do with a religion or dogma or practices or texts that I have to merely believe, right? It's stuff that I can go out and look at, observe, measure, test all day, every day. It's right there. It's tangible. So that's the difference for me. But yeah, they don't really succeed when they do that, and it's good though. It keeps us on our toes. You know what I mean? Just those kinds of jerks.
Yeah. So there are more people that believe in the globe that are Christians, right? So every globe believer is a Christian now, right? Every globe believer is a religious zealot. Is that how that works?
Yeah, right. Let's just spin it right back around.
It doesn't, right? It doesn't.
No.
There are more people that believe in a globe that are murderers. So every globe believer is a murderer now? No, that's not how that works. So it's just a silly little argument trying to make fun of people and try to generalize them and to put them into a group.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I was hot micing. But yeah, like all online. I don't know if they're really for real. Because again, they seem to give me more credibility than the quote unquote average flat earther. And the problem is, number one, I don't think that there are a lot of real flat earthers on the. Okay, I can't say that. But the ones that I see, they make these really trivial, just dumb arguments. And I can't fault the Globers for thinking that that's dumb. And so my only thing is, they say that all of us, either we denounce heliocentrism as scientism with based in no founded facts, which is what they would say, or we're Bible thumping, using the Bible 100% to prove. That's what they said. And I'm like, bro, says the person who says I don't need to every time I ask you to come out of your echo chamber. Like, we're live. We speak to people all the time. You can go a number of places to see engineers, biochemists,
anything you can think of. You can find that here and have a conversation with said person.
Yeah, meanwhile, they'd rather go off of what some dead guy 100 years ago had said. Or worse, 200 BC.
Yep.
How you gonna come at scripture? But we're talking about some dude that has actually zero primary source data about him. At least Jesus has Jesus has that under his belt, at least. For those who don't believe, you know,
it's because they're a bunch of numpty dipshits, and because they hate God. Just because they hate their father doesn't mean their father doesn't exist.
Again, all these leaders believe in a creator.
Yep. The one who's profane are the atheists, the scientisms.
Newton, he believed in a creator. George Lemaitre, he believed in a creator.
oh, it's not. And the crazy thing is, because they're just sheep, right? So they've been duped into a cult. The ones that are anti flat Earth, they're literally duped into a cult. For the ones that truly believe that the only flat earthers that exist are theists or religious or just tied to the Bible. For those that truly think that, congratulations, you're in a cult. That's obviously not true. That's the first thing you come across is, oh wow, all of them aren't quote unquote religious. Well, yeah, you're in a cult. Congratulations, because you thought something was true based on your bias, and people fed on that, and you're probably doing this for multiple years now, thinking that I didn't exist. Well, actually, I'm a believer, but it doesn't matter. I don't use scripture to talk to people who don't look at scripture. I only talk about scripture with people who talk about scripture. When it comes to the earth and how it's not a geometric shape that we know, I mean, you don't use science for that either. You use measurement. We got that. The only thing that we can say is what they claim is science is actually just pseudoscience. False knowledge.
A lot of these people that believe in a globe also believe in aliens. These are the crackpots. These are the ones that our parents warned us about, that they are completely lost in fantasy. They have no idea what reality truly is. You know, I mean, oh, just because the Pentagon, yeah, the news is promoting aliens now, huh? So what the fuck do you think that means for you, you dumb shit? I mean, Christ.
Yeah.
When will you realize that if the news is pushing forward your agenda or your viewpoint, it is a false dichotomy? Yeah, that's right. I said it.
Yeah. Falls on deaf ears, man. Those kids out there, they want to date an alien, right? They want to get a hot alien chick going in their life.
Most of these kids that are boys think they're girls, and these girls think they're freaking something special. I blame media.
Oh, yeah. It's the big one. It's the big one.
Just look at what happened to China. China said all the women can have a career. They don't have to have children. In fact, you can only have one child. So all the women decided to go with a career, and now they're called leftover women. And all the men don't want a leftover woman. Well, most of the men in China are gay anyways. That's why they're having a big problem of trying to figure out how to make their men more masculine. Meanwhile, over here in the West, they're doing the opposite. It's called China syndrome.
You just said a whole lot there, partner.
Yeah. I mean, can we really sit here and investigate things? No, because people are too zealous with their bullshit, right? They're not going to listen to anything you have to say if you're going against what they hold to be true, period. And it's really sad.
Right. The problem is they hold it true. They hold it dear to the point where it's only about like a emotional preservation, a self-preservation, right? It has nothing to do with the topic at all.
It's like, can you give an explanation on how gas pressure can exist next to a negative pressure system without an envelope that prevents equalization from occurring? Gravity, ozone. No, gas is not an envelope for other gases. I'm sorry. I mean, you could sit there and kind of say, well, what about a hot air balloon? Well, that's not gas pressure. That's hot air. So the hot air rises. That's not gas pressure. It's thermodynamics.
Right.
Or, well, what about weather? I mean, you could have a high pressure cell next to a low pressure cell. Yeah, but ground, the pressure is still 14 psi. So, I mean, it's like, look at the gravity, then explain gravity. Math attracts math. Nope, that's not true. It's something moving, which causes a warp in the space-time fabric. Well, who said that?
Duh.
Well, I like Newton better. Why? Newton was discredited. Newton requires a force. Einstein said it's not a force.
What really trips me up is in high school, I remember that they were teaching both Newtonian and Einsteinian depending on... Now, they're maybe just trying to teach us the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian, but I remember specifically not really knowing what gravity even was back when I was taught about it in school. That could also be a function of how well I was paying attention, but even still... I talk to people who are much younger than me, and they say, yeah, we were taught about both kinds. And I'm just thinking to myself, why would you teach at all the old kind if the new hotness was the actual correct one? Wouldn't you never teach the incorrect one again?
Possibly because Einstein was not correct.
Neither of them were.
Think about it. Where did Einstein work?
Yeah, people don't even look into it like that, though, man. See, you're analyzing it from like someone should analyze it, a critical thinker. But most people aren't doing that. Yeah.
I know. It's sad. They're more comfortable with their fucking Xboxes and their PlayStation playing fucking Fortnite than they are finding information that will scare the shit out of them. Well, Mama said it wouldn't like that. Mama said alligators are hungry because they ain't got toothbrush to brush all them teeth.
Yeah, that's amazing, right? So they can spend hours, whole nights gaming, right? But when you offer them information, maybe a video, maybe a book, they're like, well, I'm not watching an hour-long video. I'm not watching 2-hour videos, right? But they can lose their minds and their attention in hours of gaming.
Yeah.
So ridiculous.
And the game don't teach them anything about life. Does that game teach you how to fucking hunt and fish? Does that game teach you how to balance your fucking checkbook? No. Does that
Well,
game teach you how to
be honest,
withstand a hazing ritual at like a trade? No.
to be fair, I had a laser game last week, and it did help me that I played a little Call of Duty, right? But
Oh yeah, yeah.
that's only. But that was also a game, so a laser game, right? In reality, but yeah, when you offer them information, new information, right? Because the old we all got the old information about how it must be a globe, how they told us that we're living on a spinning water pair, right? They told us this day after day. But when you offer them new information, I'm not watching an hour-long video. Get the fuck out, man.
Okay, well, how about this? What if in the background we would have a PIP of somebody doing something amazing on Fortnite? I bet they would watch it then. So you gotta that's why like some of the times when I'll like do a stream, I'll play a video game where the audio's in the background of the video game, right? That way, people that are interested will sit there and go, "Oh, okay, well it's Undermine, let's see what Undermine sucks, but still, let's watch this guy suck at Undermine and listen to the conversation that's going on in the background." Kind of thing. I just don't play Fortnite. I don't know. To me, it makes more sense to have like some stupid thing like at the very beginning that sits there and says like, "Oh yeah, if you want to learn how to do this on Fortnite, please stay tuned to the end of the video." First, the world's flat, and just flat smack them, right? And have the whole thing seeming like it's some giveaway for Fortnite. But they have to watch to the very end. Yeah, I think that's a good clickbait move right there. Well, then they'd have something else to complain about us about. Well, I don't care. You know what they say about people that complain? Their opinions. You know what they say about opinions? Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one and they all stink.
Yep. And man, I'll tell you what, if people had as many assholes as they have opinions,
there'd be a toilet paper shortage.
Right.
Oh, I found out, and everybody was losing their shit over some toilet paper about a year ago.
Yeah.
Well, I did some investigation. You know what I found?
What'd you find?
Toilet paper was invented by China. I was like, holy
what
crap.
does that mean? What does that mean?
I don't know, but it was invented by China. It was a Chinese.
So we got the Cocoa Pebbles coming from China, and we've got the toilet paper shortage that happened as a result of the Cocoa Pebbles, at least for like that 2-month period.
Yeah, and then you had the PE equipment that was coming from China that they said we didn't need, and now they said that we needed the PE equipment.
Sure.
But it all comes from China. Wake up, people.
So, wasn't the world an economic war, right? We had an economic war with China, and now we need all the stuff from China again? Wow. So, how could they all work together, right? The whole world did what China did. and then they complain, well, the world couldn't work together, right? They couldn't lie to us all. Mm-hmm.
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 Except for the the event that happened was all about local and national entities working together.
Exactly.
Oh, but no, because they're bad and China bad and Russia bad and like America good. No, it's more like the other way around.
Here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing. Wouldn't it? Okay, this is just speculation. This is my opinion. But wouldn't it make sense that if you're a superpower, wouldn't you want to share in the superpowers to get the most baddest assist super duper power? And really, you know what I mean? Like with our powers combined, you know, like right?
Well,
To me,
think
that
about
makes total
this.
sense.
Think about this. There's this. Has everybody here heard of Tartaria? The
Yeah.
great civilization that nobody seemed to know about until recently. And then you have them going around destroying all of it, so no one knows about it. I speculate, and I got this from a woman who did an interview and wrote a book on Tartaria, but that they are trying. It's like Tartaria was the one world government, and they're trying to bring it back. And that's why they went around like colonial days, destroying everything, so that way we stupid Goyim cannot remember what was going on and cannot do anything to stop it. We're a race without a memory because they've gone and destroyed it all. I don't know.
Well, here's the
Speculation
thing.
at best.
Was Alexander a Macedonian or was he from Tartaria?
I think he was from Tartaria personally, but
yeah, because I don't think there was no Greek Empire. I think the Greek Empire is the Tartarian Empire that never really went out of order. They just relocated.
I'll share that link. It's pretty wild.
So did I make a mistake by naming my cat Zeus?
Why does he command you around and does he shock you with lightning bolts?
Yes, he does.
I bet he's shockingly cute.
He really is also very cute. But that's not what I'm asking about. Because like, check it out. If he does something wrong, I have to scream Zeus, right? And I just don't know if I'm invoking something not good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's good or not. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, yeah, Tartaria, Greece. I don't know, guys. I haven't looked into it enough. I can't comment, but it's interesting to listen to people talk about it.
Well, because Alexander wasn't a Greek. So why do they say he was the Greek? He was not a Greek. He conquered Greece. But anyways, yeah, man, it's. Oh, and about the mud flood, you know, I know there's a lot of people that are like, the mud flood doesn't exist. Okay, buddy. Well, let me get my camera and let me go to the wash and let me show you this layer of mud that showed
Let me
up.
go to my
And
downtown
this is from
area.
the
Like, I can
Grand
take pictures of half buried buildings.
Well, just look at the Colorado Plateau. The entire Colorado Plateau is a big mud plain. The mud that's there is a mud called caliche, and it's like a false bedrock because it's so hard. Like water doesn't even penetrate the shit. That's like a concrete, and it came from the Grand Canyon. Now, as far as you know, the worldwide mud flood, yeah, I don't know about that, but I can tell you this much: there was a massive cataclysm that happened in Washington State, and you can see the evidence of it still to this day. All the soil has been ripped away, and it's down to the scabland or bedrock. You have these giant cathars, and the cathars, like what the oh shit, what the hell's the name of that falls? Niagara Falls is, right? It's the largest cathar ever, and it's a fossil cathar because there's no water flowing through it anymore. And this happened when they say the Mozilla lake broke the ice dam and it flooded everything out, when more likely it came from Canada when a fireball like hit the ice cap or some crap. But they don't really know where all that water came from, but they know that that water came through and it washed tons of soil into the Colorado Gorge, or the Columbia Gorge. And then like over here by one of the mine sites, when I was doing some prospecting, I found some small gravels mixed in with some larger cobbles on top, and I was like, hey, that's a perfect area for nuggets to be, right? Nope. 5-gallon bucket, sifted through everything, searched through everything, found 0 pieces of gold, but I did find something cool. I found an old Stone Age bead. The only reason why I'm calling it a Stone Age bead, because the stone is made out of stone, or the bead is made out of stone. The only thing I can think of is like pre-flood, or there's, a settlement that had happened, and then there was a huge cataclysm that occurred, and that one bead got washed away and locked up in this mud pile that was sitting there for eons until I came across and dug it up, looking for gold. Found an artifact.
That's how it happens.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even understand how the hell, like, it could have even got there. And, like, every time I drive by to go shooting, I see that area, and nobody's been messing with it. So I kind of want to go back there and work, like, the whole, like, quarter-mile area and just take, like, all the first, like, 4 feet of dirt and process it, see if I can't find more of those beads. And then put forth some, then write a book about it, right? And then call the archaeologists.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't find anything. It's completely stripped. It's like, oh, yes, but I have this bead. No, you can't have it. You want this bead? $10 million, bitch.
Right.
Well, it's not worth that, but if it's worth being in the museum, it's worth paying $10 million to have it kept forever, right? Until then, I think I'll hold on to it. Pass it down along amongst my family,
Right.
Okay, well, this guy said he was going to call me in the morning, and he ain't fucking called yet. This is pissing me off. Yeah, it's going to get warm today, buddy, so come on. Let's start doing
Hey,
this.
it's better to get pissed off than pissed on.
I don't know if it's really cold.
You're gross. You're so gross.
You're gross.
Golden showers.
So, do we have anybody who wants to ask a question, or we have Le Cheffy and Eric Cartman are both VC verified. Eric
Cartman's a troll.
Is a Globie.
Yep.
I know him. He's a troll.
Well, let's see how quick it takes, how long it takes. Hey, Eric Cartman. Oh, goodbye. Never mind. That didn't take long at all.
Okay.
Just a little quickie, right?
That was a little too quick for my tastes. My palate has developed past that, and I enjoy something a little more savory.
Guys, I have a question.
Hello.
Hello. So I am quite new to this flat Earth thing, but I'm trying to do my research, you know. But I'm just wondering, like I couldn't wrap my head around, is the moon flat? Because I can't really find anything about that.
Don't know.
No
Unknown.
idea.
I know right now it kind of looks like a thumbnail that I had cut off.
Right.
It's like it's slivered.
Because people do say that we can see both sides of it, but I don't think that's true, right? Don't we always just see the same side of the moon when we look at it?
Yep.
For the most part, yeah, dude. Doesn't change much.
Shadow creeps across the surface.
So then
now, see, as opposed to it being a reflected light or a source of light, I'm more along the school of it being a source of its own light.
Wait, can you elaborate?
Rather than a reflected light. Yeah. It's not a reflection. It's not reflected light. Where's the hot spot?
Right.
You could take a car light, right? You could take a car light and throw it out there, especially if it's a ball. Take a bowling ball, set it out in the middle of the field. Take a car light from like 400 feet away to turn your headlights on. There'll be a bright spot on that bowling ball. So
yeah,
it's not a reflected light.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no bright spot on the moon.
Globies will tell you it's a special sand, right? A special kind of dirt, so it's unfalsifiable from Earth. So we actually, yes, you would see a hot spot, but Globies will tell you no, the moon is made of special dirt. So nah.
That's bullshit.
Of course.
I thought it was made out of helium, and how does helium not float? Didn't they say regolith is made out of helium-3? Special sand. Yeah, like glow-in-the-dark sand.
Anyway, yeah, there are some tests that have been done, right? That when you put a thermometer in moonlight and a thermometer in the shade of moonlight, then the moonlight will register colder than the shade, which is pretty interesting.
So how do you feel about this is a follow-up question. How do you feel about the moon landing?
It's fake.
Right, just green screen.
Didn't happen.
So yeah, we can go into the nitty-gritty of the moon landing itself and how they faked it. But the most important part is that Earth is not a ball, right? So the Earth is a flat, level plane, and it is contained. So for gas pressure to exist, you need containment. This is natural law, the law of nature, right? So they couldn't have gone there because there was no way to breach this containment.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, there are tons of, if you go to the moon landing channel, which is below in this server, and a few posts above the latest one, it's called American Moon. Sure, it's 3 hours long, right? And it's made by a globe earther. And in the beginning, he will say, "Well, flat earthers use my documentary." That's all fine, right? But this globe earther, he demolishes the moon landing. Like it's every single point you can imagine, he demolishes it. So yeah, even globe earthers deny the moon landing, right? But the most important part is Earth is not a ball, so there's no rock orbiting a spinning water pair, right?
Right. Yeah, I'll have to check out that video then.
Yeah, it's a. So I have to admit, it's a bit slow, but it's if you like those documentaries, it's very interesting. I thought it was very interesting. Yeah. He even goes to there's this huge Italian moon landing hoax debunker, and he even goes over his rebuttals, right? Like something about the flag waving, and then he goes over that, and it's very thorough. Good documentary, American Moon. And then you have Bart Sprell. Something funny happened on the way to the moon, I guess. I think that's the name, which is also interesting. You have Wagging the Moon Dog.
Wagging the Moon Doggy.
Yeah, Wagging the Moon Doggy, which is a document written by also a document with a lot of humor in it. It's an audiobook also, Wagging the Moon Doggy. It's a good one. You can look at Jara White. Jara White is an Australian physicist, astrophysicist, who denies the moon landing, and now is a high-placed astrophysicist at some university, if I'm not mistaken. But he denies the moon landing. So there are a bunch of people that Joe Rogan denied the moon landing until Neil deGrasse came along and told them, well, we calculated how much fuel we needed, so of course they went. Something like that. It would have cost more money to fake it than actually go. Stupid things like that.
Poor Joe Rogan.
Yeah, and then he switched back, which was, I mean, Joe Rogan is the main conspiracy guy, right? And then he denied the moon landing, but then Neil deGrasse Tyson needed to come along, and yeah, he's back to the moon landing again. Same for, what was it? Neil deGrasse Tyson also always comes along and sweeps up the dirt, right? So when I think it was Katy Perry recently that mentioned flat Earth, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson, like 2-3 days later, went on with Katy Perry, and then no, of course the Earth is not flat, right? It's hilarious.
Can you imagine being Neil deGrasse Tyson and getting those phone calls like, "Hey Neil, what's up, dude? How you doing? Yeah, cool. So Katy Perry said some shit, and we need you to." And Neil be like, "Oh yeah, Katy Perry. Yeah, no, that's cool. Like, yeah, whatever." And so he smokes a fat blunt, and then he goes, hangs out with Katy Perry for a little bit, and in the briefing before that, they're like, "Hey Katy, all right, so check it out. First, great job on the new single. Great work. I really like it. Great. But the second thing is, so Neil deGrasse, listen, we know the Earth's flat, but you can't talk about it. And because you did, we called up the head clown, and he's gonna come over. And yeah, I know he's almost here anyway. So just hang out with him. He's super high. You guys can talk about nonsense for like 45 minutes, right? And then, is that cool? So, sorry. No, I don't even care if it's cool because you're doing it. Okay. And here he is.
Yeah, and he gets paid a bunch of money to do it as well. Like
now, see, I would have a hidden camera. I would hide a camera and record from 6 different observational points. Neil deGrasse Tyson getting high with me, and then sitting there saying, "Well, you don't really believe that whole flat Earth nonsense, do you?" And I go, "Do you really believe the whole globe Earth nonsense?" And he'll be like, Well, no, actually, we don't, because the globe is false. But the thing is we need the general public to believe that the world is a globe, because that's what our masters want, right? And just like record the whole thing and be like, oh, look at this. Look at this. I need a spot on CNN, please.
All you gotta do is get high with Neil deGrasse Tyson, man. Get high with the boss, and he'll tell you all the secrets.
Yeah, but I have a feeling like he's not going to tell me anything I don't already know.
Right. Well, he knows everything that we know. You got to know that, right? Like, he knows everything that we're talking about, everything that we've found out. He was briefed. Okay.
Well, I love Neil deGrasse Tyson, man. He makes the life of a flat earther so much easier. I mean, he will go on television, every big news broadcasting channel, and tell you, well, Jeff Bezos didn't go to space. Man, he went 2 millimeters above this beach ball. He didn't see curvature there. He didn't go to space. Then he tells you, yeah, the moon craters. That's cool, right? Yeah, you have a magic speed, right? A magic speed which causes all the moon craters to become perfect circles. Or he will tell you on national television that, well, the field goal was scored because the earth turned underneath the football. Right, Neil. So if the earth turns underneath a football, why doesn't it turn underneath the blimp that was filming the game? Why doesn't it turn underneath the hot air balloon where Felix Baumgartner was in, where you told us he didn't see curvature from 128,000 feet up? But the earth turned underneath a football.
If the skydiver is free falling without any influence of any kind of spin, then why is he free falling straight down and not on a tangent that's coincides with the spin?
I love Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's awesome.
Well, yeah, I just love it because, like, I can tell he knows, like, his duper's delight is always is like, it's interesting to pick out, because, like, the more I listen to him, I can tell the whole time now, just watching and listening to him and kind of just like being in his energy, you know, about the way he's speaking. The whole time he's just holding back this gut laugh that he's trying not to fucking, like, laugh about the whole thing. It's so funny, man. Sorry.
Yeah, and when you point globers, they come here and say, well, I've seen curvature from an airplane. Here's a paper that talks about it, right? And then you show them Neil deGrasse Tyson saying it twice, right? He said it with the Felix Baumgartner and with the Jeff Bezos parabolic flight. He said it twice, right? Felix Baumgartner was 128,000 feet up, and Jeff Bezos was like 60 miles, right? So then they will happily throw them under the bus. Yeah, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is just a science communicator. What does he know? What does he know, right? He's just telling stuff for money. So they will throw him under the bus, right?
Yep.
Just as easily. Yeah, I don't know why. So, and then you ask him, why would he lie, man? Yeah, probably for money and because he likes the attention. And
yeah.
So it's so funny.
Absolutely.
Why would he lie?
Well, and that, you know, I've never really even talked about, like, why would a guy like Neil deGrasse Tyson lie? You know what I mean?
Oh, Globus
because
will
it
tell
just
you.
seems well, it just seems so obvious. Even like it's, I guess what I'm trying to say is it would be hard to use that. Use him as an example of like, you know what I mean? Like, no Glober, no one's coming in going, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson said, and even if us in the flat Earth community were not making fun of Neil deGrasse Tyson all the time, I still don't know if they would try to use what he's saying as proof of anything because it's just so it's just an act. It's such a clear act that he's putting on.
Meanwhile, he is allowed to go on every major broadcast network saying stuff like that, right? And he is following the model because the model will tell you you wouldn't see curvature from 2 millimeters above this beach ball, right? So, and the model dictates that there has to be the Coriolis, right? So the Earth has to turn underneath the football. That is what the model needs to have. But they will throw him under the bus. Yeah, it didn't mean that the Earth turned underneath the football. Didn't happen. Just Neil deGrasse. Funny Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, look at it.
Yeah.
Michelle Thaler, right? Look at myself. When I look at these rocks, I know that they're all decent cousins.
Roger, these guys are funny, like literally clowns, because I myself worked with measuring instrument, interferometer, and they don't work if you move them.
Yeah, Earth doesn't spin. Stationary.
Yeah, isn't that why Einstein said there's no optical way of measuring the rotation of the Earth?
Because it's all relative, right? You wrapped it in relativity. Everything is moving together.
Right. Now, I thought the act of measuring something is a mode of optics. Right? I thought you had to see what you were
yeah, you need
measuring.
to use your eyes. Yeah, you need to use your eyes. Unless you're a blind scientist, maybe you can use braille.
Yep. So I think back then what he was trying to say is you don't need to measure, you just need to come up with the magic numbers. And it's like, nah, that's bullshit, Einstein. If you had to come up with magic numbers, then how come you didn't ever have no children?
Yeah, so the last sentence of that quote is, but the Earth is moving. So he said there's no optical measurement to determine that the Earth is turning. I'm paraphrasing now, but the Earth is turning. So that is what that was the complete. So he just declared it, right?
I think Einstein was a loser. Think about it. He was the biggest rock star of science, right? And he still couldn't get laid. What a nerd.
Yeah, he married his cousin. Yeah, people have this, and I'm no genius, right? But people think Einstein was the brightest mind in the whole world. But he worked at a patent agency, and he stole some shit, and he used, what was his name? Lorentz, right? He used Lorentz for some equations to make the Mixo-Morley apparatus contract. Pure mathematically, right? So they didn't measure the needed. What was it? The hypothesis was that the Earth had to move through the ether, and wasn't enough. So he made the apparatus contract mathematically. So he eliminated the ether that way, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he couldn't quantify the ether or gravity. He had to come up with a special explanation just for gravity.
And then you have the Flat Earth Society. People come here and then tell us, well, yeah, your flat disk is moving upwards. That's not what we think. That is a Flat Earth Society argument. Plus, this actually came from Einstein. When the apple fall, the Earth moved towards it.
Now, see, I'm still waiting for one of these Globers to actually answer the fucking question on what gravity is. They want to sit there and explain in many words. No, it's simple set of words. 32 feet per second per second. Simple words, 32 feet per second per second. Or if you must, it's 9.8 meters per second, I believe is what it is. But that's also just terminal velocity. So that's just the rate at which objects fall.
Mic check.
Yes.
Yeah. I got the call. I got interrupted.
Hello, Jenny.
Forrest, is that you? I'm kidding. Good morning. Well, it's
Good
probably
morning.
not morning for you.
Good morning
Yeah,
for you. Yeah. Welcome in the family.
Ooh.
It's 3
So
o'clock
what's
for me.
Ooh. In the afternoon.
6:15 for me.
Yeah, 3 o'clock for me too. I'm with Roger's time zone.
So what's happening in here so far in the last couple hours?
Yeah, we've got a few Dutchies and a few and guy called, was it Andrew TV? Andrew on TV, which was very refreshing. He was just asking genuine questions and also taking in the arguments, right? So we get it, right? Every time a Glober comes in and then asks, the pre-programmed questions: what is the moon? Where's the edge?
Right. Are the other planets flat?
Oh, the other planet's flat. Right. So I get it. These are not their own questions. The moment you learn about the globe, the second you get to learn is that flat earthers think it's a flat disk flying in space with the water falling off, and they're all stupid crazy. Right. So I get it. All these questions are not their own, but this guy was a pretty genuine, pretty. So
awesome.
yeah.
Good to hear. High five, guys.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I was explaining about the interferometer, how they work. I had one at a workplace, and this interferometer was worth about 700,000 euros. This measuring instrument.
So
Yes.
an interferometer, would that detect your speed or distance, or I mean, that's not my thing to know, like this part of. So
it measures surfaces. Like I get a very small part component, I place it in there, and it uses laser beams to measure the surface of that part.
So it's a surveying instrument.
Not really. You see, it has to be perfectly still, and this table it was on had wheels, so you can move it. You know. And but those wheels they had a locking system, so the table doesn't move at all. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm with you.
and I was placing the part there, and I was measuring surface, like this part was like 8 millimeters in diameter, and the surface on top I had to have a concave or a convex surface, and the concavity was supposed to be like 2 micron, and it was showing me I had 2, that means 2 microns, then 2 point, and now it was giving me 5 numbers. So
So
yeah.
are you able to calibrate it? I would take it.
Well, I was measuring that micron, the first one before the point means it's 1 micron, but the 3 numbers after the point, the comma, it's 10,000 of a micron. Like you split 1 micron in 10,000, and this device was showing 5. You know, it was ultra high precision measuring instrument, and I was able to see that when they taught me to measure with this device, they told me if you don't lock the wheels of the table, you're gonna have fake readings. It will affect uh, your. I was getting 2 micron, but after 2.936, 78. And if I was unlocking the wheels and like just holding my hand on the table and stuff, it was affecting the measurement, and I could see it in those numbers. So they were telling us, yeah, once you place your component there, uh, you hit the start button, and then you don't touch the table. you know yeah. And uh, these guys want to tell us that, hey, we can't use interferometers to detect motion. I mean, that's lunacy. And
Yeah, that's where I heard the term prior to now. So that's why I was asking you that.
yeah.
But it looks like that this is intended for astronomy.
No, this is for this device was I was making engine parts for
So
diesel
it
engines. Yeah.
okay, so it's used in machinery to
Yes.
get very precise measurements. I
Yeah.
got you.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Cool.
They also
So
used it in
yeah.
the LIGO. They also used it in the LIGO to try to find gravity wave.
Yeah.
Okay.
The LIGO wants to find. Yeah. I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah, I already know that's supposed to mean something. I ain't asking y'all.
Yeah.
I forget how that went, but yeah, it's supposed to be funny. Haha.
But it was a 700,000 euro instrument, and wow. it had problems if you shake it a little bit. It gives you other numbers because it affects the light propagation, interferometry. Light is so sensitive; it detects like the smallest vibrations. You can detect with using laser light. Yeah, you can detect nanometer motion and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
There's a
That's
tremor.
important. Okay, thanks for explaining that. That's cool.
Yeah.
If there's a
So,
tremor or a lorry driving on the street, it'll probably give a wrong reading too.
So was there an interferometer used with the FE core experiment with the laser?
No.
Oh, would that be an example of what it would be used for? To ensure that it doesn't move, whatever other piece of equipment you don't want to move.
Well, this is.
Okay, Joshua says no.
I'm saying about this instrument in regards to the Coriolis, the fact that we are moving into space and we don't feel it. But if you put this device on a merry-go-round and you sit on a table, make a very, very smooth merry-go-round table, you know, and it's spinning, you will not be able to get a precise measurement. You know, that interferometer will show you different values because it's in motion, and light has to travel a longer path, you know, like in diagonal, and come back to the sensor. And yeah, these are all detectable.
Yeah, you guys are talking over my head, but I appreciate you guys all the same.
Yeah, I could not tell you the first thing about any of this. So, but thank you for providing any information on it.
Yeah. I worked firsthand with this, so.
Okay. So just as a review, Sasha, for someone such as myself who's kind of like in bird brain mode, I guess, I don't know. Anyway, so what is the main reason to use it for, and what would be a reason or maybe 3 reasons you would definitely not use it for?
Give an example. Cool.
So a do and a don't example of what a practical application of an interferometer. I don't know.
Well, we can use it. We can use it to detect motion. That's 100%.
Okay.
Speed. Yeah, velocity.
Okay.
Yeah. But this instrument I'm talking about, it was specifically made and designed for like surveying the surface of an area. Yeah.
When would you not, like 3 examples of when you would not want to use an interferometer, where it would be incorrectly used? You mentioned one earlier, sorry.
When you're trying to find the datum of a ball, it doesn't work on a ball.
Yeah.
Right, because it goes in a straight line, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It wouldn't work on a spinning ball.
When people try to use it on a ball, can you guys say what for what? Because that would be not to use example, right? I want to not to use this instrument in this instance. When would I not want to use it?
Yeah.
So when would I not
Well,
want
you
to
wouldn't
use
want
it?
to. You would not want to use it on a train.
Yeah, definitely.
So something something already in motion, you would not want to use a fucking interferometer.
Well, it's not necessarily
you will
that.
not.
The friction from the track.
All right,
If you
ding,
want
ding,
to,
ding, ding. just went on. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you even more.
The data which the interferometer gives you, you can use that and find what speed the train is moving with. So you can use it as an accelerometer.
Oh, wait. Okay. All right. I'm
Yeah.
so glad you said that because I was about to
Yeah.
call it a day. All right.
So,
Can
but
you
this
repeat that,
device,
sir?
yeah.
I really appreciate you, brother. So can you repeat that one more time? I'm having technical difficulties this morning.
The data which the measuring instrument gives you when you're measuring a component, there will be a difference between those numbers. When you're measuring the part when you're still and when you're measuring when you're moving in a train, you will see a difference, and according to that difference, that's caused by the velocity of the train. So you can use that
Nice.
data to
Yeah.
detect, to tell how fast the train is moving.
Okay. Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. Before you go, that very last phrase you used. I've worked in machining before, so I know how you can measure something 2-3 times and, to the third or fourth decimal point, it's not going to be the same. So I understand that concept. You could barely touch it with your pinky finger and then affect your measurement kind of thing.
I
So you're
know
talking about something
when you measure with those ruby needles, tungsten ruby, right?
You know what? I can't recall the name of the instruments because this was like
They have a red
4
ball.
years ago.
They
4
have a
years ago.
red. They have a little red ball at the end, right?
Okay. Yeah, I didn't use anything like that, but it wasn't machining where it was like super precise, measurements that had to be done. Like from
Yeah,
a CNC. I
micron.
made I worked on a CNC lathe machine that made swash plates for the pistons for transmissions.
Yeah.
Was
Yeah,
cool.
those are micron
Yeah.
tolerances, and you
Yes.
can get
Thank you.
to
Yeah.
between 2 and 5 micron. You have to be in there, in that margin.
Yeah, it's ridiculously small.
Yeah. And I had even smaller than that. You had 2 to 5 micron, but I had only 2 micron, from 0 to 1 and 2, and these 2 microns were split in 1,000. So yeah, those numbers after the comma, I don't even know what they are called, but I know that's the second. Maybe it's nanometer.
Well, see, when I was going to school to learn how to read a micrometer, you had tenths, hundredths, thousandths, which is the third decimal, and usually read to the third decimal, sometimes to the fourth, depending on what we're measuring, right? This is just with like mechanic type stuff, right? Like measuring your freaking blueprints and getting everything mic'd out.
Yeah.
Lobes and all that shit. So that's why we would call it thousandths, but it's also known as a micron, right? So like one thing I've figured out, like one thing they taught us is measure the hair on your head.
Yeah.
You find out who has the thickest hair. It's like shit. Mine's like 3.6 micron. Everybody else is like
with this
significantly smaller.
with this interferometer, I could make a picture of a human hair. You get not like really picture, but you get the 3D shape of it, and it shows you like in a picture which you put it on your high definition screen TV. You have only like 1 millimeter length of that hair shown on the whole TV screen at such I zoom in, you can see. How do I say this?
You can see
The
the
hair
electron.
texture. No, the
Oh,
hair texture. It has a
skills.
texture, you know. Yeah,
Yeah.
to it. Yeah, and you can see that it has cracks. It has some lines. You know, some places it's thicker. Some is thinner. You know. Yeah. A human hair, yeah, is not perfectly straight, you know. Yeah.
Especially my beard hair, it's kind of
Yeah.
wavy. So if I
Yeah.
look at it, it's flat on one side and
Yeah.
rounded on the other, and I'm just like, what?
Yeah. You know, when you have a this kind of bracelet made of rope, made of many knots together, something like that. The human hair looks also something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of scaly.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna make a phone call because this guy hasn't called me yet, and it's already starting to warm up.
Oh. Take your time. Yeah, Jenny. I know those. I work with such devices today.
So it's supposed to detect extremely small measurement values, is what it was intended to be used for, essentially,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then perfectly still.
Yeah. It shows you the 3D shape of a surface, you know, which these objects, when I was looking with naked eye, they look like a mirror, you know, they are polished. They are, the surface is, you can see yourself in it, you know, your reflection.
Interesting.
Yeah, but when I was measuring it with this interferometer, yeah, on the screen, the computer image, you get the surface is shown with green, yellow, and red. Um, when it's higher, you get a red. When it's lower, it's green, and it shows like the topography of that little surface measuring. Yeah, and you know exactly how you can see how this grinding stone has polished that surface where the diamond passed, you know, and did a cut, a very fine cut, you know. You can see all those lines.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Then also one very simple argument I like is with the Google app, the accelerometer app, or Google Maps. When you start moving,
Oh
Google
yeah,
shows you,
that's on
it
Google
shows
Maps
you
now.
the speed. Yeah,
I
it
used
shows you
it
the
just
speed.
yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. See, And when you go in a car, you don't connect your phone to the car's drive shaft to read the speed.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what? That would be with GPS, correct?
No, no, that's
Oh.
actually a very tiny device inside the phone.
Oh wow! Isn't that scary? Okay,
Yeah.
so. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that.
This accelerometer is this little device inside the phone is a very tiny chip which is inside the phone, and inside it's
Oh.
like a whole factory, you know.
I don't doubt it at all. And I need to
Yeah,
get a flip phone. I want to get a flip phone and
yeah.
I want to get a desktop and get rid of my Wi-Fi. This is too much.
Oh.
Too much. Too much. I don't want it. I don't want it.
No, I'd say it's
Do
okay.
it. Everybody else can do it. I'm good.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks.
Just don't allow it to get under your skin.
Oh God, I don't use a Bluetooth in my ear. I would
Yeah.
never put that in my ear. No. I'm lucky I
Every
can hear
single
now. I'm lucky I can hear now. I'm
I
serious.
hear you. No.
every single
But
wireless router, because it transmits radio, it falls under
yeah,
the FCC, and that
Yeah.
gives them a backdoor into it. So there is no secure Wi-Fi. Period.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I just don't want Wi-Fi no more. I'll use an old-fashioned map and shit. I mean, I'm
I mean, if I
good.
have a good enough power range on your radio signal, and I can sit there and reverse engineer the handshake on it to where I have access to your internet without you even knowing it,
Oh
and then I
yeah, I
can
don't
get
get
access
all
to
that
like
stuff.
all devices connected to it. It's one of
Well,
these things to where people are not aware of these tools that are
Oh,
available.
yep. Yep. I know that it's a lot more than what we think it is, and that's like the scariest thing, for me, because
Especially
I know.
the information gathering.
Oh,
Man,
yeah. It's like,
all you
I
need
don't
is
want to
a name,
participate. Oh, sorry.
a name, an email, and a phone number, and you can find out all of their social media accounts,
Oh
all that
yeah,
kind of stuff.
yeah. I don't want to participate anymore. I don't go on fucking Facebook anymore. Um, for me, YouTube is the new cable almost. I mean, I'd rather not have like straight up, I don't know. The indirect propaganda is really interesting. You know what I mean? It's like you don't know who the fuck is real and genuine and shit. It's mind-boggling. I love it.
imagine having a dial-up modem.
I did once.
Yeah, but I see engineers today who never got connected using the dial-up modem.
And I think this is a male. Son of a bitch. So
Did it just happen again, dude?
I got to freaking take 3 of them. Fuck.
What? Did you just figure out a girl was a guy?
No, I got a bunch of plants, and they're starting to show balls instead of water test.
Got it.
So I got to take 3 of them out. Fuck.
Don't you hate it?
Yeah, goddamn males.
Fucking the whole thing up, man.
Fucking. That's why you don't allow roosters in the garden.
That's right. Not
Okay,
only that, but
well.
those.
Oh,
go ahead, Jen.
And of course, they're the biggest ones.
Right.
Oh, sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say that it's my day off, so I'm going on a journey. I'll just be listening.
Right on. Yeah, I thought I was going to go to work today, but the guy's back is hurt. And
Oh
it's not
shit!
like
I
I can
forgot.
just...
Anyway, I'm a bird brain, so I'm gonna head out. Listening only. Bye, guys.
All
Bye
right,
bye,
Jim.
Jimmy. Today we have ladies' night.
Hmm?
Yeah. Is it
Oh,
today
shit.
or
Sorry, I
tomorrow?
thought it was Thursday. Shit.
Did they reschedule it for tomorrow?
No, it's today. It's today.
No, it's today.
No, I thought today was Thursday. My bad.
Me too. At work, while I was at work, I was like, oh, I have to come at work tomorrow too.
And then we went to clock out and you saw FRI and you're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Man. I could have went fishing this morning.
Hey, green leaf. The earth is flat. Way. Green leaf. The earth is flat. Flat green leaf fall down to the ground. Fall flat down. Fall down flat to the flat ground. Yeah, I see tree leaves, flat leaves falling down flat. Yeah, why don't trees have globe leaves? If nature loved balls so much.
Hello?
Hello, who is this?
Hello.
So what was that? Sorry?
Oh, welcome back. Is it you, Jenny?
Sorry?
Who are you? Who is this?
I'm a flat earther. I was just like, when it's my time zone and I come on here, like everyone's always muted out and there's no convos. I'm like, I don't know, it's starting to get weird.
Yeah, we've been just a while ago. But welcome.
Thanks.
Welcome back in the family with capital FE from Flat Earth.
The capital FE family.
Yeah.
It's
I
morning.
proudly invented this word. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, it's morning in the US and it's in the afternoon in Europe. So it's a bit of always a slow moment on this moment.
Yeah.
So what time is it at your place, Cars?
It's 2 a.m. here.
Wow. That's nighttime.
Yep. I'm in the future.
Very late.
I work from home, so it's not so bad. Sorry?
How does it feel to live in the future?
Pretty special. Thank you for asking. I want to thank my mom. Oh, no, I'm kidding. I don't know. Like, it's so stupid, isn't it? It's like, this is all based on perspective, right? Like, I might be the last person to technically get the sun. Like, New Zealand might be the last place to get the sun, or it could be the first place to get the sun. So, I mean, time zones are perspective based in a lot of ways, if you ask me, because wherever you are, you're in the present. So, whatever.
No. Mr. Einstein said that our heads are younger than our feet.
Time zones are made in England. That's because they are so, and New Zealand's on the side, so that's why the day switches there. That's really the reason. There's nothing more about it.
Professor Rushkenstein, he said that you shouldn't base any of your thoughts on a person of authority and you should come to know these things yourself.
Yeah. But could you believe that our heads are younger than our feet?
Do you have any evidence of that?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, now we know how I roll, right?
But it's very funny say, because that's what they are actually saying with Einstein relativistics stuff. That our heads are younger than our feet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand the basis of that. I mean, what came first, your feet or your head? I'm going to go with the head. I'm definitely going to go with the head. So then what technically is younger, right? I mean, sure, the feet could technically be younger than the head based on that.
Well, if you were born with your feet forward, yeah, I think the feet came first then. But this is a question you have to ask this woman that brought you in the world,
Woman? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. You know, it's your mom that gives you birth, but there is a lady that helps her, you know. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the adulterer?
Oh.
the in-between wife? Is that what you're talking about?
No, back in the days when a
The
woman was
midwife?
giving birth, back in the days when a woman was giving birth, usually came an older woman and help her give birth, you know, like.
Right. That's. I
But
was
I
just
don't know
I'm making a play of words. So a
what is,
midwife. That's what
yeah,
they're called. And I
yeah.
joke that it's the
Mm,
crown being adulterers by getting an in-between wife to deliver the baby instead of just letting nature
oh,
do it.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
It's not as funny. Yeah, it's not as funny now though. Don't worry. No, I'm kidding. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
when you said that, I had this Bible story in my head, like when they say that a woman had to give birth on the knees of another woman so she can take the child as hers, you know. Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's creepy. I'm all for them home births personally, so.
Yeah, but it was actually an agreement made. It was a woman that could not have babies, and she asked another woman to have a child for her to carry and give birth, but she will give birth to the child on her knees, and then she will be hers. Yeah, and yeah, it was just an agreement.
That sounds psychopathic.
Mm, I think it's okay, you know, it says in the Bible, so yeah. Um, it should be okay for people who can't have, yeah, but they wish, you know.
It's a sensitive topic for me. The
Yeah.
government stole my child, so
Yeah.
I don't know how to view it any other way. Sorry. Just got real. So, what, are you a flat earther? Or are you an electromagnetic earther? Because there's a slight difference.
Electromagnetic earther. I'm a superfluid liquid helium earther. I believe we live in a, yeah. I believe there is a giant perpetual superfluid helium fountain, and we are in the middle of it.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Well, yeah, there is some observable evidence. The North Pole is frozen, and the outer circumference, southern pole, is not a pole, is the outside. Is also frozen, the Antarctic Circle, because of the flow of helium. Helium is an element which takes energy from anything, everything, just so that it rises. And
But in pure form, I mean, it's just ions. So, like, I mean,
well,
aside from like hypothesis, like, is there any?
yeah.
Like, are you sure? You know what I mean? Because, like, I would say, oh, yeah, Antarctica is the outer ring because it seems
Yeah.
that way. And I certainly believe it. But do I know it? No. Do you know what I mean? Because if we use a scientific method in a way where we're just theorizing is different, right? But if we use the scientific method with something, then like it would need to be consistent, right? And I don't believe
as
the
a
fire.
scientific method, we do have these laboratory experiments with superfluid liquid helium, and using infrared light, shooting infrared light through this liquid, we can observe that it can shoot out into a fountain. You know, it takes all that energy from light, and this is a weird, not weird. It's a quantum mechanical effect. It has this liquid has a zero frictionless flow, and zero viscosity. So,
Okay.
and a magnet, which will be happening to be inside of such a liquid, it will be cooled so so much that I mean it's beyond the lambda point. The lambda point is a point of transition where this liquid changes its state from liquid to superfluid. Yeah.
Right. See, I like to go
And
like more roots based. Like
so,
go down like one more level. You know what I mean? Like go down to the ions. Because
yeah,
I get what you're saying, but then like when we think about say like gas, which you're
yeah,
alluding to with helium,
mm,
if we think
yeah,
about gas, I mean that's kind of a liquid. It's just in a gaseous
yeah,
form. So we're kind of underwater in a gaseous form of liquid. And then
yeah,
when you think about ions, they need to be there needs to be a conduit for there to be conductivity, and everything's
yeah.
conductive. So if you go down another
Well,
level, it's like now the ether makes sense. You know what I mean?
I tell you something interesting. You see, when the helium rises high in very high altitude atmosphere, at that place where they call it the Van Allen belts, they say that is a area region highly radioactive. There are highly charged particles. But those highly charged particles are not coming from the outside towards us. They are coming from the earth, going upwards, and when the helium, the gas helium, escapes the atmosphere, then it starts accelerating very fast, and in that region area it reaches such velocities that they call it highly charged particles. And when we study um, these particle accelerators, we often see them that they are actually accelerating gas particles, and usually it's helium gas that they are accelerating. And helium, they say, yeah, it has some sort of solid state like ice, but I have not seen it yet being demonstrated, and neither did I read much about helium ice. But I know it's very hard to freeze helium. So we take solid out of discussion, but yeah, we have liquid and gaseous state. And I think another state of this element is actually what we call electricity.
Right. I
Yeah,
mean, and you're thinking about the Van Allen belt, right? Like, so
yeah, yeah,
with with the electrical aspect of that. Like,
Mm.
I mean, the stars have to be radioactive because
Yeah.
they produce light. So the Van
Well,
Allen belt may just be a disguised way of them telling us that the stars are there.
even a house light bulb, the one with the filament, they are radioactive, but inside the light bulb they fill it with a inert gas, which does not allow that radiation to propagate. But that filament, the wolfram tungsten filament, is actually emitting it is radioactive. It emits all the spectrum of rays, X-ray, gamma rays, alpha, beta, you name it. You know, but yeah, in very small quantities, like those radioactive, which gamma, yeah, it's very low. But we do have also the light spectrum, ultraviolet, um, which is mostly blocked because of that inert gas they fill the light bulb with. But yeah, if you look, for example, at quartz tubes, which they are some sort of neon gas, and if you remove, they have like two tubes, one inside the other, and when you remove the first tube with that gas, then you are left with this quartz tube, and with the gas which is actually being passed a high voltage current through it, and it lights up. And then, yeah, this is a UV light. It's very good for disinfecting and stuff like that. Mm. I went a little bit on sides.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, this circuit is something like torus shape. We have helium rising at the North Pole, but it's coming from the ground and it's already in a gaseous state. Because our existence, medium, environment, and temperature is extremely hot for the helium, and it's in gaseous state. But the higher concentration you have, the higher concentration of helium you have in one place, it will absorb the energy, thermal energy, and even from electricity and stuff, just so that it rises itself. And this will create a cooling effect. And yeah, it keeps the north very cold. Once it escapes the atmosphere, it turns, it accelerates, and it turns in what they call highly charged particles. And beyond that, I'm not sure what's going on, but I theorize that at certain very high altitudes, couple thousands or tens of thousands of miles, like anything between 20 and 60,000 miles high. There is a place where it is a medium which is extremely cold. The higher you go in altitude, the temperature keeps dropping. It drops. And at those altitudes, it gets so cold that liquid helium is there in his natural medium, where it encounters a 5 Kelvin temperature, which is cold enough for helium to start precipitating, and it condensates, and it will rain upwards on a ocean of liquid helium which is above us, but this rain would have a shape maybe something like an onion, like all that rain will converge into a jet, and this jet will be pouring upwards into that ocean, and then it will expand outwards all the way and down all the way to the South Pole, which is a little bit further than the ice wall that we see in Antarctica. And another thing that makes me believe this is when I looked at the pictures of Antarctic ice circle, I've seen the color of the water is a very dark blue, but it's not like beneath that water is some dark land or sand or anything like that. It's sort of transparent blue because beyond that 60th parallel, which they don't allow us, I think that's where the ice 12 starts to be present on the bottom of the ocean. Ice 12 is frozen water ice, which is so cold, extremely cold, that it becomes denser than the water. So this ice is always sinking in the water. It will not float on the top. And because of this ice, we have that dark blue ocean color. And they will tell us the ocean near Antarctica is actually very deep. That's why it's so dark blue. They like to tell us that when there is a dark blue ocean color, then that's a deep water. And that ice could only be created, generated, exist in nature if only when water gets in contact with something extremely cold. And the minus 80 degrees Celsius in Antarctica, the weather that they are telling us, that's a joke. It's not enough to reach ice 12. Ice 12 is achievable, I'm not sure, but way below 200 Celsius. below minus 200 Celsius. Yeah, with the electromagnetic, what they can't explain is, you see, this magnetic force gradient. The magnetic field from north to south is very small gradient. We do have fluctuations, like in certain regions of the world. We can detect that the magnetism is weaker, and yeah, we can see the compasses taking a little bit more time to align themselves to the north. But overall, it's pretty much the same. And when we have an electromagnet or a magnet, it has its magnetic attraction force. It starts from, like, depends on the size of the magnet, but yeah, let's say a small 1 cubic centimeter neodymium magnet with a compass. If you come close to it, like 70 centimeters, or no, yeah, something like anything less than 1 meter, you can detect it with your compass. You can see your compass will be pointing you where the magnet is. But if you go further away than 1 meter, your compass will align itself with the Earth's magnetic pole, and it will not show you that magnet is inside your room. So the magnet does not affect anymore your compass further away than 1 meter. So yeah, the closer you get to the magnet, the stronger this attraction is. But the world's magnetic field is nothing like that. It is a giant magnetic field and weak. Is only strong enough to use a compass. Yeah, so you can see that there is a magnetic field. But from 45th parallel to the equator, the magnetic field gradient attraction force is negligible, like too small to be explained.
Good morning, Gabby Get.
Yeah. Hello, Enoch. Good morning.
Good morning. I was picking up and man, I was listening to you. So good, so much good information, but then I was like trying not to fall asleep listening to you. I'm so sorry, bro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
No, you're okay, look.
Yeah, guys. If you guys have been listening to this guy, he's very good on giving you guys on, you know.
Don't praise me because I'm gonna
No,
broke.
man, you give some good scientific information, bro. It's just like I really try to listen in on you, and then like sometimes, bro, I think it's because you talk so soothing. You talk so like
slow.
Yeah, like I tend to just
Yeah. I know the word. You know, once I shifted my paradigm, lifestyle, and came to the flat earth knowledge and realized, you know, that the world has these two planes of existence, physical and spiritual. You know, once I did this, I was convinced, hey, life is eternal and I am eternal. Yeah, death is not the end of it. So why should I care? Why should I care when they call me lazy? I don't give a dang. You know, I am with
what is
my
it
own
there?
rhythm. I live in my
Right.
own rhythm. I make my rhythm, and nobody can
Right.
push
I
me
was
to
gonna say, like,
run.
what is it?
Yeah,
Why does it matter to them?
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, what
Yeah,
what you're doing
they
with
want
your
you
time.
to work fast, you know, they want you to work fast, produce very much for them because yeah, they know your lifetime is what? Some couple of decades and then you die and then they will have to continue the work, you know.
Right. They gotta use you
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Use
But
you
if
up for
you
all your time.
yeah, if you work for them quantitatively, so much that it will take them like 3 lifetimes to do that kind of work. Yeah, they are
Yeah.
very pleased with you. So yeah.
So I apologize, guys. I make sounds and noises
I
because
like
I
it.
have
I like
Tourette
it.
syndrome.
I like it. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
where is
Stina
crack?
mama.
Where is crack villain?
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was here earlier this morning. It was there was more people here earlier this morning. Like around 3 or o'clock this morning. got to listen in on some of that. What's that, Cars?
What was the conversation like?
Oh, you talking about earlier with you?
No. The earlier today. I mean, no.
No, like I said, it was like early, like 3 o'clock this morning. I didn't get to listen in on the whole thing. It's just I saw there was at least 22 people inside the party, and no, Flo was handling his thing, you know, doing his thing on sharing information, showing pictures, and showing the distance of the horizon, explaining the black swan. And yeah, it was pretty good. It was nice to listen to this morning.
Oh.
If you haven't got any of that information about you have FE tools very very down at the very bottom on the left hand side over here. If you scroll all the way down, it says FE tools. Yo, that's all the information
Yeah.
that you need.
I'm
Take
not
your
I'm
time.
not a noob though.
You're not a what?
I'm not a noob.
You don't have to be a nerd. I'm a boxing instructor. Yo.
No. You've misheard me. I'm not a noob.
Oh, you're not a
Oh, a
noob.
noob.
Oh,
Yeah.
now
Yeah,
okay.
I know my shit, man.
For sure. Cool beans.
I understood nerd too, and I was thinking like a nerd that someone that's not a nerd and talking about electromagnetism and stuff. It doesn't go along. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely a nerd. I'm cool too, though. I'm a cool nerd. But whatever. Yeah, I love learning about ions and photons and all that shit.
That's pretty cool.
Well, what are they?
That's a very good question. I perceive it from a spiritual basis, personally. I know that everything's energy or at least radio waves. So my interest in it is understanding how thoughts, emotions, actions all interact within that radioactive reality that we're in.
Yeah. You know, I think it's something like, you know, when you look in the mirror, you see yourself, but that in the
reflection.
mirror, no, that thing in the mirror, that self in the mirror is not physical.
Now, do you see it in
Right?
2D or 3D?
When you look in the mirror, yeah, you see what's being reflected in the mirror. That 3D world. That
is it 2D or is it 3D when you look into the mirror?
Physicality is being reflected in the mirror. Yeah, so you see the physicality, but it's not real physicality. It's just a reflection. You know, you can see the depth, like. Let's say you have a table in front of the mirror, right? When you look at the table, you can see from all its measurements, yeah, X, Y, Z. You can see how long, how wide the table is, and how tall. Yeah, and when you look in the mirror, you also see those reflected exactly like that, but opposite, inverted. But actually, that part that you see in the mirror, it doesn't physically exist. It's not real. You know, it's not tangible.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah, you can touch the table which is in front of the mirror, but you cannot touch the table that you see in the mirror. You know. Yeah.
So when you look into a mirror, is it 2D or is it 3D?
You cannot get a 2D reflection because 2D does not exist. Does not exist. It's only a concept.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's virtual stuff. It
It's
doesn't
just
exist.
funny. I think it's funny asking the question because then it gets you thinking like, okay, can I? You're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
What?
I know. We use. Go ahead.
How is it that we are in we're
Container?
factually in an electromagnetic environment and you perceive anything as physical?
Yeah, well, this is the point I was willing to get at. I was giving this example how you see in the mirror. Not imagine, but let's say that we establish that stuff that we see in the mirror is not real. It's only you in the physical world that we exist. Yeah, this is reality. And we are a reflection of the sky. What we see above is non-physical sort of reflection, you know.
Oh, Igagaba. Sorry. Bahama. Sorry.
And yeah, we do have these stars which circle around the North Pole. According to the Bible, it's angels dancing around the throne of God, holding hands. And in many ancient peoples' culture, folk, and civilizations, we do see that people used to, after work, make fire, cook food, and dance in a circle around that fire. And they, in some of the culture, they call this dance as a dance of unification. And
Are you
when they
presuming
make,
that the history you've been told about that's correct?
sorry.
Are you presuming that the history you've been told, like the what you've been told, the reason they did those things is correct? Have you looked at any
Well,
other alternatives?
I did see in my in Romania, we do have this dance that in a circle holding hands, and it's called the dance of unification. It's in the people's folklore, you know, like I'm
But
not
that's not what I
sure.
asked.
Yeah,
I asked
what
if
are
you
you
looked at
asking?
any other alternative reasons as to why they did that,
Yeah, there are
aside from the angelic
many other
angel.
reasons. There are
thing.
other reasons, but I found some um, texts which were describing that these dances are not actually um, for in our tradition from like couple hundred years ago. No, they are in our tradition for very, very ancient times, and it in ancient Greek writers, even at those, I've seen it described, you know, about this dance, and it was saying that this is what it was representing. People, when were dancing like this, they were copying what they see in the sky, replicating what they see in the sky. And even
Like
when
what?
and
What? What are you trying to
yeah,
get to? Because I don't mean to be
what I'm
rude, but I feel
trying
like
to
you're
get you,
presuming. I feel
yeah,
like
you
you're
see,
presuming a level of intelligence.
no,
So if you could,
I'm
what's your? It may be that I already have the perspective that you're trying to lead me through. If that makes sense.
well, when they tell, I've been told in school about this atomic theory, the atom nuclei and the electrons that spin around it. I'm not sure that's correct. I don't find it, and I don't really believe it that it is as they describe it. But I'm not saying there are not things that spin. I think that there are two elements which spin around each other. They don't orbit. They are spinning, just like a man and woman together, they dance spinning. They are not spinning one around another. They are spinning together, holding
How
themselves.
often does
You
that
know?
actually happen?
Sorry?
I don't ever see men and women spinning around each other.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Like, what? How's that even relevant?
No, but also
He's talking
in our
about
culture,
he's talking
like
about when women
when we go,
when men and
when
women
we,
dance when they go
it's
out
it's
when
something very present in our life.
it's natural.
Yeah, it's an act that we
It's
do it in.
it's a natural thing. When
Yeah,
people go out to a club, when people
have you
go out to
ever
a club,
danced? Have you
look,
ever
Gibby, wait,
danced with someone? Sorry.
let me explain so she
Yeah.
can understand a little better.
Mm.
What he was talking about was the nature of how men and women dance, how they dance around each other. Okay, now and what that's what he was getting at from where he's saying from where he's from, and they would dance in a circle, and men and women dance in this nature because they do it natural. We do it naturally.
Yeah.
So like when we go out to a club, right? What is a man and a woman trying to do when they go out to a club? They're trying to interact with each other.
Mm.
They're trying to find their oneself, their other half. That's the whole point of why we mix and
No,
mingle with each other.
I wasn't meaning like that. I was meaning
Oh,
like
no, I mean
you
it kind
have.
of fall. I know what you're talking about, Gibby.
Mhm.
I do. Like you're
Yeah.
talking about the nature of dance, just the
Yeah.
nature of dance. Period.
No. I was
But at least that's what I
trying
was
to
getting to from what you were
exemplify.
saying.
Uh,
Huh?
yeah.
Was I wrong? My bad.
No, you were not wrong. But it's a little bit more complex what I was willing to say.
Oh, I
Um,
thought. Well, because I
you
don't know.
got this correctly, but this is not the main point. You know,
Okay.
it's not the thing I want to focus on. Just
Okay.
this is a point I want to make it understood. Yeah, when a man and woman are dancing together, and
Right.
they hold each other and they are spinning, yeah, slowly in slow motion.
Right.
If they want to
Like a ballroom,
accelerate the
right?
rhythm, if they want to raise the rhythm, yeah, or to catch the music, it's very fast music. Yeah, they start spinning faster. They don't break apart because they are holding each other. But now, if we tell them to dance so fast and spin so fast, at some point they can't hold each other anymore and they will fly one from another away. They will move away,
Right.
right? Yeah.
I think he's trying to get the spin of the earth.
Yeah, and this is what is happening in particle physics. We have
You just claimed that you weren't even sure that that existed.
sorry.
You just finished saying that you weren't even sure if there was orbiting in the atomic world, right?
Yeah,
Now
in the
it seems
atomic
like you're
world,
alluding to that would have to exist
in
because
the
you're talking about
atomic world, yeah, cars. In the atomic world, they say there is a nuclei, a core, like a small, a couple of balls together, glued together, and then electrons spin around this little ball, and they form like a sphere. But those electrons, they orbit around that nuclei. The nuclei is not moving, is not spinning around them. You know, only the electron is spinning around the nuclei of the atom.
Sorry.
But what I'm saying is that there are two sides, one like male and female, positive, negative, north, south. It's a binary construct. And these particles spin around each other. Now you can have 20 people joining hands and dancing together in a small little circle, one inside of another, or you can have many combinations, but none of them is sitting still in the middle. They don't need one to be sitting in the middle and staring at them all dancing. I mean, when you go to a club, do you go on the dance floor, in the middle of the dance floor, and you're gonna be standing there and looking at everybody dancing around you? That will look
this is so
weird.
presumptive in a way, like such a presumptive example. Like I don't even know how to even
I know
like
it's
I don't
silly,
even know how to respond to it because like I don't go clubbing, I don't dance, I just don't do that shit. Like
Me neither,
I
but
don't
yeah,
even
I've been
I don't even have
when
a
I was
slight
young.
basis of understanding for this whole dancing thing. Like what? Like oh man.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to know how to dance to like to actually try to get into rhythm and try to dance.
No, I mean,
Yes,
like,
but
don't worry. Don't, like, I mean, I just don't get. Okay,
I
wait.
wasn't trying to make you feel embarrassed or like, oh my goodness,
Oh
talk
no,
about dance.
I'm not embarrassed at all. Like, no, I'm not embarrassed at all. Not at all. No, I mean, I just okay. Like, I was following. Gippy Git was talking about this liquid, gaseous type environment. Then he's talking about the radioactive Van Allen belt, and then like what, dude? Like, wait a second. Like, back it right up. Hold up. Like, I feel like you're like convoluting two theories. Like on the one spectrum, it's like your subconscious knows that everything is energy, like ionic in nature, just pure energy. But then on the other spectrum, you're like looking at everything materially. So it can't be both. It's got to be one or the other. So what do you
really?
actually believe?
I believe we are a complex assembly of systems, harmonically tuned to work together. So that requires intelligent design. It doesn't happen by luck.
Hold up.
And the world does have a physical plane of existence and spiritual. These are the two planes of existence.
Okay, so you see the relevancy of those two things, but you're not connecting them together. That's what I'm alluding to. Like,
I'm not connected.
Well, like, say if you've got a electromagnetic, harmonically tuned environment and a physical one, then one affects the other both ways. So the physical becomes irrelevant if you're operating in the spiritual, or the spiritual becomes irrelevant if you're operating in the physical by nature. But if you connect the two,
well,
you see, that's why like
yeah,
thoughts
it's true.
can.
When you put your hand in fire, it affects your spiritual plane. It makes you learn. Yeah, fire is burning, and I'm not gonna hold my hand there. I'm gonna take it away from the fire.
Hold up, well, you're jumping ahead though, because in the spiritual plane, you would automatically know not to put your hand in it because you would feel like you've got your senses, which are literally sensory input, right?
Well,
so
yeah, but about
intuition.
the physical, like the whole construct of my body the inner workings, mechanism, systems, biology, anatomy, this stuff. I read a little about it. I don't know it all. I know there is a lot, but if you go to medical university and try to learn, you're going to be learning from those who say that your body is made of 70% water, and then you have the blood, and the blood is red because it has iron in it, and I don't believe that the blood contains iron. So we are talking about, from the beginning, from the start, a very different kind of human being. The one that functions with iron blood, or the one that functions with a different kind of blood. If you want to ask me what do I believe that we have in our blood, and I can surely demonstrate very easily, the blood is red because of gold nanoparticles. Human blood and mammals' blood, red blood, is diamagnetic. It is easily repelled by the presence of a magnetic or electromagnetic field. So,
but everything is affected by the presence of an electromagnetic field. Name one thing that isn't.
One thing that isn't, I would say, fate, ignorance. These non-tangible things like conceptual, yeah, time, gravity.
Well, I would argue that thoughts are electrical currents, and so just thinking of gravity still affects.
What? How?
Because
Something.
thoughts are traveling energy.
Thoughts are quantum.
Exactly. I just said traveling energy. Quantum is traveling energy.
Well, depends what we call energy. They used to say back in the days, in 1800s, yeah, life is, this electricity, sparkling neurons, and stuff like that. Even today, many neurologists, probably intentionally, but I think vast majority of them, they do know that neurons are not, like your memories and stuff. Your memories are the connections which are made by these cells, and the way they network together. But not all of them will agree with this, and this consciousness of character and everything that we call ourselves, persona, your mindset and everything. They say it's inside your brain, and that's your home, and it's electricity shooting from and between these neural cells. But I don't agree with that. I'm sorry, I can't, because it is much more complex. The human heart also have a neural uh, construct network, nervous system of its own. The stomach also, and the stomach actually has much more neural cells than the human brain. So if you think that, yeah, you use your 4% or 5% of our brain capacity to think, in daytime, but your stomach is working like, I don't know, 20, 30, 40%. And your heart also compensates there. So there is more personality and everything coming from the guts of the man, your whole character. Because the guts do drive us. Hunger is a very powerful life driver. It makes people do stuff a lot. Like even waking up every day at the same hour, and going to work, then go back shopping and come home. They do all this because of the guts. Theirs or someone close to them. But it's not this electricity that is us. It is this transfer of information. It's at quantum level, subatomic. Yeah. Because what we are is actually written in our DNA, and every day we are writing in our own DNA. So our own DNA is changing every day, day after day. And it's never the same with what it was before. Overall, there is like when you take the evolution of a program, of a operating system, you can see it's growing, evolving. It starts doing. The more you add, the more it does. But you have to have that foundation. Yeah, you have to first write a whole operating system, no matter it's small or but it has to be a working operating system, and then you can keep upgrading it, and you make it better and better and better. That's the same with us. We learn every day, and we become what we most likely where we dwell. In what we dwell, that's what we become. And at the DNA, this neural cell electricity communication is irrelevant, is outside. But actually, that's where our spirit, whole being, is in the DNA. And this is in genetics. It has been demonstrated so by experiment that we are the writers of our own DNA. We are the authors. So yeah, we write it. I don't mind anyone contradicting me. I made everyone run away.
They're regrouping. They're trying to decide what to come back with. Okay, gravity doesn't work. There's no curvature. We weren't on the moon. We're not on Mars. What do we have to argue with these people? And then the whole group's going, nothing. We got nothing.
Nothing. If anyone can really physically get that, it will be a very great achievement. They've got nothing. What they have is lack of knowledge.
They're going to their NASA websites and then they're going to come back and be like, but they found a couple exoplanets, guys.
Oh, exoplanets. Yeah. Probably Exo is sleeping now. They call him a planet. I'm gonna tell him next time.
it's just it baffles my brain and my mind how these people can tell them, oh, Pluto's a planet, and then they come along and go, well, we decided it's not a planet, it's not part of our solar system, so exclude that. And then a few years later, they come back and, well, actually, it is a planet, it's part of our solar system, so keep that in mind. And they're all like, okay, it's a planet. No, it's not a planet. No, it is a planet. And they just go along.
You know, I had this revelation.
I think you were confusing her, Get
It
Biget.
was God. It was God showing to me. Globies were talking in here about stars and all this telescope stuff, and I was thinking, hey, what do I do? Okay, let's see.
Confuse the fuck out of
I search on Google. I search on Google who invented the telescope. You know, and I found that a buffoon, a clown, invented the telescope. And then I search who invented the kaleidoscope. You know, these are both these two instruments. They are optical instruments. You know, you put it on your eye, and you see stuff inside. You know, and the kaleidoscope was invented by a British academician, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it was an academician. And then I asked the Glober, hey, dude, between a clown and an academician, who invented the kaleidoscope and who invented the telescope? And he said he doesn't know, but yeah. I told him, yeah, try a guess, like what will be your logic tell you, logical mind when you think logic about it. And he said, yeah, of course, it will be normal that the telescope was invented by an academician and a clown should invent the kaleidoscope. And actually the truth is the other way around, opposite. And I think this is actually intentionally in the
But these are the
system.
same people that also believe electricity was discovered by a guy with a kite and a key.
Yeah.
And they also believe Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone when it was an Italian named Marconi,
Yeah, Marconi, yeah.
But they'll just believe what the teacher tells them. Christopher Columbus discovered a place where people were already living.
Yeah. Oh, guess what? Who invented the jet engine? Americans should know.
Mr. Boeing
Who
or something?
invented? No. See, this is a very important kind of engine. Henri Coandă. It was a Romanian guy. Batman can. Are you in the lobby?
I've never had smoke with the people I can't be blunt with. My last thing, my family, the people that I'm a homie, gotta keep shit a real man always make it happen. A real man.
Yo.
Tough crowd, huh? Nobody talking? Nobody's talking at all. See all these people doing? They're just in here to be in here. Spiral of Love, Uncle Bob. Oh, not Uncle Bob, not again. Dylan, you know what happened to Uncle Bob, right? Wow. You know what happened to Uncle Bob? He got put in jail for 5 years for prostitution.
Hey, Addison.
They're always talking about Uncle Bob. They're saying, beware of Uncle
I'm
Bob.
a prostitute.
Oh, yeah. Only on the weekends, though. Yeah. Only on the weekends. Do they pay good? They pay good, Dylan?
Yeah,
$1
million a year.
$1 million? Oh my God. You got an OnlyFans, too?
I don't know about that. You need to make that extra money.
an emergency, leave all your belongings and proceed to the closest suitable exit.
So you guys giving that silly globe the silent treatment again? Guess that silence would be a yes. Unless my mic's not working, which is possible.
No, you're working. It's working fine.
Live from California, it's sunny. How's your morning?
Yeah, just barely awake.
That's a good thing. Hope you had a restful sleep. You ready for the bright new day?
Yep. I was looking at Brian Cox as a MTV rock star. That's freaking funny as hell.
Oh yeah, he was a boy band kind of dude, right? Or whatever. That's one of our greatest minds on the planet, man. What are you talking about? He can tell you what happened 14 billion years ago or so, he thinks.
I know. I wonder how he divined that.
He read it in a book.
Yep.
And he saw it on TV too. So there's two sources.
Yep. I was watching that video about 5G. That's not so funny. They're like, we're not going to wait for the standards. We're not going to wait for the test. We're just going to put all this shit up because it'll make us billions of dollars. Who cares what it does to the people?
So far, if we fry a few people's electromagnetic energy fields, no worries.
Yeah. Why do the sheep even matter? We could freaking experiment with them. And boost our phony medical system up. Oh, can I say that? I don't know if you can say. I don't know if you can say things. If you can talk anymore.
You can say
I need a list of words.
Yeah. You can say things like Dr. Fauci is the smartest doctor in the world, and you should hang on his every word. You can say stuff like that.
That should give us some gold stars then.
Yeah.
Or something. Like they used to have in class. So I'm wondering if I should write a list of words that I shouldn't say in everyday speech.
You can say things like the CDC is the greatest organization in the world, and make sure you pay attention to all their things they instruct you to do. Because everybody has to be safe, right? We all got to stay safe. The government's worried about everybody being safe. Come on, people.
Be safe.
Let's all be safe. Yeah.
We'll keep you safe even if it kills you.
Everybody in America, you're free to do as you're told by your government. Go ahead, son.
Except when you disagree.
That's a good question. What are we allowed to say on here? It's a real shame that it's going on in front of our eyes and we can't talk about it.
Yeah.
For real.
Can a Glober come in and show us on this doll where the flat earth hurt you?
Yeah, there's got to be somebody, at least in the YouTube chat, out there ready to spiral about their globe, It's got to be a silly globe spinning in a vacuum. Just has to be. They wouldn't have lied to me. Well, so many people would have had to lie to me. There's no way. Anyway, I guess we got no new people on here right now, do we?
It appears not.
Let's do a roll call and see if anybody talks. We've got Breaking Down the Wall of Lies.
He's deafened.
Live in Scotland, he's deafened. We got Damsel Medic. I forget where she's at. I think Arkansas. I'm see if I can get everybody's general area. Get Me Gets live in Romania. Am I right? Spiral of Love, I have no idea. Sonny's in California.
Yep.
No idea. Uncle Bob or Well, It's Flat. Welcome all to the server. Anybody that wants to speak, feel free to do so. Just make sure you don't say certain words like Fauci, and uh, the V word that everybody thinks is okay. Just untested medicine, just stick it right in your bloodstream. No worries. I probably shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Of course they didn't lie, so just go ahead and do everything they say.
Yeah. They're always looking out for your best interests. The government is. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it.
That's your choice. They lied, and you don't have to do what they say, or they didn't lie. So if they didn't lie, if you can't find a reason for them to lie, then you got to do everything they say. Okay?
Yeah.
Got that, everybody? So have fun with that. We'll be watching.
If you look back through history, you can't really find any cases of them deceiving you or lying or anything. I mean, like 9/11, there's obviously 19 guys with box cutters, duh. And then
Yep. 2 buildings took down 3. 2 planes took down 3 buildings. Yeah.
yeah,
That's right.
just wiped out a whole 3 or 4 square city block, but 2 planes, that's a lot of fuel, man. So, and then they found the passport that survived the fiery explosion and pointed right at the bad guys. So, I mean, the FBI is on the ball, so you got nothing to worry about.
And when the guy said pull it, was he saying like pull my finger or something?
Yeah, that was totally unrelated. That was out of context. Don't worry about it.
It was a kid's birthday party joke. Pull my finger.
That whole quote was taken out of context. He was talking about pulling on his dick or something. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, just the usual stuff for those circles.
Yeah,
that's right.
So they didn't lie about that. They didn't lie about like Oklahoma City or anything like that. All that happened. Crazy guy made a big powder bomb in his truck and blew everything up. They definitely went to the moon. They accidentally destroyed the technology. I know that sounds kind of fishy, but they had this one guy assigned at the warehouse, and he made a mistake labeling stuff, and there went all the telemetry data, and they all got destroyed. But they are working to build it back, but it's a painful process.
Accidentally, all the 14,000 reels got accidentally labeled as "torch this shit."
They're going to get back to the moon. They're working on the space suit right now. It'll be like 3 years or so, and then we'll be there again. So,
what do you think they find that? What do you think they find on that telemetry data? I think what they'd find is they'd find communications from one building to another in the same area.
Yeah.
They didn't send no transmissions. Freaking 238,000 miles. Please, people.
Come on now. I saw Nixon on TV on his green phone, and he was talking to a guy on the moon. Are you telling me I was deceived?
I know. I'm still waiting for the technology going from the rotary phone to the moon.
They destroyed it, man. I'm sorry that was part of the plot. That was in the pile that got destroyed. But how to do that? But they're working on it. It's only
Anything
been
that
50
could
years.
verify it. I know.
Give them a little time. You got to be patient, man. It's only been 50 years. Come on, man.
Yeah, it took them to 2015 to say, we never went through the Van Allen belts. And we can't go past low Earth orbit until we solve these important issues because of the harmful radiation.
Well, they've got a logical explanation for that. In '69, they didn't know those existed, so they just went zip right on through there, no problem.
Just zip right through. If you don't know about it, it doesn't affect you.
If you're not aware of something, then it doesn't exist in your reality. So
yeah, that's how we do my healthcare now.
Yeah. So I hope we got everybody educated on some of those subjects. The government would never lie to you. So definitely trust all these doctors and stuff. They know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
I watched Jernison's GNN show yesterday. I'm trying to be a Glober, so hopefully I'm doing okay. I'm trying to be one of those people that just watch Fox or CNN and just, that's my gospel for the day. So I'm going to go out do whatever sheep thing I'm going to do, and then come back home and watch Fox and CNN and have dinner, fuck my wife, and go to bed.
All right. Listen to the news and have them tell you what to do. Because that's where we get all of our medical information is from the news, and legal advice too from the news. And what else? Relationship advice and pet care. And how about how to have the best barbecue on the weekend? That's what the news is for.
I got a call coming in. I got to mute up for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so funny. I'll just keep talking about the news and how stupid it is. Yeah, before this whole thing happened, that's all the local news did. They did some phony weather, and then they would have some guest on. Yeah, we have the new microbrewery downtown. We got the best cuisine in the area. Yeah, we're going to have some live music on here. We're going to have Bogart and the Peanut Farmers on Thursday at 8:30. Mm-hmm. Gee, it seems like back then you could almost live freely. Interesting. I'd like to make a shout out to all the oath takers and oath keepers. Yep. Good job for keeping your oath. Yep. And for those of you who didn't keep your oath or violated your oath, there's going to be a reckoning, I reckon, from the Almighty himself. Hey, Indio.
What is up? What it be like?
What it be like? Not much, man. Just quiet Friday, you know.
Well, it ain't ladies' night yet. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the Globers gave up, Indio.
Yeah. They gave up a long time ago.
Yeah. It's like QE says, it's the death throes for the last few years anyway. Debate's long over.
Yep.
But anyway.
Well, you know, you think they'd just go out and do some laser tests and just prove us wrong.
I know.
Yeah, you would think there would be thousands of Glober laser tests on the internet, but I can't seem to find any. Have y'all seen any?
No. Well, remember that Greater Sapien guy? He collected, what did he collect? $11,000? Collected like 11 grand from Globers to like, what was it?
I think he got like 20K. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, whatever it was. You get a pretty fine laser for that.
You buy two good lasers for that. Yeah.
And what happened? And what happened with that deal?
We never saw a video showing curvature with a laser. I didn't see one, did y'all?
I see.
Yeah.
Hookers and Blow is not YouTube friendly. So, you know, we didn't get to see what he spent the money on.
Yeah, it's not community friendly to show what the anti-flat earthers are doing.
I like that term anti-flat earther because that really puts those guys in that category where they need to be. There's people that have been exposed to this information and still are anti-flat earthers. Y'all know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering what took us so long to make the distinction. Should have did this a long time ago.
Yeah, that's true. I think it took us a while to realize that they're not the same as your everyday person out there. Even Globers don't freaking do that. I mean, your everyday person, yeah. They haven't heard of the. A lot of them haven't even heard of this information. They're just too freaking busy.
Yep, too busy living paycheck to paycheck the way they want it.
Yep. But when they do find out, generally, I think they're interested. A lot of them are interested. I find that people perk their ears up there. What? Someone went out and measured the surface of Earth and they found no curvature? What?
Because it's just too big, bro.
I know.
Just too big.
But see, somebody truly interested in reality would go like, okay, really? I would. I'd be like, you mentioned measurement, and I'm like all ears. Okay, show me. I want to see it.
Quick shout out to the keyboard warriors that I know are sitting in the YouTube chat right now. Please come in here and provide some demonstration of curvature, motion, or the existence of said ball Earth in the vacuum of space. Thank you very much. I'm sure I'm going to click the link here in a minute. Let them talk to Indio and Sonny.
I want to see a bucket of gas pressure.
Oh, they can prove curvature. First, they just start with the word imagine, then, whatever. Fill in the blank from there.
I know, right?
So we can there's a couple tells for anti-flat earthers. So here's a tell. When they say, well, the earth is too big to see the curve. Do you know how many square miles it is? Like, what the hell does square miles have to do with the curvature of the earth? No one cares about the surface area.
Yeah.
And it's like so disingenuous. Like, it literally makes me livid. Because you know right there that I'm talking to a totally dishonest person. Why?
Yeah. Like, that's true. And the same kind of thing. Another example is when I've asked people, when have they done this measurement? And instead of getting a when they did something or when they measured something, I get, well, if you did this, you could do it this way. It's a non sequitur. Talking about they're having two different conversations. You're not in the conversation.
Purple elephant feathers are gold.
No, literally.
Explain that on a flat Earth.
Literally, who am I talking to here? Because I asked a question, I got to answer that wasn't a part of the conversation.
How do you explain golden feathers on purple elephants if the Earth is flat, son?
Well, you could do it this way. You get your craft paper out.
If elephants can fly, how can you explain that on the flat Earth?
Yep. Man, you're
well,
just right.
Indio brought up the square miles. I love it when they say square miles. It's, oh yeah, how many flat square miles does the globe have? Yeah. Answer being all of them, I guess. If the Earth is flat, how can you explain tectonic plates?
Yeah, it's so funny.
What about the core?
Yeah, you can actually hear.
No, hold on. You missed it. You missed it. Listen, you guys missed it. If the Earth is flat, how do you explain tectonic plates? Notice I didn't say tectonic bowls. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Shouldn't they all be upside down tectonic bowls, not plates? That's my theory.
Yeah, or curved sections or something.
Yeah, so that would be more conducive to being on a ball if they were like convex shape, kind of. Yeah.
That's right. You have to explain to these people that a ball requires curve. It's very difficult.
Yeah. Why is it the sea floor? Has anybody heard of a floor that's convex?
Seabed, right?
Sea floor, yeah, seabed. That's another use of it. The abyssal plains are freaking huge.
Yeah, all those square miles. How can you explain all those square miles at the bottom of the ocean if the flat?
Much more than the flat spaces. They say that 20% of all land above the sea level is plains, or is it 10%? Even if it is only 10%. Even if it is only 10% above sea level are plains, think of how many plains are below sea level.
So I'm on Twitter, and there's a Twitter account on there. Whenever you put in hashtag flat Earth, it's like a bot account. It'll just retweet it. So I'm sub to it. So random people, not just people involved in this topic, sometimes they'll. So in this particular instance, they're making a political comment, but of course, they're aligning it to flat Earth, something about vaccines, and they're like, you might as well believe in something like hashtag. They said, this is almost as bizarre as hashtag flat Earth theory, right? So I go, well, you only. I said, well, How can flat Earth be bizarre when that's the only thing you ever experienced, and you never experienced the Earth as a ball? So this person replied. So this isn't a person involved in the topic. It's just like a random on Twitter. She replied by posting a GIF of, Carl Sagan's little bendy piece of paper with the sticks. I'm sure you've seen from his little documentary that he does. I'm sure you've seen that, Carl Sagan.
Yep, I remember it well.
Yeah,
He's sitting
yeah.
like
So
in front of a
classic from the
desert
80s
or
or
something.
70s, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
30, 40 years
yeah. So it's just a clip of that. So
Yeah,
out of nowhere comes
Aristophanes,
an
gotta love it.
anti-flat earther. Yeah, so out of nowhere comes the anti-flat earther. They interject. That's all that's on Twitter is just anti-flat earthers. He had to interject himself into the comment. Point is, these people just lurk everywhere. Like they're true believers, man. Out to purge the world of heretics.
True believers, or they're getting paid to do it. There's got to be some of that. I don't know how much. That's speculation, but these people spend their whole waking hours on this topic. They don't, they're going to get reimbursed at some point. Anyway.
Yeah, they're going to get reimbursed with judgment. Most of these people are not getting paid. They're mostly all psychopaths they just been brought up by cartoons like everybody else. They're doing it for free because they're trying to protect their religion.
You could be right. I wouldn't want to guess at the percentage they're getting paid, but there's got to be at least a small percent. Who knows? Anyway.
Should be, but you'd think we'd be able to find some smart ones, right? You think we'd be able to, this guy's got to be, maybe like Charlie, like somebody who can pretend to be smart like that. Like Charlie would be a good example. How about the string of all of a sudden, like India will tell you how many Globers have come in India and told you, I'm a pilot, by the way. It's just in the
Oh my goodness. You think like that's some Trump card or something. I'm a pilot, debate over. Earth's the globe.
Well, because every pilot goes up and makes 90-degree turns to the left and comes back to where they started. But actually, no one's ever done that because it costs too much money. Thanks.
Yeah.
And the last pilot, Indio, didn't he claim to hit some button every 15 minutes to adjust for curvature or something?
Yeah, it's marked curvature correction. It's a big red shiny button. If you don't hit it, you fly up into space.
Yeah, obviously a Cessna needs that indicator.
So how'd the Wright brothers and all those early aviators do it then? They just figured it out, I guess. I don't know.
Well, that is the funny thing. The current gyroscope, like the design for that was made after the airplane was made. It's made after the Lindbergh flight. It's made after the transatlantic flights. I think it was designed or patented sometime in the late 30s. So how did they fly before that?
We could ask Amelia Earhart, but never mind.
I should troll Glober with that. Amelia Earhart, her flight was actually to prove the Earth as a globe, and no one can find her now.
Maybe she's where the curve's hiding.
You also got to love where's the edge when a globe is all edge. And to get around there, why can't you fall off the edge? They have their magical gravity that they can't prove exists.
Total speculation, but Amelia could have been one of the earliest settlers of Tupac Island. You know what I mean?
Well, what's more ridiculous, flying off the edge of a space disk? I don't know why you'd fall to space. That makes no sense, or being upside down on a ball, which is crazier.
Yeah, it was first used, the gyroscope was first used Gyroscopic flight instrument in aviation was gyroscopic stabilizer with the purpose of maintaining stability and control in the Curtiss C-2 biplane. It was first used publicly in 1914. Created by Hermann Anschutz-Kampf in 1904. Was patented by him in 1904.
Well, the patent I saw was like when it became like commercially available.
Right.
You know, a lot of people patent things they never make it to market in the first place.
Here's an image of one of the first ones.
Well, that was the year after the first flight, and they hadn't got it into production yet anyway. But 1903 was the Wright brothers' flight. Obviously, around the same time the Russians were already doing it. Maybe we should check the Russians to see if they needed one of the devices.
The Wright brothers are quite useful when you want to bludgeon Glovers. They say when they try to say that you can't do certain things without science. Like what science was the Orville? Was he a scientist? Orville Wright? Scientist was he? And scientists at the time didn't think you could fly. They proved all of them wrong.
Wright brothers, like early R. Kelly, they believe they can fly. Sorry for that.
But the same people that claim scientist or science don't believe in science or scientists. Obviously, every time you bring a scientist up that talks about their religion, they all of a sudden are the expert that knows better than their science. They don't care.
There was some guy here in San Diego that was flying gliders off a hill in the South San Diego area. I think it was like 1894. I never even heard of him before. Let me find him. I always forget his name.
Gliders debunk their Velcro atmosphere, in my opinion. Sorry, go ahead, Exa.
Well, the Outline of History by H.G. Wells, as Sonny and I were studying a few weeks ago, he knows about the book and he used to own it. It talks about many men before Auguste Piccard using balloons to go up to high altitudes to test certain things way before that guy.
I wonder if the suicide rate would go up if it was revealed to the public that the Earth is flat.
Well, that's a random question, but I would say yes.
Well, I was thinking of R.C. Meisty in that little clip we have of him saying he'd kill himself if the earth was flat. This topic is picking up, man.
There's another.
No doubt about it. Like I got analytics like for the wiki. I got analytics for the podcast. I got analytics for the server. We're getting a lot more traffic. So the server traffic, new members, that's stayed pretty steady. But what's increased is all the other platforms. Which
I don't know how many people have it, but today is when today is when David Weiss is releasing his where you can see how many flat earthers are all across the plane on his app. So that should be interesting. He's got like 100,000 subscribers, so it's gonna be interesting to see. It'll be like a visual thing, at least of a small amount of flat earthers. All I'm saying,
John Joseph Montgomery. I never even heard of this guy. He was flying gliders here in the 1880s.
John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt.
John Joseph Montgomery.
His name was your name too.
He was doing advanced gliding before the Wright brothers, well before the Wright brothers. He invented control methods like weight shifting for roll and an elevator for pitch. They stole this guy's information. This guy used subsequent designs, used hinged pilot-operated trailing edge flaps on the wings for roll control, and later full wing warping systems for roll and for both pitch and roll. And never even heard about him. I've been to
I
that
can remember
hill.
hearing some old debates, and the guys they were talking about the atmosphere moving with the Earth, and the globe would claim because it's a motor.
You just robot it, Dave. Bill. Why would they lie? I don't know why they would lie. So the Earth has to be a globe.
Wait, what? People lie? Nah, man.
Nobody ever lies. Yeah, that never happens.
It's not really giving that dude a blowjob because I don't know why she would do that. She's not really cheating on me.
I guess you'd have to determine what the meaning of the word is.
Doesn't that mean was? Right?
You mean is with one S or two S?
And was.
Because with two S's, it's the ISS.
Good one, Dutch. It is the is S.
Is.
I like that. The is.
Nobody ever whizzes in the ises.
Robotic chick, am I still robot?
No, you're good, man. You sound good, man.
But
I've
give it
always
time.
wondered about the ISS. It says International Space Station. So, why does China have their
Oh
own?
shit! You're right. I didn't even think about that ISS.
Why does
Let
China
you in
have
here.
their own if it's international? You know.
So why is Branch unmuted?
Who left the door open?
Dude, I can.
What are you doing here, Branch?
Why should I be muted?
No, I'm just messing with you, man. How you
Because
doing, man?
you deflect from the topic. That's why.
Yeah, well, I'll stick to the topic today.
All right, we'll see about that.
Mark this down on your calendar.
Can you show us some Earth spinning, please? Any Earth spinning data?
You guys keep doing this type of stuff, man. You know that's not how I
All
roll,
right,
bro.
man. Yeah,
That's not how you roll.
Actually, you know what I did today? Yeah? I made 2 Globers leave Gem Panda's server.
You're getting drowned out, Indio. Kind of low, bro.
Like, have you guys done anything like that?
What have you done? I'm sorry.
We're debating something about the globe and stuff, and then
Yeah, have we done anything like that? Yeah, actually, we've destroyed every single glober that's ever come in the server.
you see, man. But when I destroy a globe, I hit it where it hurts, man. I made them leave the server.
Oh wow.
I don't just destroy the person. I destroy the soul.
Okay.
You're assuming they have souls.
Is that what the purpose?
You're not
Is
supposed
that
to
what the
destroy the
purpose?
person. You're supposed to destroy their ideal.
So, I'll be curious to see what you guys answer to this, right? So the reason why they left was I made a bet with them, and I kind of wanted to see what answers I'll get in this room for the same question, right? The bet was that if you keep applying pressure to water, it will turn solid, right?
Can you show it, please?
Yeah.
And
I'm
not gonna say which side of the bet I was on.
No,
And please don't
show
do
it.
that.
No, listen. Stop right there and show it.
Yeah, but I didn't say which side of the bet I was on.
What's the bet? Though? Keep going.
Okay, that's what the question was.
That's it.
Right?
If you compress water that's incompressible, you're gonna get
If you
solid.
keep compressing it,
Ice number
after a
7.
certain
We're
amount
talking
of
about ice number.
out of a certain amount of pressure, it will become a solid. Right? That was the bet. What would you guys answer to that? Would you be like, that's correct, or would you say that's complete bullshit?
My answer
So any
would be the same answer I
everything,
gave before.
everything has a
Show
phase
it.
diagram.
Can you show it to me, please?
But the
answer would be
show
we
it to you,
don't
then I'll
know,
be
right?
telling you what side of the argument I was on, and
It doesn't matter what side you're on. Show it. Either side, show it. Or show
I
it.
don't understand
you
your
have to
question, man. What do you want me to show?
Isn't the
Because
only legitimate answer to that question I
The
don't
thing
know?
is, this is why you're confused, Branch, because you don't understand empiricism. That's the problem.
No, I'm not confused at all. I came in there and asked the question, and I don't see what you want me to show you. I asked the question to see what you would answer.
Okay, tell us what side. Tell us what side of the argument you're on.
I said it will become a solid.
Okay, can you show
All right, go prove it now. Good for you.
That's the claim. Prove it.
Bring back the
Well,
information.
how are you going to prove it, though? Huh? We have no empirical means to test this out. So what kind of pressure are you talking about, right? Insane pressures that we cannot replicate. So it's like, what's the point, man?
Like really high pressure, yeah. I mean, we could probably replicate
Yeah,
it.
we can achieve some pretty high pressures
Now I know if
on
you
Earth.
apply
I'm pretty sure it's being
3,000
being
PSI.
replicated.
Theoretically.
I mean, have you heard about the different ices? Like,
Yes, man. You're
If
talking about
you
ice number
apply-
7. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So
3,000 PSI to carbon dioxide, then all of a sudden relieve the pressure, it will turn from a liquid form of carbon dioxide to a solid form of carbon dioxide
Okay,
with an
ice,
absence of pressure.
ice, baby.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. Ice number
It
7
depends
on
on the-
this planet. On this
It
planet
depends-
somewhere in the solar system. That's what
It
he's talking
depends
about.
on the phase diagram on what pressures things will liquefy and what things will
well,
condense
Josh, you're a
out.
great job, though. I mean, you knew the answer, and now Now it's pointless because now everybody does. I didn't actually get anybody else's response on that.
Well, that's why I was like, which liquid is he talking about?
Water.
I think I was responding the whole time, Branch.
Oh.
This whole
You're
thing
just
is
dumb shit.
it's very interesting, Branch. But see, we're on the side of things where like we want people to think for themselves. Doesn't seem like you're on that kind of a track.
Is the phase diagram theoretical based upon a model, or is it empirical derived from experiment?
I'm not sure what the hell. I don't know what you're talking about.
Phase diagram. You know, you don't know what a phase diagram is?
Yeah, what about a phase diagram?
Empirical means they went out and they applied pressure to water and got it to turn into a solid, whereas a model means they have a model of how. Sorry about the hell.
Yeah, the phase diagram for water is being tested.
Which is based upon, atomic theory.
Oh, yeah, the phase of water. The phase of water you want to put the water in doesn't exist on like the phase diagram that we know. It exists somewhere in the region where we cannot reach. So it's kind of theory. It's like, okay.
Like metallic hydrogen.
Yes, yep. Like the metallic hydrogen model of the sun. Yep. It's great stuff when you look into it. But again, it's theory, So it's good to entertain your mind with it, so you could pick up something, expand your horizons. But yeah, Branch.
There was an article on PhysOrg. This is probably, I don't know how many years, 10 years ago I read it. Based upon whatever, the atomic model. They ran a computer simulation. There's actually something like 250 phases of matter beyond gas, solid, liquid, and plasma. Theoretically, of course.
I'm not sure if it's theoretical, right? We've made these different forms of ice.
How could you theoretically make something, bro?
It's not theoretical. People made them in a lab.
Oh, really? Then it's empirical. Post
What
the data.
is this all relevant to?
I've got no idea. Just Branch being Branch, and you gotta.
Well, Branch is actually giving credence to what the container could possibly be made of, though, as well. Let's not forget that. Thanks, Branch.
No problem, man. I'm glad I could help.
This is Branch's version of staying on topic.
Branch is supporting Branch is supporting the flat Earth, actually, so it's appreciated.
Yeah, resident Globey.
And
wait, he's that fat?
And if you can reduce the anti-flat earthers, I mean, you're only helping. That's freaking great.
So since Branch is kind of like go. So Branch, what do you think about the distinction between globers and anti-flat earthers? You think there's a difference?
There's between a glober and an anti-flat earther?
Yeah, there's people that believe the globe, but there's some that are just they don't really care about proving the globe or all that. They're just flat earthers, and that's why they're involved in the topic. Because
I would say that. I mean, there's a big difference, right? What do you want to quantify?
Yeah, do you think there is a difference? That's what I'm asking. Do you think there is?
Definitely. I would say I'm a glober, but I wouldn't say I'm anti-flat earth.
Do you have your gain cranked up like at 1,000%, Branch?
Why, is it coming through super loud?
No, but the noise, the train in the background is, which I know there's no train in the background, but
there's a fan.
It's just that's it. The fan is coming.
So, Branch, is there any evidence of gas being an envelope for other gases?
What do you mean?
Gas, right? Is there any evidence of gas being an envelope for other gases?
Oh, an envelope. So
like
basically, you're talking about containing gas within a different gas.
Yes, because I've had it a couple of times where they've said O3.
O3.
O3 contains what? What does it do?
Well, apparently O3 contains the atmosphere and keeps the vacuum at bay.
The ozone layer, right. It's a okay, sure. I thought O3 was highly unstable. I don't know, man.
Oh, it is, and it can only be
How come we
created
just have
by
a solid layer of
it can only be created by having an oxygen atom react with a special type of light ray or a wavelength of light called ultraviolet C type,
Yeah,
and
UVC.
that strips it, and you get a free radical, and that free radical doesn't like to be a free radical; it wants to be O2, so it bonds with another oxygen atom, creating O3, which is unstable because it's it's unbalanced.
But then that O3 will attack anything that it sees in its path because it wants to get rid of that extra oxygen. So it doesn't like being staying at O3. It wants to jump back down to O2.
Right, it likes its valence where it's at. It doesn't like having an valence ring.
Why don't 2 O3s become 3 O2s?
Branch, stop
It doesn't work like that. They're they're not attracted to each other. They're repelled from each other.
This guy.
Kind of like I found out carbon is actually ferromagnetic, which means it's strongly attracted to a magnet.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either till I looked up the magnetic properties of carbon, and I was like, holy smokes. It should not be ferromagnetic, but it is. And it's not diamagnetic like silver is, where it repels a magnet.
I didn't know that silver is diamagnetic.
Yeah.
That's nice. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can use silver as an air brake for like bullet trains or whatever. Like that's one way to tell if you have a real gold bar or real silver bars or fake silver bars is you take a neodymium magnet, put it on the gold bar, and then lift it at an angle to where it'll slide off. And if it slides off slowly, it's real silver. And if it just falls off, it's fake silver.
Or just drop it in some nitric acid and see what
Yeah,
happens.
that's right. I've seen
This
that
is
kind of
true.
thing before. I've seen that before. Yeah. I've
Yeah,
seen
it's mildly ferrous or whatever the term.
Yeah, it's very interesting property.
Yeah. It's like eddy currents or something like that, like how you can drop a magnet in a aluminum or a copper tube, and it
There
will
must be
like slow the drop.
Yeah, there must be something flowing through that.
I'm sure that has
material.
something to do with why it's such a good conductor. Could you repeat that, India? I cut you off.
Lenz's law.
Lenz's law.
Right.
Yeah, so if you drop a magnet like in a copper tube, there'll be a electromotive force which will slow the magnet down.
Because the copper tube is acting like a one wrap transformer, like a single wrap transformer that's short circuited.
From what I can gather, what's going on is it's inducing an electric field inside the conductor, which in return induces a magnetic field, which flows in opposite direction from the way that the magnet is falling, thus repelling the magnet and breaking it.
That makes sense, but why? That's what I always ask. I always want to know why.
The XYZ. You make a
why does current get
finger
induced?
banger with your hand, and then you stick out your middle finger like straight out to where you have the X, Y, and the Z axis, and that's like the direction.
Left hand or right hand rule? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
one of them, right?
Yeah,
left hand.
You like the direction of the flux. Yeah.
Yeah. Flux, the force, and the field, right? What was it? I forgot, man.
Well, the flux is what induces another electromagnetic reaction with another metallic.
Flux is
I have a question. I have a question, kind of related, maybe slightly related. Has anybody found a spherical magnet with one north pole?
No, there's no such thing, man. Magnet with one pole, dude.
I'm just every now and then I ask for it. Every now and then
I had a picture of
I
one.
don't know. I got.
Oh, you have a picture of one?
Listen, yeah, no, serious. I had a picture. I used to post it to Globers because it's a picture of a spherical magnet on the other side of like iron filings. And
Hmm.
yeah, it doesn't exactly form the structure that they think it forms. I used to post this to Globers to kind of disprove their spherical magnet theory.
Okay, now I have a caveat to the same thing.
Google spherical magnet images and it'll pop up.
The caveat here is a spherical ball with a wait a minute. A spherical ball with a molten center with a North Pole on one place.
Well, why are you saying North Pole on one place though? Like I don't get that because like the
The
sphere Earth
North
has
Pole would
two
be
poles.
like in the so-called ball Earth, like where it's supposed to be at the top, right?
Yeah.
North is
But if
supposed to
you
be at the
actually
top.
if you look at your compass, your needle is always pointing in two directions, north and south at the same time. Always.
Yeah, I get it. I get
it. So north is just pick
So
one.
find
Pick
it.
one, call
Okay,
it north.
so
Okay. One, call it south.
I'll modify it. Modify it then. So let's see a spherical ball with a molten metal core where a magnet behaves the same way as it does on a ball Earth, supposedly. I don't know. That's kind of non sequitur. That's I have to reword it.
It's okay. We're shitting on the globe, man.
Yeah.
Branch?
High heat ruins magnetism. That's what I heard from you guys.
Yeah. That's not from us. It's from Curie. If you look up the Curie temperature, I think that's named after somebody Curie.
Dude, I
but
heard someone
heard it from you guys though.
heard someone call out my name. I was on.
No, I was just making sure that you're muted. That's all. Just stay muted.
Okay.
I'm messing with you, man. Cyrus, you know I like to pick on you, dude.
I thought you had a question.
What?
I thought you had a question about something.
No. Your ball Earth is pretty stupid. No questions. I'm cool.
Potatoes, tomatoes.
Doesn't match reality.
Totally
that's all.
different. Totally different. Potatoes and tomatoes.
So you live in an alternate reality. That's fine. We run into it all the time, every day. You live in a false paradigm reality.
Well, I do.
Yeah.
So yeah, still no evidence for gas being an envelope for other gas.
That actually sounds like a lot of fun. I don't mind living in a false paradigm, whatever.
That's what I'm saying. Some people listen. You heard it here, folks. On the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Yeah, that'd be fun, dude.
Yeah.
What's fun
see,
about
that's what you're already doing. So those are the types of people who go with this that don't mind living in a fantasy world.
I mean, we're already living in it, Branch. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're already here, right? All of us. So it's the fact that some assholes are fooling us and trying to, they're lying to us. That's it. That's because we experience it the same, right? That changes nothing, really. But then, in your mind, when you know that you're being fooled and deceived, that changes a lot. But if you think everything is cool and you're not being fooled or deceived, well, then just carry on.
I think either way, you shouldn't let it dictate your life. There's a lot more shit that's more important than that.
Yeah, there's nothing more important than knowing where you are, and in turn, then knowing who you are.
Yeah, but I think spending time with your kids, stuff like that, is more important.
Yeah, man. But yeah, you should to raise them on a stationary plane for sure. Yes.
I mean,
once you put them through the schools, they come back as ball earthers.
Outside of raising people and stuff, I'm just talking about just spending time. Not spending time teaching them anything.
What are you doing then? Just spending time with them. You're absorbing whatever you're saying.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the most important things you can do is just.
Yeah, it's not to lie to your children. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I agree. Never lie to your children because they catch it.
Don't lie to your children. Yeah.
I remember the stupid lies still when I was like 4 or 5 that my parents told me. For some reason, they stuck. Like, you know what I mean? Like the memories, like the childhood. For some reason, like your subconscious knew, or mine at the time, like my parents were lying. And it just like, all right, we'll remember this shit for later. We'll rehash this later. It's like, wow.
I know. Check it out.
There was never any need for it. Parents.
I was like
right?
5 years.
I'm not going to tell you because it's none of your business, young man. And
I was like
There's no-
5 years old. I was 5 years old, and it was before Christmas, and I don't know what motivated me as a 5-year-old to like, or how would I even know to go look under my parents' bed and find my present in there. So I learned really early. Yeah. Okay. So I think what I thought then was that, okay, so they're just helping Santa out. Like I get presents from Santa, but I'm like, that's just something these adults gotta do. They must have to do this for some reason. So they hid it under the thing, and I'm such like inquisitive little kid.
So-
I like found it. I found it.
So is that a universal thing? Like I'm not like, well, my parents are immigrants, and so am I. So we don't have the Santa thing, right? So like, is that like what just about everyone is taught as a child? You know that
Yeah.
Santa brings your presents and shit.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad, actually.
I think
Yeah, it's a method of controlling the children.
It's really fucked up, right?
And it's really weird because you go from a Christmas party like that where it's all Santa Claus and presents and all this stuff, and everybody's joyous and whatever supposedly, and it's really. But then you have like Catholic masses going on at the same time, and you like that's what I remember as a kid. Like there'd be these Catholic masses, everybody's going to mass now, and then there'd be Christmas parties.
I personally like Christmas. Like I actually love it. Like, and I just like it a lot. But the Santa bit was kind of interesting, right? It's like, why is that necessary in the culture, like in the Western culture?
Yeah.
Why don't you guys just remove that shit out of the stuff that you teach your children? Because it's such a fat man going down a chimney. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck?
Yep.
Like,
So
why?
here's the end to why would they lie? Because when I was growing up as a young kid on the radio, they were in on it too at the radio station. They were in on it too. They were tracking them, and parents were letting their kids listen to this shit. Santa Claus is coming over. He's over in this area now. Yeah, he'll be here at 10:45 p.m. Right? Like exactly. So why would they lie on the radio? Everybody was like.
Do you guys think the whole Santa thing is actually more relevant to like if you're only child or the eldest child?
Nah, here's the whole point. It's just like the globe is. It's just when you advance to the globe, now you're in the adult fairy tale realm. You've advanced up. You graduated to the adult fairy tales.
See, I can't remember a time that I ever believed in Santa, and I think the reason for that is because I had an older brother.
Oh, okay.
That would do it. That would do it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Yep, 100%. Like,
I was
shut up.
the
You
older
know
brother.
nothing.
I was the older brother, but I had an older sister.
Well, that's funny. I'm just trying to, because I never had that growing up, so it's kind of like, okay. There's foundations that are that are already set out there.
Yeah, it's whatever that pagan festival was. That's exactly what it is. It's is it Saturnalia or something like that?
Well, I celebrate Christmas as in like the return of the sun, of the sun, right? The orb, the hot orb.
Right. I get.
That's me. That's me, though.
I learned about all of that and actually Zeitgeist, which is one of the last little things where they don't talk about the Earth being flat at all, but they talk a lot about the money thing, but not as in depth as we do, you know.
It's an original there, Zeitgeist.
It's all been eye-opening information along the journey. That was before Flat Earth came along, you know, like years ago, more than 10 years ago.
All right, should I? Oh, fuck it. I won't even ask. I'll just roll a joint. Look what it is.
It's okay.
Breakfast joint. Yeah, you know how it is. The pre-work joint, right? With the coffee, then go to work.
Oh, I get you. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. Then there's the during work joint, and then post work joint, then post work joint.
I get it. I like the process. I go and
Yeah,
sit out.
it's a ritual.
Sit out in the wood. I like to go like do that. I prepare and then I go on my ride and I go out into the woods and I sit on the ground.
That's when you get the highest for some reason. You know, out in nature. For me.
Man, yeah, it's
I don't know.
awesome. It's like nothing else matters in that moment. Like I'm perfectly taken care of. I have no needs.
Except the cop that might come around the corner and be like, "Why are you smoking in public and whatnot?" It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, they're not going to be coming out into the woods where I am though. If they do, like,
Yeah.
I'll hear them a mile away.
Nice.
Yeah. Pretty cool to have a place like that, and I live in the city. Place I can like ride my bike on trails every day. I can ride on trails every day out in the woods like that. Go to my little fruit tree out there. Because I was being observant and I was digging for information on what plants I could survive on if I had to out in the wild, just in my area. And I found these freaking fruit trees, and I have so much fruit. Oh my God, hundreds of pounds of fruit are hanging in the trees right now.
What kind of fruit or what kind of trees?
Quince trees, 2 quince trees.
Cool.
And I've just found a wild cherry bush that's right below it too. In this place I go sit. So now I have a cherry, but it's not. The cherry's not.
We have a lot of blackberries here along the rivers. Like a lot, as in like, dude. I just walk by the river and I just snag a couple of pounds and I go home.
I bet.
You know,
Of what kind of fruit?
Blackberries. We got blackberries, Marionberries, just a lot of berries because they're very invasive.